The hero is Zhang Hao, a simple office plankton with an unremarkable name who he can face 107,374 people all over the country. One day, as he was returning home, something happened. Walking down a deserted street late at night, the guy complained that his work was too tiring, so he couldn't do it anymore. Stay in this company. When he looked up at the sky, he saw a red moon. He woke up in a completely different bed in pink pajamas. A pile of stuffed animals lay nearby. In the world, a man raises children, and a woman is the head of the family. Modern men rely on women, and they, in turn, have unlimited power, capable of move bricks. Men here, in comparison with women, are physically weak and weak, cowardly. The man is a delicate flower, and the woman is Barbie King Kong. Zhang Hao is so weak that he can't even open the bottle on his own. This weakness, it annoys him, because he feels like he's a wet chicken that can't even eat. Unscrew the bottle cap. The hero decided to call this place the world of rich mothers. Crowds came up to him, offering their help. They thought he was a Prince Charming, but Zhang Hao couldn't accept this arrangement. He vowed to go up and become a hero, a real man in this world. So he suddenly has a stepsister, a goddess who is ready to cover him with her body, and also a pure and innocent follower. What a domineering director. He can. To say one thing for sure, in this world, you can actively live at the expense of women. His name is Zhang Hao. He's a natural straight guy and a 24-karat guy. His life turned upside down after entering a new world. He thought it was all kind of stupid. It was a joke, but the reality was full of disappointments. He remembered coming home from work and seeing a huge red moon in the sky, and then he woke up in another world. Pink pajamas, bunny ears on the head, and perfect. A different bed. Everything has changed. The nurse outside the door asked if he was going to get up. After that, his father came to his room, who decided to clarify whether his son was going to walk with him today. Lun shopping. The man also noted that he goes to the grocery store to get ready for dinner with Aunt Chang. The father asked his son to learn how to properly take care of himself from Lun. Moon. The man closed the door, telling me to hurry. Hao, sitting up in bed, was trying to sort out the whole situations. A lot of questions popped up in his head. Who is he? Where is he? Who is Chen? Chen is his father's last name. Who is Lun? He's a grown-up guy, but he has to dress up and go where? Should I go? Had he gone mad? Then the ringing of the phone makes the guy distract from his thoughts. He picks up the phone. Voice. A young guy from the phone asks to open the door. The hero notices that this voice is for him. A sign. He recalls from his past life Brother Moon with a tattoo on his arm. It was fair, and a brave man. He was the older brother that Hao had always admired. Hero. He takes off, quickly changing his clothes. This was his ray of hope. Opening the door, instead of a pumped-up brother, he sees a thin, blonde man who complains that my friend hadn't opened the door for so long and kept a handsome man like him waiting for so long, and yet he might have been molested. Hao looks out of the door, looking around and calling for his brother. Moon. The blonde guy yells that it's him. Father greets Lun. A man evaluates beauty. A guest, saying that his son should learn from him because guys should look beautiful. The Harrier is the same. Suggests Hao go for a beauty treatment sometime. The hero's eyes widen. He falls into a stupor from the following questions. Married? Skin care. All this leads to the question, where did it end up? It turns out that in this world, the gender characteristics of men and women have been reversed. Women became emperors and celebrities. Men were responsible for the home, and women were responsible for the home. Women were the mainstay of the family. Men are protected by women, and women, in turn, are protected by women. Have unlimited power. Men are here, compared to women, physically weak and cowardly. Men are responsible for raising children, and women do all the work, physical work. Moreover, the significant role of women has led to a breakdown in the balance between the ratio of the number of men and women, so men are a treasure. Walking down the street, one holds the hero's arm. He asks him to buy a mask first, and then they go for a walk. Manicure. The blonde notices that this time someone has used his mask again, and also stands by a can of gas, and then recently divorced a lot of women maniacs. How same. She mentally asks him to buy a knife and stab him to death, because there is nothing left in this world. Men who made the world go crazy. Hao grabs his friend by the arm, declaring that it's time for him to regain his manhood. He leads it in the tattoo center, after which, having opened the door right from the threshold, he demands to make him a dragon tattoo for the whole life. My back. The blonde man thinks that his brother has gone mad, and the hero declares that he is not crazy, but just she wants to show him who a real man is. Girls that do inside the tattoo notice that it's not so easy for guys to get a tattoo. Another girl notes that this is not for sissies. Hao shouts, so that everyone sees a real man. He sheds his t-shirt, leaving his torso bare. The girls freeze for a moment, and then they start to bleed from the nose. He shouts what he wants, a dragon and a white tiger on the entire back and chest. The girls want him to keep undressing. Mun holds the hero by the torso, asking for help because he behaves like a patient. Closer to. In the evening, Hao returns home. He's so tired that he goes to his sister's room. Accidentally. Her name is Zhang Kaiyan. Seeing her in the room, he apologizes, saying that he got it wrong. Doors. At dinner, the hero looks around, trying to figure out what kind of people they are. My father reminds me. He told his son that he had been told more than once that Aunt Yan and Zhang Kaiyan were coming over for dinner. Hero. He apologizes for forgetting. Aunt Yan notices that it's okay, because they understand everything. That Hao has many lessons. Zhang Kaiyan smiles at this. Turns out Dad's getting married again. Right now, this is his aunt and stepsister, who they will be living with in a few days. The woman praises the man, noting that his skills are getting better and better, and that, in turn, he claims that he was preparing for their arrival. Hao says that he is full, so he will go to his room. The guy falls on the bed, glad that this day is over. It's hard for him to put up with all this, wearing cute clothes, cute makeup, and being sexually harassed. He's all. However, he doubts that he has moved into the feminist world. Looking at teddy bears and remembering that his father and brother Long have become feminine, the hero realizes that something is waiting for him. However, he doesn't want such a fate for himself, so he decides to find a way to return. Out of anger, he throws a teddy bear, which hits the sister who enters his room. He wants to apologize for his actions, but his sister climbs onto the bed, putting pressure on top of him. Kin just prints the hero and his pineapples, asking if he downloaded it. The guy doesn't know that, and to answer, when the girl pulls him away from her, she notices that his face is flushed. Therefore, she clarifies whether he is ill. The same person quickly comes to his senses, claiming that everything is fine with him, and an idea appears in his thoughts. What is possible and not worth returning to your own world? The girl with pink hair asks if the other person remembers, because it was she who brought him. Here, the beauty grabs the hero by the chin, getting very close to his face. She remembers that night with Blood Moon and realizes that she's the one who's involved, so he has a lot of questions. He wants to know who she is and why she moved him to this damned world. Mir, the interlocutor, introduces herself as the god of the Blood Moon. She remembers that guy all the time. He complained that he didn't have a girlfriend, and that he was still a virgin, and there were a lot of girls in this world. Girls, and all of them love it. Hao also says that this is complete nonsense, because in this world there is no one normal person, so he asks to be brought back faster. The goddess states that this is not a problem, but he must complete one task. The hero decides. Specify the task in question. The interviewee asks if he didn't want to become a real man. Here the hero remembers that girls watch cute anime, and guys watch Gundam. A real man should rock his torso. It's terrible when it's hard for a man to even read a book. Hold it, because a true man can open a bottle with his bare hands. The goddess puts this. The condition is that if he becomes a true man in this feminist world, then he will have a chance. Go back. But if he fails this task, then disappear into this world. Hao decides to make it clear to disappear into the world. This means that he will become a woman. The goddess laughs, saying that this can happen, too. She hoped that he would have a good time, after which, dissolves like a ghost. The hero asks her to wait, because she did not say how to get here. A real man. In the morning, the guy wakes up. He thinks he had a strange dream yesterday. However, when he sees the ribbon of the goddess clothing on the floor, he realizes that it was not a dream. While brushing his teeth, Hao notices that he really will have to complete this task, but he will not be able to do it. It's still unclear what a real man means in this world. It's hard for him to accept, however. He definitely looks like a girl now. He decides that he should first learn more about in this world, so that you can deal with the task later. Reading the newspapers, Hao can't believe his eyes. It sounds too unusual to be true. In this world, there is still a way to evaluate a man. First of all, in this world, girls are more likely to be active and shivering and goosebumps on the body, weakness, which is characteristic of a physiological reaction. Guys, reading this, Hao doesn't realize how much he still has to memorize. He cares, whether there is another way to return home. The guy decides to put the god of the Blood Moon aside, because there must be a scientific explanation for everything. First, he needs to study the strange sky, the apparition that night. He assumes it's just a change in the magnetic field. Hao decides not to. This is a strange assignment to rely on. However, he is not an expert in this area, although he is. Maybe hire someone. Then the realization of reality hits him on the head, because he doesn't know who it is. He needs to look and see what he can tell him. And he's a penniless high school student. Hero. He understands that he has to get some money first. After leaving the room, Hao finds himself in the kitchen, where Sister Kin wishes him a good morning, as well as her. Encourages him to quickly try the breakfast she has prepared. The guy agrees, though. He makes a mental note that if all the girls in this world are like his sister, then he will. He can hardly hold out. My sister urges my brother to hurry up. The hero also notices that Cha Zhang is eating his father's tofu. The guy says that he is going to school, and Lun is waiting for him. His father asks him to bring it with him. A sandwich. Lun and Hao walk arm in arm on the street. The blonde asks his brother to look at the new color of his labia. Lipsticks to evaluate, because this is the hit of the season. The hero pushes his friend's face away from his own faces, urging them to keep their distance on the street. Lun doesn't understand what happened to him because they used to do this a lot. Hao wraps his arms around the blonde's neck, saying that it just so happens that he has. There are new principles, the purpose of which is to turn him into a man. What the hero said scares the harrier because you can't talk about this at all and there's nothing in it. A good one because he can't get married. Zhang Hao grins at this, thinking that it's not much. I got closer to my goal. The blonde guy suggests that they go quickly because the maniac is looking at them. The hero decides to find out where she is. Mun looks at the stalker's place, and really from around the corner, a girl in a tracksuit peeks out, noticing that high school students really are good. Zhang Hao doesn't understand why they should be afraid, since they are two healthy guys. It asks for, don't worry, because if she dares to approach them, he will send her away. The harrier notices that a friend is talking complete nonsense because he can't even lift a brick. Blonde grabs a friend. As he is about to run away, Zhang Hao declares that he used to be a good fighter. The blonde one, he notices that these are all dreams, and they should go the other way. As a result, the harrier still pulls away for a hero's image. The blonde guy complains because he's sweating, which is why now he'll have to put on makeup again. Zhang Hao didn't. He understands how he can run so fast, because after only 2 steps he started to choke. Here it is. Looks up at the school. It's a huge Alliston business school. Walking down the street to school, the guy realizes that in this world really all the menial work performed by girls. He assumes that his family is super rich if he goes to such an expensive school. Entering class 11B, Zhang Hao sees a picture of a classmate asking for a friend. Open the bottle for him. It really annoys him because he doesn't want to be so weak. A man who can't open a bottle himself is not a man at all. He snatches the bottle out of the hands of a classmate, declaring that he will open the bottle himself because he just doesn't believe it can be that hard. He starts twirling the lid, noting that, imagine that it is quite tightly twisted. His hands are shaking. Zhang Hao makes a small attempt. Take a breather, thinking that you chose the wrong position for this. Further, he invests all his strength too. The guy spends all his strength, but the bottle comes out victorious from this battle. It asks for, I apologize, returning the bottle to the girl. It feels like a wet chicken that's not even wet. He can't open the bottle. At this time, a representative of the fair sex easily opens a bottle for a classmate. Then a crowd of girls breaks down to the hero, wanting to help. Zhang Hao sits down at his desk, burying his head in it. Lun defends him from attacks by asking him not to pay attention, because he has recently been unwell, so he may be strange. Express yourself. The hero feels that the situation completely sucks, because his task is completed on 0%. He decides to play sports so he can complete the damn task. Beauties surround the guy's desk from all sides. They like his hands with their white and soft skin, its slim waist and beautiful rear view. They just can't neither fall in love with it. Zhang Hao, he understands that he can't go on like this anymore, because even if he's a handsome guy, he's too much weak. He decides to find a place to train. Picking up the phone, he searches for a suitable location. To him on, I see an ad about Thai boxing classes for beginners. Realizing that physical training will not be enough, he also decides that he needs to work harder over mental training. He flips through all sorts of ads on the internet, looking for suitable. Zhang Hao decides to make a reminder to himself on his phone. Then he comes up to his desk. Girl, he leans over him, asking what he's doing. This turns out to be his desk mate, Huang Yuanyuan. The hero grabs the heart, specifying why she walks so silently, like a ghost. The blonde replies that he doesn't walk at all, noiseless, and it's just that the guy was so busy that he didn't hear it. Then the girl leans over sharply, a guy asking if he writes to some girl he likes. They are separated by a total of a few centimeters. The hero pushes the interlocutor away from him, stating that the guys and girls, you can't be so close. Yuan grabs the hero's hand, removing it from his shoulder and saying that his hands are really very white. They are delicate, and the pollen is long and beautiful. Zhang Hao marvels at the riskiness of the girls in this. Mira, because she just put his hand on her pineapple. The hero takes his emotions under control and pulls the hand out of the seductress's clutches, asking her to be careful. Interviewee notices that the guy is a little weird today, and that he wasn't like that before. Zhang Hao, he says she was imagining it, and he always was. The blonde assumes that Hao didn't get enough sleep, so she suggests that he get a massage on. One ancient technique. The guy tries to stop her, but in his mind's eye, he's surprised by the fact that she's not there. How strong it is. The bell to class saves him. A teacher enters the classroom and asks, "Everyone take their seats in connection with the start of the lesson." This is Teacher Ma, an English teacher and a class teacher, head of class 11B. Reading his notes, the hero is amazed that he understands everything, although he graduated from high school a long time ago. It is important to understand that Zhang Hao was not proficient in English. The guy realizing that the content of the book, it is not difficult for him. He highlights the first benefit in the new world. He has become a genius. It raises a glance at Teacher Ma, literally asking him to call him to the blackboard so that he could show himself. The teacher turns to him, and the guy thinks this is his chance. The teacher thought that the guy was not feeling well because his lips seemed to be cramped, so I offered to go to the infirmary. All eyes are on the guy, and he swears at me. The teacher, he says she just imagined it. The girls begin to discuss what happened. One of them notices that something is wrong with the prince today, but she doesn't want her perfect boyfriend to see her. The prince's image was destroyed. A friend says that Hao is very handsome, but just now he looks like a retard. The first beauty says that she heard several times. A few days ago, the prince almost got into a fight. The hero covers his face with his hands, counting all those present. Stupid. He really wants this to be a dream. Chapter 1-5. While walking down the stairs, a guy falls to the floor in front of Zhang Hao, who declares that he has conceded. The man pushed him out of the way. The hero makes a hand-face gesture, considering everything that is happening a horror. After all, going to this school is even more terrible than going to work in 996. He really wants to go back to his own world. Walking down the street with Lun, they are stopped by the voice of a girl who wants to say something to Hao. She admits that she likes him for a long time and offers to start dating. The hero is the same. Mentally emphasizes that this is actually a standard male manner of recognition. He apologizes, saying that he doesn't plan to start dating yet. Friends leave, and the brother declares, which greatly envies Hao, because all the excellent students from each course like him. Zhang Hao asks the other person to keep track of their words. They go to the dining room. Zhang Hao wonders what to eat. Then he notices that one of the guys has taken two small pieces of fish and something else. He doesn't understand how you can eat so little. The harrier counts. It's strange that Hao has been calling him brother lately. In addition, he notices that they don't usually talk. Lon orders 1 serving of greens and 1 serving of spinach, serving small and without rice. Zhang Hao believes that it is possible to faint just like that. The blonde guy doesn't understand. What are we talking about? Because recently he has been on a diet and constantly eats vegetables. The hero believes that the guys in this world have 2 small stomachs. It has a list of notes, which you need to perform to become a real man. First, train and strengthen health and spirit. Second, be sure to ask Brother Lun to give him a more brutal treatment. Nickname. Third, get rid of all the lace shirts in the closet. Fourth, always take care of your mental health. He decides that he needs to order the largest portions and add this to your memo. The hero makes an order, causing a friend to panic, who believes that he is the right person. He'll get fat very quickly. Zhang Hao also believes that guys should eat a lot, otherwise it won't grow. The audience discusses this event among themselves. One of the guys thinks that, after eating so much, the prince decides to challenge gluttony. His interlocutor states that if he had a figure like Zhang Hao, then he could also endlessly eat stewed meat. He notes that if there are so many, you can die. A friend notices that it looks very appetizing. One of the guys doesn't understand how Zhang Hao can eat so much. He believes that the whole problem is in his popularity. One of those present decides to approach and say hello, otherwise it will seem rude. The harrier asks a friend to eat more normally, because it looks terribly uncultured, which is why he is so tired. They will laugh at him. Another person approaches the guys, forcing them to pay attention to themselves. Attention. The unknown person claims that Zhang Hao has so much that he is a working immigrant. This, Liu Feng from 12D. The hero decides to find out who he is communicating with. The same takes it for a joke, because a few days ago, they went to a self-study class together. The guy notes that they are not. We've only seen each other for 2 days. But he's gotten fatter. Liu emphasizes that you need to watch her figure. Despite its popularity, the guy is trying to hurt the interlocutor by saying that he is fat today, and the hero also reports that he has vision problems and needs to be treated. Zhang thought, Hao doesn't understand what this slut-looking guy is all about. After that, the hero clarifies why. The interlocutor looks down on the expat workers. The guy explains that if it weren't for the uncles and the immigrant aunts who worked tirelessly on the construction of their state, then I wouldn't be living such a carefree life right now. Liu Feng starts crying at these words, claiming that he only said it for his own good, so he hadn't expected his companion to say such a thing. The girls are amazed that Zhang Hao made Liu Feng cry. They clearly didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so violent. The image of God was completely destroyed. Liu Feng also grins, noticing to himself that all the girls are on the same level. On his side, here a representative of the fair sex intervenes. She says that how much Hao there is up to him. She does not understand who said that you cannot eat too much, because this is not a good idea. Discrimination and prejudice. At the same time, the girl sits down at the same table with the hero and his friend. She asks if the hero is hungry today, after which she offers him to take more because she has a large portion. Zhang Hao marvels at the appearance of another beauty. The friends try to calm Liu Feng down. One says that Zhao Ying was just fascinated by him. Looks, that's why I fell in love. Another person notices that Feng is much more attractive than himself, but the guy assures that he is not worried at all, because sooner or later she will see the true face. Zhang Hao, after all, is rude and mean. The girl asks him not to rush, because otherwise he will choke. She asks me to start with the soup. The hero decides to ask her brother who she is. Lun explains that this is Zhang Ying is from a parallel class that has been taking care of him for a long time. The girl is also commander of the national basketball team. Zhang Hao notes to himself that the culture of courtship really excellent. Zhang Ying also decides to find out how Lun is playing the League of Heroes, which she gave it last time. The guy admits that he tried to play, but it is very difficult, and it's hard for guys to play it. At this point, the hero connects to the conversation, asking if it's still going on. We are talking about the game where you need to pass the tower 5 by 5. The brother confirms this by noting that last time, the guy said he wasn't interested in girls' games. Zhang Hao admits to himself that he had no idea that his League of Heroes was in this world. Girl notes that despite the fact that there are no guys among professional players, they are playing, so she asks how Hao is playing this game. The guy tells me that he once played in her, and she's normal. After that, he gets up from the table, noting that he is full, so he will go to class. He suggests that Lun go with him. The blonde forgives Zhao Ying by saying that it's time for them to go to class. The girl doesn't know when Hao is already paying attention to her. The hero recalls Zhao Ying's words that there are no guys in the Hero League's top player ranking, and this means that the best players among the guys of the commander and machine gun are also absent. He decides what needs to be done. It will be hard to find the time to watch the broadcast, because after all, this is a game for everyone. Real men. Zhang Hao then turns his attention to the girl by the window. He decides to ask why. Brother Lun about her. This is Ming Yu Hua, a transfer student. The blonde man notices that she doesn't like it. He likes to talk, but he thinks she's very pretty. The hero decides to specify whether they like it, whether it's for him. Zhang Hao takes matters into her own hands, forcing a friend to go and talk to her to prove his point. Enthusiasm. Lun also doesn't understand what his brother is doing, because guys should behave more properly. Restrained. The hero also declares that this was the case before, and now if the guy said the guy did. Zhang Hao presses for pity, saying that a friend can't leave a new one alone. A classmate. The hero approaches the girl and introduces himself. The same one does a little detached. Same thing. The guy realizes that in this world all girls are not indifferent to him, but the interlocutor is not like that. The hero introduces his dog. He nervously greets, strongly. Embarrassed, Zhang Hao decides to check if she reads English. The girl gives a positive response. The blonde asks her to leave quickly, because she doesn't want to talk to them. After hearing this, the hero directly asks if Yu Hua wants to talk to them. Such directness scares the blonde guy. The other person notices that she just doesn't know what to say. The hero also notices that the girl might have a slight social disorder. Lun is a little doubtful about this. The hero extends his hand, stating that he will help her communicate with people if they become friends. She shakes hands, impressed. Zhang Hao believes that a man will not leave a helpless girl alone, so it seems to him that he has come close to completing a mission. Then the girl next to me peeks out from behind me, asking if the best guy in the class is getting along. A handsome guy at school with a transferred student. The hero also understands that the first friend is Min. Yu Hua should be a real chatterbox. The guy pushes the blonde forward, calling her, "Show off your social skills and make friends with Yu Hua." The girl is a little doubtful, but as soon as the hero winks at her, she instantly agrees to this. He invites her to chat with Yu Hua, who doesn't know much about her. He wants her to show off her strengths while he takes a nap. The blonde guy agrees. The translated student thanks you for this. Zhang Hao thinks it's nothing. It also thinks that doing a real man's job. He wonders if that means he's made progress. 50% on his mission. The hero listens to rock and roll with headphones in his room. A nurse knocks on the door, asking login permission. The guy gives his consent, after which Ken decides to find out what he's doing. Zhang Hao replies that he's just listening to music. The guy's jaw is ready to say hello to the floor because the girl came to him in homemade underwear, which perfectly emphasizes her shape. The hero freezes from this for a few moments, so the girl is interested in what happened mentally. The guy realizes that his sister is just a divine beauty and that he likes her. Kin approaches him, then decides to listen to his music. He pulls out one earpiece, then quickly deduces that Hao is listening to rock. This is just. He convinces her that he is different from other men. Kin declares that he is very attractive. She takes his chin in her hand, tracing his lips with her thumb. Jang Hao doesn't understand how, in general, you can resist this. He doesn't believe that this is the mission of a real man. His inner angel says that a real man should not succumb to temptation. Otherwise, this is not a man, but just an animal, so he needs to control himself. Orders a coworker to shut up, noting that a real man should be decisive, right, and why give up when it goes right into your hands? An argument begins between them, and the hero decides to give up on everything. He grabs his sister by the shoulders. The girl ends up on the bed, with Shang Hao looming over her. She takes it all as if it were a dream. The game, so he asks if he likes it. The hero's hands reach out to his sister, and he himself feels like his sanity is leaving him. Then a familiar image of a girl appears in my head, who declares that he is. It belongs only to her, so she won't let him go. It makes the guy come to his senses. The hero abruptly pulls away from his sister, which causes alarm in the latter. He doesn't understand why. Took this image. Kin grabs his brother by the shoulders, asking if he's okay, because he's too much. He suddenly turned pale. Jang Hao blames everything on anemia, saying that he will get better if he'll die. In his mind's eye, he knows that just a little more and he would have turned into a beast. Sister, she draws her brother to her, saying that men are very fragile, so he needs to take care of his own health. The guy accepts these words, mentally emphasizing that his sister is very soft. The hero is thinking of getting a little haircut, so he asks his sister for her opinion. The same company states, which will always support him. Jang Hao realizes that the goddess is acting strangely, but he quickly finds out that the goddess is acting strangely. He doesn't think about it, because the iron has to be forged while it's still hot, so he decides tomorrow go to the barber shop, because the change in his image will start with his hair. The next day, he enters the barber shop building. He is met by a girl who immediately asks which one he needs to get a haircut, after which she pays attention to his beauty, assuring that find him the best master. The hero says that this should not be done, because he is not particularly scrupulous. After a few moments, he is met by a girl who asks him to sit down on a chair and tell her about his life. Hairstyle. The guy wants a hairstyle in the style of a girl. That is, to be cut as best they can and not. You need to try too hard to make it beautiful. These words confuse the girl a little, because this is the first time she's heard such strange wishes. She stares at the handsome man for a few seconds. Then it starts working. The barber thought that he was a special horse, that if he didn't speak well, it meant that he didn't know what to say. You need to do the opposite. Some time passes. The girl finishes the job by asking for a grade. The client about a hairstyle. The hero notes that she will go, and then specifies how much he will pay. I owe her. Jang Hao mentally understands that no matter how carelessly they try to cut his hair, but he still so beautiful. The girl also declares that she does not need money because she just wants take a photo with him to use for advertising her hair salon. The guy refuses, wanting to pay. She hands him a business card, telling him to come to her next time, and if you have any other requests, then he will serve him at the highest level. The guy's already starting. Gradually get used to this celebrity. When he returns home, he realizes that this haircut, for some reason, it didn't add to his masculinity, but it looks beautiful. Realizing that one stage, the transformation is over, Shang Hao decides to be reborn in this world completely new. A human being. The second stage of his transformation is the evaluation of clothing that meets his requirements. He opens the closet, which has a huge pile of very colorful clothes. He understands that he needs to be sure to change all your clothes. The hero begins a conversation with his father. He asks him to calm down, because it was his decision. Cut your hair so short, because it was hot because of the long hair. A man shakes all the time, so he picks up slipper from the floor, asking if he wanted to die by his hand, and who made him do this. And then the man specifies how after this he will marry something. Jang Hao asks not to resort to domestic violence without hitting him so hard. My sister comes into the apartment and says he's in a hurry to find out what happened. Seeing the evil father, he asks him to calm down, because excitement is harmful to health. The man is the same. Says that Hao had his hair cut short without permission, so he can't stay here. Calm, which really gives him a headache now. The hero hugs Ken, pleading, looking into her eyes. The same one decides to support him, saying that his brother already looks great, besides. But the work was done efficiently, and he himself warned her about this, so her father should not worry about it. The man also notices that Chang Kin is spoiling him a lot, so he doesn't know what to do. He demands that she talk to him again so that he will realize his mistake. Throwing a spiteful looking at his son, he decides to go cook. Zhang Hao thanks his sister for the recent incident, because if it wasn't for her, he would have had to run away. Kin, the same, notes that she is his sister and should take care of him, after which she suggests that he go to her room because she has something for him. The guy is happy that he got a chance to go to the room of a beautiful creature. He was looking forward to this moment. They go to her room, after which the beauty tells that when they moved, then I've been too busy to prepare a gift for him, but now my sister is here. Give it to him. Kin opens a small box of jewelry, asking if you like it. They're his. The hero wants to refuse the gift because they are too expensive, but the sister assures that they're not expensive, and whatever he wants, his sister will buy it for him. When Zhang Hao returns to his room with the gift, he carefully evaluates it, assuming that he has. There are no problems with vision, because this is quite an expensive piece of jewelry. He decides what he should do. Also give something to Kyankin, or even return these expensive earrings by opening your balance on. Finally, the guy realizes that he only has a little more than 2 yuan left after going to a hair salon. Lun writes to the hero, informing him that his new novel has been released, A Fragile and Elegant Guy. A cheeky boss, forbidden love, he was forced to run away from her, but there was nowhere to hide. Here in the head of the guy is born the idea that he can also write a novel, but for a start, he should. We need to come up with a story. Besides, the manuscript fee will be paid every day, right? They can save money quickly. The hero sits down at the computer, realizing that to write a novel about a domineering man will be very difficult. The guy decides to write about the great warrior, the city of women. It assumes that it is worth combine his world with its peculiarities and jokes into a story, and he will call it The Real One. A girl in a patriarchal world. The hero understands that everything is more or less fine with him, but it doesn't matter what world he is in to be there, because money is needed everywhere. Zhang Hao decides to send everything to the 4 sides, and just to celebrate what happened. It's a pity that right now he can only popsicle for 1 yuan. I can afford it. Approaching one of the shops, the guy gets a sense of nostalgia. The place looks familiar to him. He freezes for a few moments, and then a picture of the past comes back to him. It was in this place that he first saw Ame. She was a high school teacher and was very frail, but she stood firm, protecting him. Sister Ame is Uncle Jin's daughter from the post store next door. Then the beauty noticed that they live close. She invited the hero to her house for tea. At that moment, he thought that this must be the feeling. Love. And after that, he often went to this shop, until one day he did not know what to do. I confessed my feelings to my sister Ame. Zhang Hao was straightforward. Eating ice cream on the shops, he said he liked it. Ame also apologized, noting that she liked muscular guys, and he's too skinny. This was the impetus for the fact that the guy gave up the feeling of love, and that day he was like a madman, started pumping his muscles to become a man who can protect his sister. Zhang Hao notices that everything is different in this world, because here he is the idol of millions, so on. This time, she will definitely say yes. Entering the store, the hero hears a conversation between my daughter and father. The second one claims that she stays at home all the time instead of tearing up the 5th one. A point at work, so it's not clear to him how she's going to make money to bring in home a man. The girl believes that her father just takes out her brain because she is all the time engaged in physical labor. The man points out that this does not make any sense, because the Lai family's daughter is only a couple of years older than her, and she has already earned 300,000 for the ransom and bring an obedient hubby into the house. The girl does not see anything surprising in this, because it's only a measly 300,000, so she'd better go and unload a few trucks of bricks. The guy is surprised by this abuse, thinking that he should come back later. Here from behind the counter, Ame appears. At first, the guy thinks that his first love has not changed 1 iota, and then his little heart attack is not enough, because in front of him is a huge jock with the face of his first love. Girl, she snaps up to him, noticing that he has cut his hair. Zhang Hao falls to the pavement in fear, begging them not to approach him. The girl with the bright smile. She asks if he has something to do with her. The hero swears at God, demanding that he return it. My sister. Zhang Hao and Ame freeze in place. The girl asks if everything is fine with the guy, and then she offers to lean on it. The hero declares that it is not worth it, after which, having made 2 somersaults backwards, breaks the distance, saying that he is fine, and the time is already not childish, although there are things to do, so he won't keep his sister any longer. The girl asks the guy to give. At least she has her own WeChat. The hero also emphasizes that next time he will definitely give it. On the way home, Zhang Hao, swearing at the damn other world that turned the fragile girl Ame into a loud guy, understands that you need to sign up for Thai boxing, but this requires money. It also doesn't. He also forgot about the gift for Sister Kin. And he also had to sort out the clothes. Hero, he grabs his head, because money is needed everywhere, so only the devil knows when he will get there. To the riddle of the crimson moon. Then a familiar voice comes from the apartment. This is a sister who is happy that my brother was back. She asks him what he's talking about. Jang Hao blushes red from embarrassment. Kinyi leaned his back against the wall, performs some kind of exercise. She is wearing tight clothes that emphasize her figure. Hero, it's a little surprising that girls in this world can also do yoga. A guy though, it is decided to find out if my sister does yoga. The beauty explains that she is already very tired from the girls who work out at the gym, and I thought about the sports they do. Men, Zhang Hao smiles nervously, noting to himself that yoga is actually just for men. They don't, so this world can't fool him. Qin takes his brother by the hand, suggesting that he also do yoga because he is too weak a guy. Also, you shouldn't be, otherwise the school will start to bully. The hero becomes offended that in the eyes of his sister, he looks weak. He thinks it's overkill. Zhang Hao abruptly grabs the girl's hand, offering them to do arm wrestling together. Qin agrees with a bright smile. The girl decides to put forward a condition that the loser will have to fulfill one wish. The winner. The guy agrees to this. Brother and sister fasten their hands together on the table, getting ready to begin. Zhang Hao makes a mental note that this isn't just arm wrestling, but it's a virtue of it. Men, the hero starts this battle. His hand is shaking from exertion. My sister is smiling. To him, while in a relaxed state, he marvels at her heroic strength. In his past life, men went through fire and water for the sake of survival and the maintenance of their families. And here it is. The opponent is a beautiful girl, so he just can't blow her. Qin notices that Hao held out for a very long time, and this is not a bad result. The hero is the same, mentally cursing because his arm started to hurt a lot. He assumes that his health is. It failed him, but he still has the peasant's willpower, which is harder than stone. The guy's entire body, it's shaking. The girl decides to end the competition because Hao might get hurt. With a confident movement, he presses his hand to the table, leaving him no chance of winning. After that, the girl takes the opponent's hand, specifying whether his hand hurts because he tried very hard. Zhang Hao says he's fine. He admits defeat, asking what his sister's desire is. Qin also says that she doesn't need anything special. She wants to feel her head on her lap. When Zhang Hao hears this, he is very confused, and then quickly comes to the conclusion that the other person, I shouldn't have expected it from my sister. He agrees to this desire, seeing no alternative way out. The sister abruptly puts her head on the guy's lap, which pretty much surprises the latter. By hero, when she is shocked, she notices that, as she thought, his knees are super comfortable, so it's like being in heaven. Zhang Hao only now realizes that his sister was going to be lying on his lap. After a while, Qin asks if she can lie down like this for a while longer. The guy gives his own consent, mentally allowing her to lie like this for an eternity, because a real man does not need anything. It refuses. In the morning, the guy is woken up by the voice of Lun, who came to him with his sister. The hero is a little dissatisfied. This development, noting that in a previous life he was a slave, and in the same papadance. Zhang Hao says that brother Lun came very quickly. The same reminds you to make a friend bigger. I didn't call him that. Then the friend's little sister jumps on the hero's neck, calling him little brother. He looks for salvation in the eyes of the harrier, and he only sighs heavily. The child looks up at the hero, not believing that he does not remember her. In front of the girl, tears welling up. This is Lin. She is 6 years old and is the younger sister of Lin and Lun. The blonde man points out that it's not surprising that Zhang Hao doesn't remember her, since he saw her when she was 4 years old. He pulls the baby away from his friend. The guy offers to go to the house for a start, though he notices in his mind's eye that his brother didn't really have a little sister. Here Papadanitz feels the touch of the handles to his 5th point. The little girl decided to take advantage of, take a chance and feel the handsome guy that all the girls are running after. After entering the room, Zhang Hao claims that I don't want to go to the amusement park because it's too big for me. Boring. The blonde says that it is not boring there, because a new entertainment has opened in the park. A team of ghosts, and they should definitely help Mingyu Hua with her society illness. Lun says that he is not an expert, but it definitely doesn't hurt to take a walk and relax. At the same time, the girl puts on the hero's school uniform, and then finds his photos. Zhang Hao recalls an unsociable classmate who recently transferred to their class after. He agrees to go, but needs to change his clothes first. A real man doesn't go back on his word for help. Zhang Hao changes into more casual clothes. I prefer men's clothing. The little girl's jaw dropped at this, so she takes pictures of it on her phone. Lun also understands that women should wait for men. However, he doesn't want to keep Ms. Wang waiting either. Friends go on the road. 2 girls are waiting for the guys to arrive. The Harrier is the first to notice them, which he immediately informs the hero about. The next-door neighbor immediately greets Zhang Hao, and then, noticing the girl, decides to find out who she is. She's like that. A small bug clings to the hand of a hitman, claiming that it came with Hao Hao, her brother. He pulls her away, telling her that it's her little sister Lin, who, after hearing that he's going to go today, she'd gone to the ghost room, followed him, and now he had to keep an eye on her. The neighbor also notes that it is rare to see Hao Hao in such clothes, and even with a new one. Hair, because it is not only beautiful, but also feels style and order. My desk mate decides to find out if Prince Wu Yuhua has become more beautiful. Zhang Hao asks you to leave your compliments and go to entertainment, but the unsociable girl still finds the strength to say something. She declares that today it is very beautiful. This surprises the hero a little, but he is fast. He comes to himself, stroking the girl on the top of her head and saying that she is well done since she started talking. After that, the group goes to the ghost room, not wanting to waste any more time. A neighbor at the desk suggests dividing into 2 groups because there are too many of them. In the same group, there would be her and Hao Hao, and in the other, Yuhua, Lun, and Lingling. A girl is called by a friend too, that they should take care of the guys because she's a girl after all. She agrees with this. Here, the girl objects, saying that she wants to be together with Hao Hao. The hero enters the conversation. He asks Lin to go with her brother because she is the bravest of them and he is the most skittish. There's no need to worry about him because he'll be together with Ming Yuhua. The guy quickly assessed the threat. Imagine, from the look on Huang Yuanyuan's face, if he was in the same group as her, then she would definitely harass him. He would be much more comfortable with Yuhua. Blonde gets sad from these words. Zhang Hao suggests that we go to a friend's group first so that they can see the road and they can go to the other group first. They will come for them in 10 minutes, and then he asks if Huang Yuanyuan is afraid. That grabs the members of his group, saying that the girl can't be afraid of something, so he can't be afraid of her. Worry about Lin and Luna because she will protect them. The guy's ruse is successful, and the 3 enter the ghost room first. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao notices that it's their turn. They enter the corridor, from which their screams can be heard. Friends, the hero learns that Huang Yuanyuan is also a coward. He goes first, and the girl moves. Follow him. The guy decides to find out if Yuhua is afraid. She doesn't say anything. Zhang Hao says that if she gets scared of something, she should just stick with him. The classmate gives a positive answer, after which she gently grabs her friend by the clothes. You can tell she's a little scared. The hero also throws the bone hand to the side, because it stood up. Across the road, when the ghost appears, the hero apologizes, saying that they are in a hurry. After some time, he understands that the room is quite large. 10 minutes pass, and Zhang Hao feels that something is wrong. He looks around, but there is no Yuhua behind him. The guy is a little surprised. Such a development of events, because the girl literally disappeared. It goes back to find her. The guy looks in all possible places, without ceasing to call the girl. Here in the locker, he hears a response from his friend. Zhang Hao decides to look into it, not realizing that she is there. Forgot. Yuhua, with her feet pressed against her body, says that she is lost. The hero is momentarily surprised by this development, after which he smiles good-naturedly, holding out his hand and telling her that she shouldn't be afraid, because he would help her. The girl accepts a helping hand, admitting to herself that Zhang Hao was the first person to be so kind to her. When they went outside, they found a funny picture. Lun was lying on the pavement, shivering with fear and shouting that he would never set foot here again. The blonde notes that the guy stunned its own roar. The girl is ashamed of the fact that her brother shouted so loudly. The hero leans over, a friend, in a hurry to find out how he is. The blonde is happy that Hao Hao and Yuhua are out. Huan Yuanyuan notices that they were gone for a long time. She wants to share her thoughts on why this is so, but Zhang Hao gives her a snap, telling her to stop imagining things. Thereafter, the guy calls Yuhua over to join the others. The girl is breathing heavily. Sweat runs down her face. Zhang Hao notices her condition without understanding what's going on. A representative of the fair sex unexpectedly breaks forward for everyone, embracing the hero. Chapter 1-13. The hero notices that she lost consciousness due to the fact that she caught a cold, so they should go to the bench to put it down. The other members of the group have nothing to say to this. After a while, they find themselves at the bench. Lan doesn't know what to do. He suggests CPR, but this is his first kiss. Hero mentally begs his friend to be quiet. The blonde also doesn't want this to happen, so she suggests pinching the girl to avoid it. She'd have to do CPR, and anyway, she'd already called an ambulance. The hero asks for it. Friends to buy some water and something to eat while he stayed with her and tried to stir her up. The guy puts the girl's head on his lap. He understands that if she lost consciousness from for fear, then you need to try some kind of irritant. Jang Hao starts pinching Yu Hua's ears, which causes her to wake up. When it is fully implemented, when she opens her eyes, she immediately asks why he's doing this. The guy explains that she lost consciousness, so he tried to make her wake up. Interviewee admits that she was scared. A representative of the fair sex claims that now she is calm. The guy's hand is located on her cheek. The hero notes that they will no longer go to the ghost room, after which she asks if she has any pain. The girl gives a negative answer, noting that she wants to sleep. Yu Hua asks the guy not to leave. Jang Hao agrees, after which she falls asleep. The guy understands that he has met the most calm and gentle girl in this world, just her character is a little strange. After a while, the friends return with water and food. The girl takes a sitting position. Those present want to know how she feels, and see if she's in pain. Yu Hua notes that she is fine. The blonde, having heard such an answer, offers to go have fun further. Jang Hao thinks that's enough for today, so he offers to walk Yu Hua home. Instead, he asks her permission to do so. The girl grabs the hero's hand, offering go together. Papadanitz agrees. Lun holds his sister, who is furious. It becomes, I wonder what happened between the two of them. Linlin declares that he also wants to stick with Nim by the handles. Huang Yuanyuan notices that he also wants to know, because she's holding his hand, and it was her dream. They get in the car. The blonde man notices that he's never been in this place before. The neighbor at the desk also understands that it is not very convenient for her to get to school, since they lives in the suburbs. The hero asks them to be quiet for a while. The car stops at a huge gates. Huang Yuanyuan's jaw drops with envy. In the courtyard there is a beautiful and obviously expensive fountain. 2 maids and a butler meet them at the gate. The second notes that the lady should not have sneaking out of the house to have fun, because the master gave her instructions not to go like this, far away, so her actions would make him angry. Everyone's jaw drops to the ground, because no one could assume that Yu Hua turns out to be a majorette who lives in a rich mansion. Huang Yuan understands that Yu Hua's appearance doesn't tell you that she's rich at all. The harrier, surprised by the house, which looks like a real mansion. The hero also asks for comrades. React more calmly. He didn't expect that the new girl he was helping would be the same. Representative of the Golden Youth. Walking down the corridor, the butler notes once again that the lady went to such a far place today, and she still didn't bring any bodyguards, so if the master finds out about this, he will be worried, so she asks the mistress not to do it again. Yu Hua stops abruptly, determined to find out if mom and dad have returned home. Servants explains that the master has returned, but the mistress is still busy. The girl clutches the fabric of her dress, asking why her father didn't call her back. She says that he was busy abroad, but he prepared a gift for her and is already on his way back. A model of the tank that she likes. Servants perfectly understands the emotions of his mistress and sympathizes. It is obvious that she wants to be banal, care and communication with parents, not gifts. At this time, her friends are waiting for her at the table in. Huang Yuanyuan is the first to see her friend. She marvels at her beauty and her new clothes. Lun also doesn't. It remains on the sidelines. His eyes sparkle with stars from the luxury of this outfit. Only the hero decides. Keep quiet. It turns out that he was the only one who noticed one feature. Let the girl really look like more luxurious, but when compared to when they were together, now it looks like a lifeless doll. Jang Hao decides to ask what's wrong with her. The girl replies that dad is not happy again. I called her. The guy doesn't quite understand what this is all about. The other woman abruptly grabs her hand. The hero, Yu Hua, notices that she wants to give him something. The two of them go to her room. Once in it, the guy is very surprised. He knew that the girls of this world were very masculine. However, even his sister's room isn't so empty. Papadanitz decides to start a dialogue. Notices that the girl somehow became sad after she returned home. He recalls that she said that her dad hadn't called her, so he assumed that he was treating her badly. In his mind, he thinks that dads in this world are male moms. But in this manner, it's similar. Only Ming Yu Hua, her nanny, and the manager live, so the question is, where is she? Parents. The rich woman says that her dad loves her, but he is always busy. The hero decides to find out what's wrong with my mom. Her mom is also busy, so she's usually alone. This surprises the guy a little. Then, the girl explains that they are always busy with their own affairs. Because my mother is the mayor of the city, because of what she usually doesn't show up at home, and dad is always on business trips, earns a lot of money. The manager said they loved her. Sensing her sadness, Jang Hao puts her down, head on top of her head, saying that if she was lonely, she could call him, and he would call her. Huang Yuanyuan, Lin and Luanya, they were all her friends. Yu Hua grabs the hero's irk, saying that he needs to go with her. She pulls him along with her. After a few moments, they enter a room where various models of weapons are stored. The girl wants to give her favorite model to him, but the hero tries to refuse because he needs to. I don't really like this. In fact, Dad would just kill him if he brought that thing in home. The rich woman notes that this is the most expensive thing she has, and the manager said that friends, they give each other gifts. The girl wants to be his friend all her life. Chang Hao moves the model of the machine gun to the side, noting that they can be friends without it. This thing, Yu Hua lashes out at the other person with a hug, stating that she wants him to. He stayed with her for the rest of his life and never left her. Evening comes. My friends are coming home. Lun notices that he could not have guessed that. Yu Hua is from a well-to-do family, and the way she changed into such a beautiful outfit made me want to see her. A blonde might want to buy something British style. The hero notices that a friend already has a closet from lots of outfits. Then Zhang Hao realizes that God himself has given him a chance to upgrade his own, the wardrobe, and for a long time he wanted to get rid of this shame. Unexpectedly, the hero suggests that the Harrier meet tomorrow for clothes since he is so impatient. They go to the mall. The blonde notices his friend's dark mood, so he decides to find out what's wrong with him. Guy, he replies that everything is fine. In fact, he had finally accumulated some Sabbat money, however, he's going to have to blow them away today, which makes him sad. Lun offers a friend various options, bright blouses, but Zhang Hao is going to get a set of a normal man. When they finish shopping, he finally understands why girls like shopping so much. The blonde man, realizing that the issue of buying clothes was closed, offers to go and eat because he hungry as a wolf. He notices that they're just passing Mac. At the checkout, they are greeted by a girl who says that all the presented sets are new products. Their friends start rating menu at the checkout when one of the customers notices them. Zhang Hao shifts his gaze to the side that he doesn't get away from the attentive blonde guy who asks where he's looking. The Papadanites reply that they are not going anywhere, and then offer to order something already. He feels it himself, that someone was watching him. In fact, one of the girls took a picture of him on her phone, after which he was released. She wrote a post in social networks that she met just an incredible handsome man in McDonald's, and that she really wanted to marry him and take him home with her. The Harrier understands why Hao Hao is wearing a baseball cap. The hero explains that he is too beautiful, so he doesn't want to stand out. The blonde one realizes that a friend really needs to be careful. He even remembers that the school's celebrity Lin Zhangzhang doesn't go out of the gate without a girlfriend at all. The hero believes that he praises him too much. In the next instant, a chill ran down Zhang Hao's spine. Literally on an instinctive level, I felt the danger. At this time, girls in social networks under post-stalker began to communicate. The first girl does not believe that such handsome people really are. They exist. The second believes that he is more beautiful than all celebrities and stars. The third states that these are empty words, so the author should lay out everything that is known about this handsome man. The next one notes that she has already seen it somewhere. The latter gets a lot of questions. She tries to remember, and then a message pops up in her head from her friend Lin Ling, who says she bragged about going to the amusement park with Hao Hao. Lun calls her younger sister and informs her that her photos in the poppy have been leaked online, so she needs to. It is worth visiting Weibo, because it is in 5th place in the top. Lin bites her clothes, because if she didn't know, she wouldn't post it in the status, because Hao Hao is only hers. The hero doesn't understand how one photo could make him famous. The guy reads what they write about him in social networks. One girl says that at first she did not believe how an ordinary person can be so beautiful and get into the top 4, but as soon as I signed up for it, I realized that it was just miracle. Another girl notices that the handsome man is most likely not of legal age, so she decides to find out if he is going to join show business. The third girl does not believe that. There's only one picture of him on the internet. She is willing to pay for others, and a lot of money. Even McDonald's itself tried to take advantage of the popularity of this post to attract more clients to him, saying that they still have a lot of beautiful guys. After seeing all of this, Zhang Hao believes is impossible, and most likely all of them wrote not about him. He decides that he will wait a couple of days. Maybe everyone will calm down and forget about him, realizing that the cases are already over for today. He decides to watch the game streams. First to him, games with half-naked beauties pop up, but he quickly switches to the right one. Stream. He is even a little happy that there is no such thing on real playgrounds. He notices that apart from live broadcasts, nothing much has changed in the women's games, so nothing has changed. Nothing terrible will happen if he plays them. Papadanites ask an important question, how much? He is generally years old, and I can generally stream minors. He is also aware that, with his abilities, he can easily make money there. Then my sister comes into the apartment, who just came back. The hero greets her. Ken admits that she worked so hard at the research institute that she didn't even know what to do. I knew that during this time he became an internet star. Zhang Hao scratches the back of his head, a little surprised that she also knows this already. The girl menacingly looms over the guy, asking where they are going. Today, a couple with Lun Lun went. The guy says that Long Lun said he wanted to go. He went to get his things, and he was just about to buy some clothes himself. Zhang Hao feels that his sister, angry, she also leans over the guy and, looking directly into his eyes, asks if anyone has molested him. Something to do with it. He gives a negative answer, noting that she should not worry so much because he can take care of himself. Kin also says that Hao is too naive, because the women of this world are much more dangerous than men. He can imagine, and Daddy only has an only son, so if something happens to him, if that happens, she won't be able to look a man in the eye. My sister asks Zhang Hao for two things. First of all, if any woman tries to molest him, he should definitely tell his sister. Second, if he goes out again, he should also let her know right away. Here the girl comes. Send a message to your phone. She pulls it out, and the hero can see her screensaver. He's a little. It is amazing that he is on it. Lun calls the hero on the phone, saying that there are now a huge number of people in front of the school. An ash stump they gathered to see him. The hero decides to go home, noticing what he needs. Ask Kai Kin's sister for help, so that she can help him take time off, and then if he asks, she'll tell him everything. After writing a message, the hero immediately receives a response, from which it becomes clear that the sister will do everything. Zhang Hao thinks that it is very boring at home, so he decides to start streaming. The guy sits down at the computer, noticing that he is already an adult, and to be a streamer, probably much more profitable than taking exams for others. In addition, he had already played games. He clicks on the game's shortcut, launching it. The characters seem a little different to him. Strange, but the characteristics remained in their place, and only the appearance changed. He decides to give it a try. The hero spends the first game at an incredible level. Zhang Hao understands that his hands have not lost their former grip, and it's good to be young speed. The response is excellent. The guy realizes that he is still a god in gaming, so he decides continue playing. It's getting close to evening. The hero stretches, deciding to take a short break, and after dinner already, try to start streaming. After 6, he informs all his family that he will go to his own school, a room. Only the sister notices her brother's unusual behavior. After entering his room, Zhang Hao launches its first stream. He's a little nervous. The game starts. One of the players is constantly following him, literally ignoring the game. Wherever the hero goes, he follows the same path. The opponent believes that the hero is actually a cheater. These characters are controlled by a girl. After the death of your partner, however, he starts the analysis, considering that the opponent was in a disadvantageous position, but to him, still managed to defeat him, which is impossible for a player of this level. The girl thinks that the enemy used some scripts. A script is a tool that helps you cheat in games. The girl declares that if the opponent did not cheat, then she is ready to eat her monitor. The girl decides to see how good this cheater is. Between the hero and the girl begins a game fight in which the guy repeatedly takes the upper hand. From the live broadcast chat, a few things become clear to the girl. The audience's opinion about the opponent was divided. Some do not see any scripts in his actions, while others cannot believe that the goddess. A sports you can lose to someone, so we are sure that the game is unfair. Same one. The viewer notices that the enemy is also streaming. The girl also asks not to go to his stream. After all, this guy is a noob and still does not know what kind of cheats there will be serious consequences. When the game ends, Zhang Hao admits that this player gave him a good beating. Here it is. Notices that the number of its viewers has increased dramatically. In the chat, a skirmish begins because they consider him a cheater and a peasant girl. The hero does not quite understand what is being said. He decides to use the microphone and explain that he's such and such a guy. The audience likes it. Voice. But someone on the stream says that it can be a program to change the voice. After all, the camera is not turned on anyway. The guy clarifies how viewers found his stream, after which he emphasizes that he doesn't need any cheats because he can handle it himself. Here it turns out that Goddess Yu opened his broadcast on her stream, which provided him with free PR. Zhang Hao has as many as 12,000 viewers on the stream. It amazes him. At this time in the game, Goddess Yu wants to add him as a friend. The guy is amazed that on the first day of the stream, he already has such an asset. The hero doesn't understand what all this fuss is about. He decides to meet them halfway, because once Goddess Yu also came to the stream, then he will now show how he plays. The guy installs a camera that only shows his hands. A professional athlete evaluates his aesthetic hands. She immediately realizes that she's playing against a real hunk, so she's happy to have joined him as a friend. The audience just can't believe their eyes. They realize that these are definitely men's hands, and they beg him to turn on the webcam. The guy doesn't know what to do. At the same time, a girl is watching Zhang Hao's stream in the office. She notices that if they sign a contract with this newcomer on the platform, then they will roll money with a shovel because he has a lot of money on his hands. The stream already has 1,700,000 people. After finishing the stream, the hero decides to ask Loon tomorrow how things are going at school. Friends, they meet in a cafe. Zhang Hao immediately asks the blonde about the current situation. The same, he answers. The crowd is already smaller today. He assumes it's because they didn't catch him yesterday, so some did not come today, although there are still enough girls. Hero understands that a celebrity in the internet space is quickly disappearing, so tomorrow he will probably be able to go to school, but it is worth putting a hat on his head just in case. Mun decides to find out what Ha Hao has been doing for 2 days. The same honestly says that he wrote his own Roman yes stream spent. The last words make the guy jump up from his seat and run into the door. An interlocutor with a bunch of questions, because he could become even more popular during this time and earn a lot of money. Monies. The hero covers the blonde's mouth with his hand, silencing him. Zhang Hao admits that yesterday he just tried to stream for the first time, and there was nothing. He did not sign a contract with the streaming platform. At this point, he gets a message on his phone. A message asking them to contact their manager quickly to sign a contract, obtaining rights and privileges as a blogger due to the fact that his popularity has reached an exemplary level. Zhang Hao freezes in place, so the blonde man rushes to find out what's going on. Happened. The hero tells his friend everything as it is. The harrier rejoices for the friend, calling. It was faster to get a contract. And he always knew that such a handsome man was destined to become popular. And when he becomes a star and rakes in money with a shovel, he will be able to buy whatever his heart desires. The hero also notices that now he is a simple schoolboy, so if it affects his studies, then he will definitely be killed. Besides, if he becomes a celebrity, he won't. He will be able to have his own personal space, because he will know every little thing about it. The blonde one offers to lead a friend stream in a mask, because so it will only warm up the interest of viewers, and he just needs to sing and dance in front of the camera, and people will send him gifts themselves. Zhang Hao notes that he leads game streams, so you can do without a face. He emphasizes that he will try the friend option later. They leave the restaurant, but Papa Danitz, he feels that someone is sitting on his tail. For this reason, he tells a friend what he needs in a supermarket that would make it impossible for him to go with it. The blonde man runs home, asking Zhang Hao to be his friend. Careful. After that, the guy asks the 2 pursuers to get out. A few girls come out of the corner. Their main thing is that the guy is a real ladies' man, and he is, just like the picture she took. The girl says she will take care of him. The hero is the same, decides to find out who he's dealing with. Chapter 1-1. Morning comes. The sun is just showing over the horizon. The roosters begin to sing, calling everyone to get up. The door of a small wooden shed opens. A young guy with black hair comes out on the street. He scares the roosters with his appearance. The guy yawns sweetly and stretches, then rubs his eyes sleepily. He opens his eyes, and a smile appears on his face. He mentally declares, "It's time to start." The guy takes a broom and starts taking revenge by scaring off the roosters. The guy's name is Yong Kai. He is a disciple in the Sky Tower Pavilion. He started training at this place 2 years ago, but he was only able to reach the 3rd stage of body tempering. This is a very mediocre level, so the other disciples laughed behind his back, saying that spending 3 years to reach the 3rd stage of body tempering wasn't normal, but even mediocre. Yang Kai notes that the other apprentice brothers who entered the pavilion at the same time as him have long since passed this stage and are heading towards their future achievement. The hero had no choice but to do all the dirty work in the sect, continuing to train. The Heavenly Pavilion is a sect with a very distinct feature, which is the intensity of competition between disciples. In this place, power is everything. The principles are very simple. Take it away or it will be taken away from you. This law of the jungle has been around for a long time. If in other sects the foundation is built on friendship and relationships of students, then here everything is different. If you want to ascend, you will literally need to climb a ladder made up of your fellow human beings. The Sky Tower has a rule: students who are not yet 14 years old, regardless of their background, are sent for a 3-year internship. In these 3 years, everything is paid for by the sect, and all you have to do is practice. If you can complete your body tempering within these 3 years, then you will be taken to a famous sect with strong masters who will take you as a disciple, but of course, you can also practice alone if you wish. This is one of the special features of this pavilion. However, those who fail the test will either be forced to leave the sect or become apprentice helpers. The Sky Tower Pavilion consists of more than 3,000 disciples, while the apprentice assistants can be counted on one's fingers. Comfort is not guaranteed. Even if you miss a meal or it's too cold, no one will care. They've already tried to evict him. Obviously, the hero does not want to allow such a development of events. Young Kai realizes that they only lived for a couple of decades. The guy believes that if the choice has already been made, then you need to stick to it. Swerving halfway is ridiculous. While the hero went about his business, the other students gradually started to wake up. Several of them decided to visit him. Several guys approach the hero. One of them notices young Kai. From their faces, it becomes clear that nothing good can be expected. They surround the guy from all sides. Everyone is determined to show the guy his place in the world, pointing out that he is a student assistant, and that he still remains at the 3rd level of body hardening. It turns out that 5 days have passed since the test, and today there will be another one. One of the guys is dissatisfied with the actions of his comrades. He points out that it's not fair for young Kai to fight alone against so many opponents. Then the leader of the group notices that no one is keeping a protector here. The hero at this time gets down on his knees, taking a pose for meditation. This makes the students laugh. Young Kai meditates, ignoring everyone present who taunts him at this time. Some of the kids start whispering. Some do not understand why young Kai is sitting, while others explain to him that he is meditating. 2 men step forward. One of them expresses his opinions, thinking that the guy should stop doing nonsense and let them beat him up. In that case, they would both save themselves some time. The student also notices that the guy will definitely lose, because it is only at the 3rd level of body tempering. The second talker supports his friend, noting that they are different from him, so the faster this fight ends, the faster they will be able to return to their training. The hero ignores them, plunging deeper and deeper into meditation. A bird sitting on a tree notices how energy flows around the guy's body. This scares her, causing her to fall off the branch. The bell begins to ring. It's ringing all around. So when the bell rings 9 times and the sun rises in the east, then a new day will come. Young Kai's eyes snap open, coming out of his meditation. Chapter 1-2. The hero rises from his knees. He is immediately surrounded by bullies on all sides, who are already rubbing their fists in anticipation of the beating. One of the students asks young Kai to choose him. He even promises that he will be very lenient. The guy jokingly calls the student assistant master. The boy receives a powerful punch in the gut from a neighbor, who declares that he only needs 1 blow to end the fight. The second guy claims that this way he will save everyone time. A stampede of students begins. Everyone wants to show their superiority over the hero by asking them to choose him. The master assistant is in a hurry to choose his opponent, so someone in the crowd demands that he make his choice faster. Young Kai then throws the broomstick into the air to the astonished stares of those present, who gape in incomprehension. The broom falls to the ground, pointing at a particular student. The guy laughs, happy that he got a chance to prove himself in front of everyone. He comes forward in high spirits, telling his dear brothers not to be angry because he was chosen today. The students get angry, calling the kid a lucky bastard. Young Kai stands in front of his opponent. We are once again shown that he is an assistant disciple and has the 3rd stage of body tempering. His opponent is an ordinary student. His name is Zhu Dingyun, and he has the 5th stage of body tempering. It turns out that in the Sky Tower Pavilion, students differ in rank. The best students are the core students, then the elite students, then the senior students. The penultimate students in this group are ordinary students, and the last are assistant students. The main disciple is chosen from among the elite, later becoming one of the leaders of the sect. Young Kai notices that Zhu Dingyun may be an ordinary disciple, but he still hasn't been accepted into another sect. Both opponents wish each other a good sparring session, after which the hero is the first to take off. He throws a series of punches, and his opponent notes to himself that this is a wide kick, a must-learn technique for lower-ranked students. He easily dodges Young Kai's series of punches. Zhu Dingyun abruptly moves to the side, then hits the hero's arm with an elbow, and then ends the series with a knee under the stomach. Young Kai's face changes. It is clear that he is experiencing unpleasant sensations. Chapter 1-3. Zhu Dingyun is about to throw a right punch at the guy's face, but the latter takes a step back. A normal student's fist sweeps by a few centimeters away from him. This action puts the guy in a stupor. He's a little startled by this development. Young Kai decides to take advantage of this moment to strike back. The hero clenches his fist, intending to complete the duel. His opponent privately admits that he was tricked, but he does not see anything terrible in this. He decides to strike back. The 2 students' fists collide. Young Kai is sent flying backwards by the powerful blow, falling on his back. Zhu Dingyun's fist is steaming. He admits that the opponent's punch was faster than him, but Young Kai's body is so weak and fragile that it will be critical for him. An ordinary disciple would realize that if his cultivation level was the same as the opponent's, then perhaps he would be the one lying on the ground right now. Zhu Dingyun puts his hands together to mark the end of the fight. He closes his eyes, saying that his brother let him win. The crowd begins to mock the actions of an ordinary student. One of them is surprised that Zhu Dingyun thought that he really had won. The other guy laughs at this, claiming that the guy probably never heard of Young Kai's reputation. A voice from the outside notes that this is getting interesting. Zhu Dingyun himself doesn't understand what's going on. He understands that he only used one punch to take down the opponent. However, based on the rules of the sect, his opponent should have lost since he can't fight anymore. Young Kai rises to his feet at this time. He demands another duel, and then breaks down from his seat, starting to quickly reduce the distance between himself and the enemy. The hero turns his leg for a kick, and Zhu Dingyun recognizes this kick. It's a foot whip. The guy is amazed that his opponent can easily use this technique like this. The average student is not lost. He strikes Young Kai first, knocking him back to the floor. The hero rises to his feet again, demanding to repeat the duel again, while Young Kai again breaks down on his opponent to make another attempt. One of the crowd points out that Young Kai is incredible, but he points out that no matter how long the guy goes up, he still loses. At the same time, Young Dingyun, who is parrying all the blows of the opponent and striking back, can't believe that he was challenged to a fight by such a madman. Chapter 1-4. Young Kai didn't give up. Time after time, he rose to his feet, attacking his opponent with the same tenacity and strength. Zhu Dingyun was already starting to think that his boyfriend was crazy, because if he didn't give up right now, he would injure himself. Looking into his brother's eyes and seeing only the determination to win, Zhu Dingyun realized that Young Kai would not stop until he lost consciousness. As Zhu Dingyun moved away from another quick but not strong blow from his opponent, he decided to end this eternal confrontation. To do this, he struck a not weak blow with the edge of his palm on the neck of his brother, who after such a blow lost consciousness, falling to the floor. At the same time, a girl wearing a mask covering the lower part of her face was standing on a tree. She has a blue dot in her forehead and a pink bow with yellow inserts on her head. She is dressed in a lilac dress. She wrote down with a brush in her notebook that assistant disciple Young Kai had fought an ordinary disciple, Zhu Dingyun. There is also a note saying that Zhu Dingyun won. It turned out that the girl belongs to the Hall of Shadows of the Sky Tower Pavilion. These are special forces. They are under the jurisdiction of the Third Elder. Their job is to keep records of everything that happens within the sect, including duels between students. None of the students are worried about their achievements or points earned in the sect. The Shadow Hall disciples take this into account as well, announcing the results every month. The girl wrote that it was the 7th century, the 15th year, and the month of May. She prescribed that Young Kai's 147th trial was not successful. It turns out that the hero was tested every new month, trying to assess his speed of growth. Watching Young Kai lying on the floor, the girl thinks about his motivation. She understands that being defeated 147 times is a record number in the entire history of the Heavenly Pavilion. A representative of the fair sex notices that the guy has already been demoted to an assistant student, and his well-being is neglected. Then she wonders what's keeping him in this place. She guesses that it was all because of his own stupidity. The hero rises to his feet. My whole body aches and my limbs tremble. He remembers that he didn't pass out under the tree, so he wonders why he woke up under it. Chapter 1-5. Young Kai notes that what is happening is very strange, because he does not remember before that there was someone in the sect who was kind enough to drag him under a tree. The guy breaks out of his thoughts, pain all over his body. The hero nervously complains that his bleeding wounds are not shared anywhere, even though he was dragged under a tree. He grabs his back. Then he notes that it would be better to leave it in the same place, because now he will have to heal your wounds more thoroughly. Then he notices that there's something in his right hand. He opens his fingers and sees a small bottle labeled medicinal ointment. Young Kai reflects on what is happening. In his hands is an ointment that stimulates blood clotting. He understands that the medicine in this place can be purchased for 10 achievement points. This means that even for a month of dirty work, he will not be able to buy such an ointment. The guy sniffs the smell, trying to figure out what it is. He is surprised to realize that this is medicine with smell-enhancing herbs. The guy hides the bottle in his clothes, mentally declaring that even though he still doesn't know who helped him, he, Young Kai, will definitely repay this person in the future. After such thoughts, the hero picks up his broom from the ground and goes to his small house. Young Kai takes off his clothes. There are several dozen bruises and abrasions on his body. He throws his things aside, leaving only his underwear on. Taking out a bottle of medicinal ointment, he decides to use it. Young Kai opens it, then takes a small part on his fingers. The guy understands that the ointment that stimulates blood clotting is good against physical wounds, but if he dilutes it in water, the effect will be much weaker. As much as the hero wanted to use all the ointment at once, but his brain kept saying that this should not be done, so he diluted a small part of the bottle in the water that began to wash. Young Kai understands that he must use this ointment very carefully. Having finished with the treatment of wounds, the hero collapses on the hay, which serves as a bed for him. He puts on clothes in advance so that it is more or less comfortable to sleep. The hero closes his eyes, hiding behind some kind of blanket. Suddenly, a faint purple mist appears next to him. Because of it, the guy starts to sweat a lot. Chapter 1-6. Young Kai sleeps on his back. Under his head appears a strange object in the form of a parallelepiped, which has a purple color. The guy dreams of one of his fights. After another fall, the hero rises to his feet and again breaks down on the enemy. His opponent is Zhu Dingyun. The opponent is amazed that this idiot does not give up. Then Young Kai jumps on it. With a kick, he knocks the opponent to the ground. The guy admits that he lost his balance. Standing over the defeated opponent, the hero grins. He breathes heavily, but confidently declares that it was not difficult for him to defeat him, and that soon no one in the whole world can resist him. Young Kai's smile in his dream is reflected on his real body. A strange dark purple energy penetrates the room to the guy. It reaches his body and hits him squarely in the head, causing him to wake up with an unpleasant sensation. Young Kai jumps up from his seat. Finding no one in the room but himself, he exhales calmly, mentally wondering what kind of dream he had. He admits that in that dream, he was so intimidating. The hero quickly discards such thoughts, considering all this nonsense. He looks through the hole and sees that the sun is still at its zenith, which means he's only been asleep for a couple of hours. The guy gets out of bed and puts all the bedclothes nicely. Then he notices something strange. He picks up a piece of rock. It seems to him that he has become different. It looks like it has become a little lighter. Then the stone jumps out of his hands, starting to glow with a purple glow. It opens abruptly. It turns out that this is a book. An unknown force begins to turn one page after another, as if looking for something necessary. When the book opens on a certain page, it falls to the floor. Young Kai looks on in bewilderment. He hesitates for a few moments about what to do, and then decides to pick up the object from the floor. His body is shaking slightly from fear, but he picks up the book from the floor anyway. When he touches it, the purple energy reappears. Chapter 1-7. Young Kai picks up the book, starting to flip through its pages. During this process, he realizes that the book is quite solid, but completely empty. The guy remembers that, "I found this black stone while hunting in the mountains." He admits that he never thought it would turn out to be a book. The hero mentally notes that an empty book is of no use. Then he notices that yellow letters appear on one of the pages. They form several lines that read as follows: "With a suitable vessel, a golden body will descend. It's not a miracle, but a golden immortal." Young Kai slams the book shut, realizing that the words have an intimidating aura. He hesitates for a few moments, biting his lip, before finally working up the courage to open the book again. Opening the book in the same place, the hero reads to the very end the entire phrase, which sounds like this: "With a suitable vessel, a golden body will descend. It's not a miracle, but a golden immortal. Don't break the rules. May the indomitable spirit descend." The guy is trying to rethink everything. His last words about the indomitable spirit catch on. They don't understand what it means. He tries to sort through everything that happened earlier in his head, from turning the stones into a book to his dream. He guesses that his last dream may have something to do with this book. After repeating to himself the first lines about the golden body descending with a suitable vessel, Young Kai decides to take a chance and try. He bites his thumb until it bleeds, and then a few drops fall on the page of the book. The place where his blood comes in contact with the book does not form spots, but a dark purple whirlpool appears. The spinning funnel continues to grow and literally rises from the book, freezing in the air above it. The hero repeats to himself the words that with a suitable vessel, a golden body will descend. A bright object appears out of the whirlpool. Because of its high brightness, it is difficult to understand what it is. The golden swirl transforms, and Young Kai sees a skeleton sitting in the lotus position. The dark purple swirl on the pages of the book gradually disappears. Looking at the skull of the creature that has appeared, the guy thinks that he is mocking him, so the hero begins to pull his hands to him, trying to show him his place, because this is just an ordinary skeleton in his opinion. Chapter 1-8. The guy's hand passes through the skull of a golden skeleton, which abruptly begins to move towards him. In the next instant, the golden skeleton makes contact with the hero's torso. A powerful maelstrom of yellow energy envelops Young Kai's body, which begins to absorb the power. The hero falls to the floor. Sweat trails down his temples. The book falls down beside him, and he growls in pain. Dropping to his knees, he clutches his chest, starting to feel the changes inside his skeleton. His broken and cracked bones begin to heal right before his eyes. It is clear that this does not happen painlessly. Young Kai screams from the unbearable pain inside his body. This is heard by one of the students who passed near his house. The guy is trying to withstand the real torment of hell. At the same time, he realizes that this golden immortal will want to take over his body and mind. But the hero does not intend to just retreat. He is determined to preserve his body and mind. Several hours pass. Evening comes. The day is drawing to a close. The sun is no longer as bright as it was at noon. Its rays took on a dimmer tone. The hero continues to lie on the floor, trying to endure this torture. Yang Kai takes a sitting position, holding his head with one hand. He's trying to figure out what's going on right now, and what this book was doing in that forest. Then he is surprised to realize that his body is no longer aching from the pain. Once on his feet, the hero feels that he has become stronger. He assumes that his body has become stronger. He grabs his left hand by the wrist, realizing that all his injuries have evaporated. But it doesn't really change anything, because he's still at the third stage of body tempering. No drastic changes have taken place. Yang Kai starts looking around nervously. He doesn't know where that book went. Just as he thought of it, the black book materialized in midair, falling to the floor with a loud pop. The guy walked over to the black book and picked it up from the floor. I checked my guess several times. It turned out that the book can appear and disappear at his behest. Chapter 1-9. He finally realized that this was a book made out of spirit stone. Only when hundreds of millions of spirits are gathered together in the abyss, and coupled with the exorbitant human labor, is such a spiritual stone created. The hero understands that with the help of such a treasure, not only can he easily crush the heavenly pavilion, but also almost any expert in this world. Yang Kai realizes that he is too weak right now, so he wonders how he can keep this book safe. The guy admits that going out alone is practice. The only way he can protect her is to become stronger. Up to this point, he has traveled a lot and seen a lot of different things, so now it's time to start training. The hero decides that he needs to make the most of it, since he owns this black book. He notices that there are still many pages in the book, which means that there is more than one treasure hidden in it. The hero opens a new page of the book, where another entry also appears, which reads, Majestic Golden Body, Body Tempering Records. The guy feels that something is pouring into his mind. Yang Kai realizes that the notes on the body tempering technique have appeared in his head. He recalls one of the strokes, which looks very simple, but in fact, in order to achieve a good performance of this blow, it is necessary to observe a strict requirement, to practice only while facing the rising sun in the east. It follows that he will only be able to practice it for half an hour every day. The guy notices that the sun has set below the horizon. He yawns, noting that it's late and it's time to go to bed. The hero puts the book next to him and falls on his side, sinking into sleep. It's early morning. The roosters don't even have time to start singing when Yang Kai comes out of his house. Seeing that the sun is just beginning to rise from the horizon, he knows that now is the right time. The guy takes a deep breath, then takes a fighting stance in order to start honing that very blow. He puts his hands shoulder-width apart, then concentrates his strength between his palms, preparing to hold the first blow correctly. The hero makes a blow, after which he begins to feel an unpleasant kickback in the bones all over his body, which begin to crack from the heavy load. Chapter 1-10. Yang Kai is breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. Sweat is pouring down his face. He realizes that it was only the first of 6 moves. The guy is horrified that this is not even 1% of the body tempering technique, but it already has some difficulties in learning. After taking a couple of breaths, the hero takes a deep breath, deciding to continue training. Mentally, he notes that he must not give up. The next 3 moves are also not easy. Sweat drops from the guy's fists, and after performing the movements, the whole body begins to tremble from the frenzied load. He exhales heavily and then continues training, realizing that there isn't much time to hone this punch. With a belligerent roar, he continues to repeat those 6 movements, which each time are given easier and easier to the hero. Half an hour passes. Training time is over. The hero closes his eyes to calm the trembling all over his body and assess his progress. He is experiencing a very unusual feeling. He is visited by the thought that he has moved on to the 4th stage of body hardening. He marvels at this, as it took him almost 3 years to reach the 3rd stage of body tempering, and it only took him half an hour to advance further. Yang Kai realizes that the technique he used now is extremely effective. The hero's face paled. It turned out that there was a side effect of such a tough workout. Yang Kai fell to his knees, spitting out some strange black concoction from his body. After wiping his lips when the vomit is all out, the guy realizes that it is the impurities of his body. It turns out that the practice of the body hardening technique contributes to the gradual removal of impurities from the body. Yang Kai had experienced this before, but never before, faced with such a volume. As he gets to his feet, he realizes that even though he has reached a new stage, he still hasn't been able to make any real progress in learning the fist tempering technique. Raising his eyes to the sky, the hero realizes that he was able to comprehend only about 1% of the entire technique. But even now he is beginning to wonder what will happen when he fully masters it. Yang Kai picks up a broom and goes about his business. Chapter 1-11. A girl with a dark blue diamond in her forehead stands at her post, continuing to keep records of what is happening in her zone. Then she notices that the guy she helped yesterday is now alive and well and starts dusting the entrance. Young Kai goes about his business with a serious face. One of the students asks how he is doing, and the other sweeps that the hero has been sweeping in this place for an hour. The girl watching everything from the tree laughs. Mentally, I think the guy is an oddball. The guy is completely lost in his own thoughts, despite the fact that he now practices such a special tempering technique every morning. It turns out that the rest of the day he is always free. Then the hero hears footsteps nearby. One of the students runs into him, but young Kai remains standing like a rock while the runner falls on his 5th point, trying to recover. The hero decides to find out if everything is in order with the brother student. The boy assures the other person that everything is fine, repeating it twice out of excitement, and in his mind he wonders when young Kai became so strong, because not so long ago, he could not stand up to anyone like an autumn leaf. The boy quickly gets to his feet and runs away, saying one last word that he has to go. Young Kai asks the fleeing disciple brother where he is going in such a hurry. The guy tells him that he is going to the Hall of Merit. Then it dawns on the hero that today is the 8th day of the month. It turns out that every 8th day of the month, all students' achievement points are added up, and as a result, they are awarded rewards and, possibly, even promoted in rank. The guy starts counting his points. He only had 10 contribution points. However, he was challenged 6 times, in which he lost. This means that he lost 6 points, respectively. Young Kai exhales heavily, realizing that this time, he will only get 4 points in a month. He also notices that he may have continued to sweep without remembering the event. The hero enters the Hall of Merit. He sees an old man sitting with his back to the guests. The guy understands that this old man is dreaming about the students of their pavilion again. The old man really has hearts in his eyes. He does not react to the appearance of the guy, continuing to fly in his dreams. Young Kai refers to the old man as Guardian Meng. Then the old man pays attention to him, turning his whole body towards him. He calls them child, smiling slightly. Chapter 1-12. The hero decides to clarify what the other person is looking at in this way. The old man answers the question with a question, wanting to know why the disciple didn't arrive here this morning. Yang Kai claims that he had too much to do this morning. Guardian Meng begins to wag, saying that he understands everything. But it turns out that the student interrupted his serious thoughts about the secrets of the universe. The old man asks whether to give everything to the student as usual. The guy gives a positive answer, after which 10 pieces of silver appear on the table, and Keeper Meng himself fixes them in his document. Yang Kai decides to clarify how many contribution points he currently has available. The man explains that each month the guy gets 4 points, one of which he spends on 10 silver coins. That leaves 3. In total, he had accumulated 12 contribution points. The old man asks if the guy wants to buy a bottle of cream for healing wounds. The hero refuses, but thanks for the offer. Inwardly, he realizes that 12 points is very small, because he can't even ask for 1 stalk of precious herbs. Guardian Meng notes that the growth rate of a disciple is greatly affected due to the fact that he is trying to save up for the essence tempering pill, so the old man wonders how much longer he still wants to collect. Glasses. The guy, realizing that his path is very difficult, notes that he can succeed thanks to this. The old man declares that with his current growth rate, he will have long since passed away. The hero still decides to find out one important detail that he does not understand. The interlocutor allows you to ask a question. He wonders why no one has exchanged their points for the essence tempering pill so far, even though there was even an announcement that it appeared in their pavilion. Keeper Meng explains that the whole reason is up to him. It turns out that O personally manages it, so very few people know about it. These words surprise the guy, so he asks again if the other person really has the pill. The old man replies that the interlocutor should not think too much, because even if he has it now, he still has to exchange it for contribution points. The old man notes that his word in this matter is far from the last. Then the guy confidently declares that he will accumulate a sufficient number of contribution points. Guardian Meng noticed the fact that he had heard about the hero being beaten up recently. Yang Kai's face darkens at these words. He doesn't understand the mood of the other person, so he turns around and starts moving towards the exit. In the doorway, he hears the voice of an old man, who asks the young man not to leave and talk to him. The hero also notes that they have nothing more to talk about. In Yang Kai's opinion, the old man was even glad to be defeated. An experienced man advises the young man to return home, because he believes that the Sky Pavilion is not the right place for him. Guardian Meng is worried about the other person, because if his trial is prolonged, then one day he may lose his life. These words make the hero stop. He stands for a few seconds, thinking about the other person's words and waiting for some continuation. But when he gets nothing more, he declares that he has no place to go back to. Yang Kai then leaves the room. Chapter 1-13. Keeper Meng laughs after the hero leaves. He wonders how long the essence tempering pill will last in this old man's possession. Then the mentor notices that it came to him to lie a little to help the guy. However, he thinks that the interlocutor still would not believe him. Events are transferred to the village of Black Plum. As Yang Kai walks down the street, where there is a huge number of residents, he remembers that every time he visited this village, he felt a little anxious and unpleasant, but today these feelings are not present. The hero seriously thinks about what this might be related to. He assumes that the golden skeleton has something to do with it. Passing by a dark alley, the guy notices that several people are communicating in it. One of them is wearing the shape of a sky pavilion. One of the guys notices Yang Kai. He has black hair, a scar on his forehead, and a small cut under his right eye. Seeing the witness, the brunette is angry, but the hero manages to leave before something happens. Approaching the designated place, the hero thinks about whether his vision failed, because among the crowd he saw a brother student. After that, he realizes that it's quite normal, because Black Plum Village is located near the Sky Pavilion, so it's normal to see a couple of disciples here. Opening the door, he calls out to his aunt. A girl comes out to him, who asks if the guy has come for rice again. Yang Kai confirms this by asking for one bag. Then the saleswoman notices the fact that the hero buys a bag of rice only once a month, which makes her have a logical question about whether this is exactly enough for the guy. Yang Kai says that one bag of rice for a month is more than enough for him. My aunt points out that he is a real liar, because just by looking at his emaciated body, you can understand that he is not eating enough. The brunette also emphasizes that he also hunts in the mountains nearby to feed himself. After listening to the conversation between the wife and the buyer, the merchant declares that the woman can take that old rice from the warehouse and give it to this young man. A representative of the fair sex supports this decision. The hero feels uncomfortable about this, so he asks them to stop and not do it, claiming that they don't have to do it at all. My aunt says that they can't sell these bags because the insects chewed through them. In addition, she adds that her husband said that getting rid of insects is much more important than a couple of bags of rice. The woman asks the guy to wait on the spot while she goes to get rice. The hero, meanwhile, talks to himself about this situation. It turns out that every time he buys rice, the boss and his wife constantly find different excuses to give him much more rice. In fact, there is nothing wrong with rice. It's not old or anything. Yang Kai thanks Auntie for this. Chapter 1-14. While the woman goes to get rice, the hero is left alone with the boss. The man starts the conversation by noticing that the guy is lonely and that he is having a hard time right now, so he decides to give him a helping hand at such a moment. It says that if the guy is hungry, then let him come to them. The merchant confirms that they do not have much, but there is always rice. Yang Kai can only accept such help with bowed head, because he doesn't know how to respond to such kindness. At the same time, a couple of young men approach the store. One of them is supporting the other by the shoulder. They are met by a young guy who is dressed the same as the boss. He specifies what the gentleman would like to buy. Those, in turn, demand that he get out of the way. One of the visitors hits a young boy with his leg. He falls to the floor, clutching his bruised side, where the blow landed. The boss immediately flies up from his seat, trying to figure out what happened here. Yang Kai is currently lifting the injured person off the floor, trying to somehow help him. The hero looks up and recognizes the guys. He had seen them in the alley he passed on his way to this place. The guy with the scar on his head loudly asks who is the boss here. The man replies that he is the owner. Then the brunette lashes out at him with accusations. According to him, he sold poisoned rice, which caused even his comrade, being strong and robust, to very simply become so weak after a bowl of his rice. The guest claims that the owner of the establishment sells poisoned rice for profit. After such a statement, the owner begins to strain a little, assuring that this is simply impossible. Then the guy with the scar on his forehead continues to push, claiming that his friend bought some rice from him in the morning and dined on it, after which he became so weak that the guy himself did not have time to eat his portion. The man begins to worry a lot, so he interrupts the interlocutor, saying that all this is some kind of misunderstanding. Then the visitor claims that the old man is blatantly lying, because if not for his rice, then everything would be fine with his brother now. Yang Kai gets up from his seat, because the boy who was hit by the guest's blow has already come to his senses. He approaches the two guys, about to say something to them, but the owner's hand stops him. The old man explains that even if he suffers a loss, he must avoid trouble. These words startle the hero, but the man returns to the question of the guests. He notices that he can't do anything to help the guy with his brother's illness. These words sting the young man with the scar on his forehead, but the owner keeps talking. The man notes that there is absolutely nothing he can do here other than just look at his brother, so he suggests calling a doctor for the guy. He also says that if young people have problems with money, he will be able to pay for treatment himself. This annoys the brunette, for whom such words sound as if the owner wants to make them look like scammers. The guy claims that they are decent people who always follow the path of good, but the owner sold them poisoned rice, so they have no other choice. The hero notices to himself that he does not see any real decency in the guy opposite. After listening to the words of the victims of poison rice, the owner ceases to understand at all what these people want from him, so he rushes to find out about it. At this time, a crowd of people gathers on the street, which warms the ears. A young man dressed in the clothes of a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion also enters the room. That's when Young Kai realizes that he's already seen these guys in that alley. Chapter 1-15. A new person wearing the clothes of a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion enters the room. He assesses the condition of the victim, and then goes to the owner of the establishment. The hero also realizes that all these guys are familiar with each other, so he is sure that they are up to something. The companions exchange glances, after which the student approaches the owner. A dark-haired man with a scar under his eye declares that the guest should not pretend to be a hero. The disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion notices that the guy's brother is very weak, so he rushes to find out if this poison is really so strong. The victim's brother says that all this is obvious. In addition, according to him, they are already spending this precious time on treatment in order to bring the old man to clean water. After that, the chatterbox focuses on the fact that if this is not done, then other people may suffer. Young Kai, meanwhile, takes a moment to talk to the owner. He asks if Uncle He has offended any of them before. The man nervously replies that he doesn't. The hero then begins to speculate that his rice shop has begun to interfere with someone. The interlocutor does not quite understand who can interfere with such a small shop. After hearing a rather strange answer, Young Kai tries to understand what the visitors are up to, arranging such a theatrical performance. Here, the disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion sneers, then abruptly strikes at the patient, warning him of the danger in advance. At the last moment, the poison one evades the guy's attack, breaking the distance with a jump. Then the disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion is surprised that, despite the poison, the guy very easily dodged his attack. One man in the crowd shouts that he is a crook who tried to frame them. The second one notices that the disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion has very impressive martial arts. Meanwhile, Young Kai is seriously considering the situation. The heroic actions of the disciple brother, who defends the honor of the weak, are very correct, but the hero has doubts about the purity of his intentions because he saw him in that alley. She wonders what the show is all about. At the same time, the guy with the scar on his forehead declares that the disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion should not pry into other people's affairs. A guy who wants to look like a hero of the people introduces himself. His name is Sumu, and he is a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion, as expected. The most grumpy guy notices that they admit defeat because they can't compete with the Sky Pavilion, but he claims that he remembered the other person's name, so one day they will meet again. At the same time, the hero almost laughs, amazed at this masterpiece game, because these actors do not even have an Oscar. Sumu demands that the deceivers get out of his sight. A couple of brothers are about to leave the store together. The hero also realizes that if you let them leave like this, then their plan will be successfully completed. Young Kai suggests that the plan is most likely to get Sumu to start respecting the deceived people. The hero simply cannot allow this, so he calls on the two brothers to stop because they did not even apologize to this shop. He also points out that if they don't teach them a lesson now, they might do the same thing next time, just like at Liu Shi's clothing store or his Yang's grocery store. Chapter 1-16. The crowd supports Young Kai's thoughts. One of them approves that they shouldn't just let these scoundrels go. Another clings to the second part of the hero's monologue, saying that if they let them go, then one day two brothers may come to his store, disgracing their reputation. A couple of guys freeze in place, not knowing what to do. Sumu, on the other hand, becomes angry as he realizes that he is losing control of the situation. At the same time, the hero approaches the guy. He notices that his brother said earlier that all good deeds should be carried out to the end, so Young Kai suggests that they detain these two together. Obviously, this development does not suit the brazen deceiver, so he asks his brother to wait. The hero says that he is also a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion and stayed in it for almost 3 years. Mentally, the interlocutor is surprised that the dumbass is standing in front of him. Young Kai also emphasizes that it is not worth wasting time, and being brave and courageous is his way in life. So he once again suggests that his brother arrest two scoundrels and help Mr. He restore justice. This will raise the prestige of the village. The crowd approves of such a decision, supporting the two Heavenly Pavilion disciples in doing so. Sumu looks at his companions with an apologetic look. The hero, meanwhile, is smiling behind his back. After waiting for a while, Young Kai still steps forward, placing his hand on his comrade's shoulder and calling him to action with his words. Mentally, the deceiver understands that this was not part of the plan. His plans. He winks at his companions, trying to calm them down. He makes a mental note that one way or another, he must help them escape when the opportunity arises. The two brothers are very worried. and the hero carefully observes the actions of the brother student. Then the owner of the restaurant, Reese, decides to help the guys. He calls out to the crowd, stating that the disciples of the Heavenly Pavilion need help with such a matter. The people were blown up from their seats. They surrounded the two brothers from all sides, preventing them from getting out. The crowd turned on the two guys, starting a small scuffle. The deceiver, who wanted to put himself in a better light in front of the deceived people, was lost, frozen in place, and did not know what to do. When the residents calmed down, two brothers were left lying beaten on the road. One of them began to stretch out his hand in the direction of his friend, literally begging him for help. Sumu also threatened that he wouldn't allow anyone to call him by his first name. Chapter 1-17. A couple of brothers were sprawled on the floor, unable to move. The hero still decided to ask them how many more evil things they had done before. At the same time, young Kai refers to them as despicable. One of the crowd remarked that the two men were a disgrace to their village. The hero also clung to these words, offering to execute the guys for being a thorn in this village. He immediately asks if anyone has any objections. These words silence everyone present. No one is in a hurry to say anything on this issue. Because of this, a deathly silence has hung. One of the beaten scammers looks up at Sumu, who is still recovering afterward. He thinks the boys have had enough. Young Kai clings to his brother's words. He highlights the important fact that if their prank today had been successful, this shop would probably have closed down, because without income, Uncle He's family would not have been able to survive. The hero notes that they would have starved to death. It is because of this that Brunnet elaborates on how they might not make these scammers pay the price. Sumu claims that there is some truth in his brother's words, but killing people like this is somehow wrong. At the same time, the main fraudster swears to himself because they are tied hand and foot. Young Kai, on the other hand, continues to gently push the other person. He argues that they should both stick to the path of justice and live by helping others. After that, the hero asks if Sumu is not able to end the life of this garbage. Then he immediately corrects himself, asking if there's any reason why his brother doesn't want to kill them. The main scammer tries to keep his face to the very end, so he answers the question with a question, asking the interlocutor if he thinks that he knows something. At this time, the hero is approached by the owner of the institution, who has doubts about such radical measures, which he is in a hurry to express. After listening to Uncle He, the guy returns his gaze to his brother, wanting to finish him off completely. Young Kai says that he thought that his brother was one of those who stands for the weak, but in this case, he does not understand why he cannot do it, because in this way he will help many people. Sumu laughs at this, noticing the fact that the other person thinks he's afraid of it. He begins to defend himself, claiming that he has already seen a life taken many times. After listening to the confident words of the interlocutor, Yang Kang clarifies what then he is waiting for. A disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion becomes despondent, realizing that he dug his own grave out of pride. Just then, one of the beaten guys gets up from his seat on shaky legs. Two brothers claim that Sumu is a liar. They say that he was the one who forced him and his brother to come here and start a fight, so that they could help get rid of them, thereby gaining a good reputation. Second brother is supportive, claiming that Sumu's words aren't worth a penny. Sumu says it's all nonsense. This surprises his fellow officers. The guy who pretended to be poisoned by the rice of a local grocery store loudly and clearly tells the whole neighborhood that they were the victim of this guy from Heavenly, the Pavilion. He forced them to do it because he thought that the daughter of the boss of this shop would treat him better. Chapter 1-18. Ian can't help but realize that there was no point in lying to the kid, and he knows they know each other. Sumu insists that all this is nonsense to blacken his name. The beaten boy claims that he did not say anything bad, because although the two brothers, do not differ much in knowledge, but even they were in doubt about this plan. The beaten guy continues to insist that everyone around him should know the truth that he and his brother are only victims of his plans. He notes that their families are starving, so they were looking for any ways to earn money, and then Sumu appeared, offering to run an errand. The hero decided to clarify that how much he offered the brothers for such an assignment. Beaten claims that their payment would have been 50 taels in silver. These words startle young Kai, who believes that this is quite a lot of money. Uncle He is very angry at this, realizing that the beaten ones probably don't lie. He calls Sumu a scoundrel for trying to get hold of his daughter. The man notes that he has no right to do anything to him, because he is from the Heavenly Pavilion. However, in the place of his parents, he would be very ashamed. The man in the crowd is astonished that someone from the Sky Pavilion would be capable of such meanness. The girl standing next to him supports these words, noting that he is not a hero at all. Sumu knows that he has to leave, because his plan has gone downhill. His reputation was ruined, and all because of this brat. Because of this, the guy decides to approach the hero to find out his name. Young Kai asks him to guess. This pisses off Sumu, who was already on edge before. He says that the other person should not try to hide the name, because he will find out anyway, because he has been in the pavilion for almost 3 years. The guy notes that on the upcoming test of students, his brother will have a very hard time because he clearly remembered his face. After making such a furious speech, Sumu hurries to leave the village. He pushes people aside in his path. The hero at this time notices that the two brothers are already gone. Uncle He also rushes to thank the guy for his help, noting that he helped him out a lot today. But the fact that this guy will now have problems does not go away from the experienced eye. Yang Kai also asks not to worry about him, claiming that Sumu is a bad person. Even if he remembers him, it's not a bit scary. Then the owner of this shop puts his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that he should still be careful, because he will not be able to find a place for himself if something happens to the interlocutor because of him. The hero is forced to agree, promising that he will be more careful in the future. He picks up a bag of rice as he leaves the store. Uncle He wishes him a safe journey, and the boy thanks him again for the rice, asking him not to worry about it. When Yang Kai returned to his small shed, he left the bag of rice at the entrance, noting that now he didn't have to worry about food for the next month. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, then mentally noted that he expected this Sumu to be waiting for him on the way here. It came as a surprise to him that this did not happen. Then the guy realizes that according to the rules of the Sky Pavilion, killing without a particularly important reason, as well as injuring, is prohibited. This means that if Sumu still dared to injure him on the way home, then he would be severely punished. Even if it didn't happen right now, Yang Kai is completely confident that Sumu will challenge him in the future. He realizes that he does not know what stage of body hardening the guy is currently in, so the hero decides to immediately start training. Otherwise, at best, he will be evicted. Chapter 1-19. The hero approaches the training dummy, starting to hone his punches. After a while, he takes a short break, noting the fact that as soon as he got this golden skeleton, his body started to ache a lot. He wonders if he should start training half an hour before dawn. He has practice every morning for 1 hour, but then what to do with the rest of the time? This is a question that worries Yang Kai, who thinks that it might be better to leave time for sleep. After finishing his workout, the guy goes to the bath. Having done all the water treatments, he declares that a bath in the morning is perfectly relaxing. He dries himself off and lies down on a kind of bed, noting that a double result from half the effort is, of course, good, but the return is very serious, so do not overexert your body. Then he remembers the book and calls it back to the real world. Opening the book to the required page, he remembers all the stages of body hardening. The first stage of the golden body tempering technique is to build a foundation, or source. The second stage is a thorough hardening of the body, where the very basics are practiced, but the third stage. At these words, a golden pot appears from the book. The hero takes it with one hand, starting to study it carefully. It turns out that according to what I read in the book, this vessel will help him in practice. This vessel transforms rare herbs into enhancing incense. Yang Kai understands that he should look for the necessary components for this. In addition, for a full-fledged effect, it is necessary to use only those herbs that will be useful at this stage of body hardening. At the current stage of development, a shamrock flower or dead grass will suit the hero. The value of both is small, so he can afford it, although the deadling grass has some toxic substances in it. This is not critical for practitioners, because even an ordinary person can get sick only after a few years. Yang Kai, on the other hand, has doubts about whether these two plants will help him improve his body. Of course, they are available in the contribution hall now, but Keeper Meng will not allow them to be taken away just like that. The price is low, but the guy doesn't have enough contribution points right now, and he was saving up for something more valuable. Yang Kai decides that he has no choice but to rely on his luck in the mountains. Fortunately for him, the Sky Pavilion is located near the mountain range, so he can look for herbs there. The hero decides that he will do this tomorrow, and today he needs to sleep, so he lies down in a kind of bed, covering himself with a blanket. At dawn, Yang Kai practices body tempering, and then sends him to the contribution hall, where he works tirelessly. The work always pays off, because Keeper Meng lends him books where medicinal herbs are presented. This time was no exception. The hero received another book, which contains many medicinal herbs. It includes not only their list and description, but also their approximate location. At noon, Yang Kai took a circuitous route to obtain a document allowing him to take 3 days off from the sect, then packed up everything he needed and set off. Approaching the mountain range, the guy noted the fact that the location of these mountains is quite convenient. Looking down, the hero notices the grass. He is happy that he found Li Jai, although he doesn't deny the fact that collecting it with his bare hands is a bit problematic. After collecting one of the types of herbs, the guy goes further into the mountains. Here on the road he notices a small bush of 3 herbs. It's still not very visible from afar, but he assumes it's dead grass. Coming even closer, the hero takes out a book that has an image of this herb and begins to compare them. After a while, he realizes that they are very similar, so most likely he was lucky. He takes out a tool to gently pull the grass out of the ground. Yang Kai notices that the sun is already sinking below the horizon, so it makes sense to arrange a pass for the night. He sits down under a tree, starting to sash a small piece of rice. The hero decides that after he eats, he will climb a tree and sleep. The night passes quickly and imperceptibly. There comes an earlier morning, on which the hero conducts a training session. After that, he takes out another piece of rice and eats it right on the go. He decides to go back to looking for herbs. Evening comes, and the hero's stomach requires additional food. Yang Kai involuntarily grabs onto it, perfectly understanding the essence of the problem. He remembers that he originally expected to hunt, but he didn't see a single rabbit all day. In his mind's eye, he thinks he should have made more rice balls. The hero thinks about where to find food, not forgetting that the village is far enough away. Then he notices that smoke is coming from a small fishing line nearby. The guy decides to check out the source of the fire. In his mind's eye, he emphasizes the fact that whoever built a fire in the middle of the mountains must be either fearless or just plain stupid. As he gets closer, he can actually see the flames that are lighting up the area brightly, releasing carbon monoxide into the air. He immediately decides to ask who's here. Chapter 1:20. After these words, 2 people immediately point their bows at the hero. The guy is in a hurry to justify himself, saying that everything is in order and he just walked around and collected herbs. Hearing this, the man lowers his bow. His young comrade does not lose his vigilance until the very end, holding the uninvited guest at gunpoint. The man claims that he thought the fire attracted a wild animal, so it was a false alarm. He puts a hand on his partner's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Yang Kai apologizes for bothering me. The man offers to discuss everything around the campfire, because the wind in the mountains is very cold. The hero has no reason to refuse, so he sits down next to the travelers by the fire. The eldest says that his name is Zhang Shan, and that he comes from a small village at the foot of the mountains, and here they go to hunt, thereby providing food for the whole village. The hero involuntarily looks at the young boy next to him, as if asking a silent question. Zhang also says that you should not be so lenient with this boy, because he is already an avid hunter, which will soon give him a head start. The man is in a hurry to find out who he met, where he came from and where he is going. Yang Kai unhesitatingly reveals that he is a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion, and that he is here in search of herbs. These words surprise Zhang Shan, who points out that the boy also wants to start practicing there one day. In addition, the boy greatly admires the disciples of the Heavenly Pavilion. The hero puts his hand on the boy's head, declaring that even if he is not very talented, then strength and labor will grind everything out. The boy laughs at this, and then passes the boy a piece of bread. Yang Kai initially refuses, noting that food is worth its weight in gold in the mountains, and the interlocutors need to take care of themselves. The man notices that the guy has not eaten anything for a long time, so he should not refuse. Then the hero accepts the food, thanking the interlocutors for it. After eating, the trio goes to bed. Yang Kai gets up first in the morning. The fire is already out, and the hunters are still asleep. He also notes that even separately, herbs have an excellent therapeutic effect. She leaves some herbs for the 2 travelers, noting that even if it's not much, he should somehow thank them. After moving a little away from the camp, the hero takes a fighting stance, intending to start practicing body tempering. Then she notices that something strange is happening. He feels that a strange warm feeling is spreading all over his body, and the meridians are filled with something. Chapter 1:20. It turns out that the hero has reached the 5th stage of body tempering. This is a very fast growth. After all, he had only been practicing this golden body tempering technique for a couple of days. Yang Kai takes the bag of his belongings and slings it over his shoulder for comfort. For a moment, he wonders what would have happened if the practice time hadn't been limited to dawn alone. After a while, the hero is lucky. He manages to catch a rabbit. He looks around, mentally noting that he's already walked about 30 miles from the entrance. If he decides to go further, he may encounter dangerous beasts that he can't provoke yet. Because of such objective and correct thoughts, Yang Kai realizes that he is still very weak. He moves on, reflecting on his position. But a ringing gust of wind causes all the birds nearby to fly in different directions. This unusual phenomenon attracts the guy's attention. The hero takes off, realizing that something bad has happened. After a few moments, he reaches the place where the terrible hum was coming from. He sees the entrance to the cave, which is literally covered with huge cobwebs. From the eyes of the guy also does not leave the fact that there is a bow lying on the ground. Yong-kai tosses his duffel bag out of the way, then looks into the depths of the cave from the entrance. The cave turns out to be very big. The exit from the other side is not visible, and after a few meters it is semi-dark. There is also a huge amount of cobwebs in the cave, which obviously interferes with normal movement. The hero starts moving forward. He is not very comfortable in such a place, but everything indicates that someone has fallen into the clutches of a monster. Going deeper into the cave, the guy stumbles upon several skeletons that are wrapped in cocoons of cobwebs. After that, Yong-kai notices a living person in the same cocoon in front of him. He recognizes it immediately. This is Zhang Shan. The guy puts 2 fingers to the man's nose, then notices that he is still breathing. The man comes to his senses abruptly, noticing the hero. He tells him that the spider dragged the boy inside the cave. The hunter asks you to save him. Yong-kai tries to untie the spider cocoon that Zhang Shan is trapped in, but he quickly realizes that these threads will be difficult to cut, deciding that now is not the time to untie the man's cocoon. The boy goes forward, deeper into the cave, telling the man that he will save the boy and let Zhang Shan wait for him here. The man thanks the guy for this, warning him to be careful because this spider is huge. Chapter 1-21. After some time, Yong-kai reaches a huge recess of the cave, in which there is a huge spider web. The owner of this place is sitting on it, dealing with another victim. There's a pile of human skeletons on the ground, wrapped from head to neck in cocoons of cobwebs. The hero also notices that the monster has already sunk its fangs into the boy. He realizes that this is not a good sign. The guy demands that the spider stop, but the monster does not listen to him. Then he runs up and jumps and charges the monster's belly with his fist. From such a powerful blow, the web breaks and the boy falls to the ground. The hero and spider land on a hard surface. Yong-kai takes off, wanting to grab the boy and run away. He has no desire to face off against a huge spider. The 6-legged monster has its own views on this situation. She very confidently closes the distance, then knocks the guy off his feet, looming over him. The guy doesn't get lost noticing that the lower part of the monster is open. He punches the spider's belly. The blow throws the monster slightly, but the hero does not have time to get out from under it, so he adds a kick in the same place, knocking the spider back. Yong-kai realizes that the risk of being poisoned is too great, so he shouldn't waste any more time. In addition, the guy has doubts that he can handle such a simple monster at his current level of strength. The hero turns his gaze to the boy in the cocoon, realizing that if he does not hurry, he may die. The spider immediately takes advantage of this. It sticks to the wall, then releases a stream of cobwebs from its belly. The guy manages to jump out of the way, avoiding the attack. Then Yong-kai notices that the big monster abruptly stops firing. In his mind, the dark-haired man wonders what his opponent is up to. He looks around, noticing that the exit from this cave is sealed with cobwebs. The guy realizes that the monster wants to make them stay to die in this place. Then he notices that the spider decides to take action. Yong-kai deftly dodges the spider web's shots, confidently closing the distance. The hero acts too confidently, shortening the distance and gaining speed. He tries to hit the monster with a jump, but the guy does not take into account the fact that with such a direct attack, he opens up a lot. One of the spider's sharp paws strikes ahead of the other. Yong-kai notices this late, and it's impossible to avoid the attack in the air, so he puts his hands out in a cross-shaped block in front of him, knowing full well that the monster will get him first. A sharp spider limb pierces the hero's right arm. The monster looms over another victim. He hisses furiously, hoping to intimidate her completely. The hero mentally notes that despite the fact that it was painful, for some reason he does not worry and retains his composure. Yong-kai abruptly strikes the spider's face with the hand that was pierced through. Blood sprays from the monster's face, and the huge spider screams in pain. The hero doesn't stop there. He repeats his punch, which hits the spider right in the eye. This time, the fist falls on the neighboring eye, from which nothing remains either. After that, the guy gets into a fighting stance, preparing to continue the fight. He's a little surprised that the monster still won't settle down, noting its survivability. An involuntary smile appears on the guy's face. Yong-kai lands a series of punches on the spider's carcass. He hits without thinking, and the monster tries to kick back. Suddenly, the hero's instincts begin to trumpet danger. He notices that the enemy is trying to trap him. A stream of cobwebs shoots out of its belly. It begins to wrap around the guy's body, but the hero notices that the spider's strength is already running out, so he decides to finish everything. With a powerful blow to the monster's head, the brunette sends it to the ground. Yong-kai is a little surprised that he could kill such a beast. He points out that even if it's only a wild beast, but at its 5th stage of body tempering, it would be difficult to deal with it, even though it didn't suffer much damage. After making sure that the monster is still defeated, the hero pulls out the sharp leg of the spider from his hand. and then unties his body from the web that managed to get on it during the battle. Then he picks up the boy and starts walking back. Zhang Shan runs out to meet them. He immediately asks a question about the condition of the boy, who is still not recovered. It can be seen that the hunter is very concerned about this. So the hero rushes to calm him down, explaining that the boy has lost too much blood, which is why he is now unconscious. Yang Kai places the boy's body on the ground in front of the man, asking him to wait for him here. He storms off, claiming that he needs to find something. Chapter 1-22. The guy runs to his bag of things, which he left at the entrance, and then unties it, taking out a few herbs. He puts a couple in his mouth and takes the rest with him. Yang Kai returns to the hunters. He applies a handful of herbs to the spider bite wound on the boy's body. Zhang Shan wonders what will happen to this child. The hero also emphasizes that the medicinal properties of these herbs perfectly counteract the poison, so he is sure that everything will be fine. The boy writhes in pain for a few moments. He shivers all over, and then his breathing becomes even and calm. The trembling gradually subsides. Zhang Shan understands everything. Tears of joy fill his eyes. He wipes them away with the back of his hand, noting that the boy is fine, which he is very happy about. Yang Kai is in a hurry to tell the adult that everything is not so simple. It turns out that his herbs only neutralize the bite site, so the boy still needs full-fledged treatment. The hunter quickly comes to his senses, stating that then they need to immediately take the boy to the healer. The hero asks the interlocutor not to rush and give time for the effect to strengthen a little. The man agrees with this. After a few moments, Zhang Shan abruptly realizes that he has forgotten something. He turns his head in the boy's direction, determined to find out how he feels and how his injuries are. The hero also says that you should not worry about him. The man is amazed that the other person can still stand up after losing so much blood. Yang Kai clenches his fingers into a fist and says he's not too sure, but somehow he feels fine. Here the hero already remembers something. He grabs the bag with his things, declaring that he will be back soon. Starting to go deeper into the cave, the guy demands that the hunters wait for him on the spot. Zhang Shan has a silent question, but he doesn't say it out loud. The reason Yang Kai decided to return to the cave is quite obvious. It turns out that while he was fighting that giant spider, he noticed that there was a whole storehouse of medicinal herbs here. The guy laughs happily, noting that he's finally found a shamrock. Picking up a rare type of herb in his bag, which he has been looking for so long, the hero remembers that this plant is very fastidious. It grows in wet and dark places, and there are a lot of corpses in this cave that only tone down its growth, so this cave is perfect for this plant. The guy notices that 2 hunters helped him, because only in their footsteps did he find this cave. After collecting all the necessary grass, Yang Kai notices an unusual mushroom that literally glows red in the semi-darkness of the cave. The hero realizes that he has not seen anything like this in the old man's book, so he decides to tear it down in order to show it to him later. After finishing his business in the cave, the hero leaves it together with the hunters. The guy says that he will take the boy and the man to their village. Zhang Shan also notices that he will never be able to pay him back. Yang Kai also claims that these are small things. The trio reaches the village, after which the man and the boy enter the house where the healer receives visitors. Zhang Shan is very nervous, so he asks a lot of questions about what is wrong with his son and whether he can be cured. The healer is not satisfied with this, because the man interferes with his work, so she pushes the hunter out of the room, demanding to wait outside. The man notices the hero waiting at the door all this time. Zhang Shan falls to his knees, telling that the master healer told him that thanks to the boy's medicine, he will be able to cure the boy. The hunter bows his head, noting that without his help, he wouldn't even know what to do. The man sincerely thanks the guy for this. Yang Kai insists that there is nothing wrong with this, because he only helped as much as he could. The guy notices the fact that the hunters fed him earlier, so they're even. The man raises his head, declaring that the interlocutor is really a good person. A few minutes later, the healer left the house. He said that everything is fine and there is no need to worry, because the hunter's son is in perfect order, but due to blood loss, he will not regain consciousness for some time. This news pleases Zhang Shan. He sincerely thanks the doctor, who shyly scratches his long beard. Meanwhile, in the Sky Pavilion, the disciples are discussing the hero among themselves. One of them is wondering if Yang Kai has returned to work. His friend is surprised that the interlocutor does not know. He also explains that he has not yet returned, because in the last days he disappears somewhere. Someone in the crowd expresses hope that Yang Kai has left the Sky Pavilion, but another disciple says that this can't be the case, because their Yang Kai has a strong character that makes it very difficult to break, so if he wanted to leave, he would have done it long ago. Sumu, on the other hand, tells his friends about something that made him very angry. Then he notices that the crowd ahead of him is making a lot of noise. This gets his attention, so he rushes to find out what's going on there. Chapter 1-23. Comrade Sumu declares that today is the day when students can challenge Yang Kai. The guy notes that this is a great chance for his interlocutor. Sumu also notices the fact that Brother Yang has some difficulties with this. The guy is in a hurry to explain that, basically, he is beaten every time. He even wonders how Yang Kai is still holding up. Sumu also says that he feels sorry for Brother Yang. But this pity is not enough to forgive him, so he wants to do everything possible to expel Yang Kai from the heavenly pavilion. Sumu decides to play this game. The other person notices that Yang Kai has been quite funny, because he didn't even bother to find out more about his enemy after messing up his plan in Black Plum City. Sumu demands that his friend stop talking like this. He asks his friend to tell the others to get ready. The boy steps forward and bows his head to inform everyone present that Brother Su is gathering everyone to put Yang Kai in his place. One of the brothers doesn't quite understand what this is all about. He points out that Yang Kai always uses his broomstick as his opponent's choice, so he wonders why these students haven't come before. Here the friend puts his hand on the shoulder of the boy, who only talked about the rules of selecting opponents for Brother Jan. He asks if he knows who Sumu is. The guy doesn't understand the point of such questions. From his reaction, it's clear that he doesn't know who Sumu is at all, so his brother rushes to tell him that Sumu's sister is currently in the top 10 strongest disciples in the Sky Pavilion, so it's best not to mess with her. The boy also notices that Yang Kai is not worthy of comparison with this person. The crowd decides to obey the words of Sumu's henchmen. 10 minutes later, they arrive at the same place where Yang Kai's exam is held every month. The guy, so eager to take revenge on the hero for the destroyed plan, hurries to clarify why Ian has not yet appeared. His companion doesn't know the exact answer himself, only noticing the fact that he usually always showed up at this time to sweep the square. He suggests checking out the hero's hut. Sumu stresses that his opponent is only delaying the inevitable. He orders his companion to lead him. At this time, the disciples of the Heavenly Pavilion notice Brother Su's unusual movements. One of them asks a logical question about what Sumu is going to do, and the student standing next to him says that he doesn't know anything, but they should definitely look at it. After some time, Su gets to the hero's hut. The companion makes it clear that Yang Kai is left to his own devices. That is, he takes care of his own food, clothing, housing, and so on. The student suggests that this hut may have been built by him. Sumu accepts these words, but he doesn't care much about them. He steps forward, then loudly demands that Yang Kai stop hiding and come out of his house. Sumu's response is absolute silence. This makes him angry, so he declares that if Yang Kai doesn't show up right away, he will force him to come out. Again receiving no response, he orders his companion to open the door. The boy knocks the door to the hero's hut with his foot and looks at it from the threshold. Sumu is waiting for him outside. After a few moments, a friend reports that there is no one inside. He also assumes that Yang Kai was on guard all along, so he managed to escape in time. Sumu doesn't really believe in such things. The Sky Pavilion disciples who followed Sumu start to whisper among themselves. Odin notices the fact that he hasn't seen Brother Jan for several days. Another person thinks that the guy immediately packed up his belongings and ran away as soon as he found out who Sumu was. The latter, by the way, is dissatisfied with this development of events. He notices that even if his opponent has escaped, his hatred cannot be extinguished just like that. Sumu orders a torch to be brought so that he can burn down his house. This puts everyone present in a stupor, even Comrade that, doing all of Sumu's errands. He was taken aback by this statement, so he hurries to dissuade him from such actions, considering that this is too much. Sumu doesn't understand what he's afraid of, because you can just say that this straw just caught fire. After this explanation, Sumu demands that his friend hurry up. The latter, in turn, accepts such an order. When a torch is caught in Sumu's hand and he begins to slowly move towards the hut, intending to set it on fire, a hand falls on his shoulder, the owner of which clarifies what he is up to. Then a man's voice from behind rushes to find out why the guy should set fire to his house. Sumu clings to the words that this is the other party's home. After a moment, he realizes that Yang Kai is standing behind him. He jumps back sharply, breaking the distance. Sumu immediately asks about how Yang Kai dared to touch his shoulder. It is obvious that Sumu thinks that the other party knows very well who he is, so the hero should be afraid of him because of his status. The guy also finds out that the same hero from the village of Black Plum is standing in front of him. He elaborates with a mocking smile. Sumu is very angry about this, so he says that he didn't forget about that incident, so today Yang Kai will be punished. Yang Kai still decides to ask if the other person has something to do with him. Sumu, on the other hand, sees this as just another joke, so he demands that the hero stop being so naive. He also wants to see how his opponent will talk after the duel. Yang Kai also asks if Sumu wants to challenge him. Sumu, on the other hand, looks at the opponent who is waiting for an answer to his question. He doesn't understand why Tom is so confident, as if he's already won. it doesn't escape Sumu's gaze that his opponent is badly battered. In his mind's eye, he notes that there isn't even a living spot on Young-Kai's body. Sumu couldn't help but wonder what had happened to his opponent. Chapter 1-24. Sumu throws the torch on the ground, then steps on it with his boot to extinguish it. He then tells Young-Kai not to tell him afterwards that he didn't warn him. The hero puts out his hand in a stop sign, asking for a moment. While Sumu is impressed by the other's indifference, Young-Kai calmly enters his hut. His companion explains that Young-Kai doesn't really care about his face. Sumu also notes that the other person said that the guy never gives up, so he demands that the other person call him so that he can beat the brat to death. The hero, meanwhile, throws a bag of things on the table in the hut, and then returns to the street, clarifying what to said to Sumu. The latter assures that Young-Kai signed his own death sentence, and it will make him regret what he did. Sumu also states that the opponent has a chance to redeem himself, but to do so, he needs to kneel down and bow to him. Young-Kai shakes his head, giving a negative answer to such a suggestion. Sumu is surprised by such a phenomenon, not understanding whether life is even dear to this person. The hero explains that he simply cannot lose his dignity. Sumu hastens to clarify what the other person means. Young-Kai, on the other hand, is surprised that the other person didn't understand him because he seemed to be talking about obvious things. Sumu isn't interested in all this. He only suggests that you think carefully about your answer. The hero also asks a logical question about whether Sumu has connections in this place. In his mind's eye, he knows that he wouldn't have burned down his house without some cover from the sect. Young-Kai knows from the other person's face that he has hit the bull's eye, so he asks if this person has a high status in the sect. Raising his nose high, Sumu confirms the other party's guesses, stating that he also has a sister and brother who are core students, so if he asks them, they will nail him with one finger. The hero approaches the guy, putting his hand on his shoulder and saying that this is truly frightening. Sumu throws the hero's hand away very roughly, noting that Tom should not touch it. The guy, seeing the absolute calmness on the face of the interlocutor, does not understand whether he thinks that he is playing games with him or not. This is the question he voices out loud. Young-Kai, on the other hand, says that the only thing he can't understand is why Sumu is so confident in his support, because if he loses, it's unlikely that his sister or brother will go to avenge him, especially the elders. They'll just shake their heads. From all this, the hero has a question about why his interlocutor is still so confident. Young-Kai reminds that if he wanted to, then not only the elders would know about the other person's action. Sumu also realizes that things are really not that simple, and Young-Kai is talking about quite logical things. He decides to think about it. Then his friend decides to contribute to the conversation, stating that Young-Kai has a very sharp tongue. This brings Sumu to his senses, and he regains his former mood. He claims that he has had enough of empty words, so if the interlocutor does not apologize to him now, then let him not blame him for the consequences. Young-Kai suggests that his brother hold a small duel. Sumu is surprised by this, because the other party is not allowed to challenge him by all rights. The hero recalls that there is a rule of the Sky Pavilion that says that students cannot challenge each other if the difference in their strength exceeds 3 stages. Sumu begins to taunt his companion, literally poking him in the face with the fact that he is only at the 3rd stage of body tempering. His companion also laughs at this. Then they are approached by another student who wants to fight the hero. He emphasizes that his strength is the most mediocre among the brothers here, but he is sure that Brother Yang will not be able to exchange blows in Nim because he has the 5th stage of body tempering. The hero mentally notes that 5 days ago he really was at the 3rd stage, but now everything is different. The opponent is a head taller. He introduces himself, demanding that Young-Kai remember his name, since it is he who will make him regret his actions today. His name is Zhao Hu. The hero claims that he will remember this name. Zhao Hu declares that he will allow Young-Kai to perform 3 strikes, since he is his younger brother. That way, if even one of them passes, then he will admit defeat. However, if not, then Young-Kai shouldn't blame him if he beats the guy up too much. Sumu, on the other hand, thinks that Zhao Hu is very good because he knows how to humiliate a person. At this time, a girl who once helped the hero appears on a tree branch. Young-Kai doesn't particularly like these conditions. He doesn't think it will be very good, so he will have an advantage over his brother. Zhao Hu says that the other person should not think about this, because he is his younger brother, so he just has to give him a chance to start first. The hero decides to concede in this argument. He says that if his brother insists so much, then let him not complain later if he overdoes it. Zhao Hu also demands to stop these conversations and get down to business. The student's eyes are filled with rage. The last words stung him deeply. In his mind's eye, he notices that someone like him, with his strength and build, won't be able to beat him in life, so he'll just smear him with one finger. A grin appears on the hero's face. He can sense the other person's attitude, so he asks Brother Zhao to get ready. The same one calls Young-Kai to action. Zhao Hu's pupils narrow in surprise. The hero is hit exactly in the chest. It is immediately clear that the disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion has experienced it perfectly for himself. Chapter 1:25. Yang Kai lands a direct hand punch to the body, then adds a kick to the face, sending his brother flying. Everyone falls into a stupor. Sumu can't believe his eyes. No one understands how Zhao Hu lost. Even a girl sitting in a tree is amazed at what is happening. From shock, she does not stand up very carefully on a tree branch, which immediately falls from it. She hits the ground painfully, still not believing what she's seeing. A representative of the fair sex is clearly aware of this oddity. She remembers that just a few days ago, the hero lost to a disciple in the 4th stage of body tempering, and today he so easily defeated a disciple in the 5th stage. She thinks about the fact that since the guy came to the Sky Pavilion, she noticed that he has developed his breathing process, as well as improved his body, all of which suggests that he is now at least at the 4th stage. Immediately, he remembers that just a few days ago, he was in the 3rd stage. Yang Kai also clenches his fist, noting that the control over the force of the blow is not very good yet. These words brought Sumu out of her stupor. He points a finger at the guy, telling him not to talk nonsense. The hero still clarifies whether Brother Su still thinks that he is not worthy of a duel with him. These words make Sumu angry, and his companion quickly whispers to him from behind, claiming that their informant was wrong, and that Yang Kai's strength is probably higher than the 3rd stage. Otherwise, there is no way he could have defeated Zhao Hu. Sumu agrees with his friend's words, mentally noting that Zhao Hu was too confident. He even wonders how strong Yang Kai really is. Sumu noticed that Yang Kai was very good at hiding his strength all this time. Sumu reports that he will let the hero live today, but only today. He commands a horde of ponytails that they are leaving. Yang Kai, on the other hand, thinks that it's nice to win, but something is missing. Yang Kai raises his head to our luminary, realizing that because of this Sumu, he missed his morning practice. He takes off his outer clothing, deciding to take a dip in a small pond nearby. Meanwhile, the girl is looking for a hero. In his mind's eye, he notes that it originally wanted to ask him what stage he's at right now, but the guy has disappeared somewhere. Here, having gone around the next turn, the fair sex is flooded with red paint from embarrassment. She sees Yang Kai completely naked about to take a dip in the pond. A girl looks out from behind a tree, cursing the guy and calling him shameless because it is not appropriate to wash naked in broad daylight. The hero also washes off the dirt and dried blood, thinking that he should hurry. After finishing the water treatment, Yang Kai puts on the clothes of a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion. He goes to the house to get a broom and get to work. Privately, he stresses that it's been a few days since the last cleaning, so it's time for him to get back to his duty. Although the guy believes that there are still many things that need to be done, but he believes that you should always do what you have taken on. Volume 1 Chapter 0. The chapter begins with the introduction of the main character Duan Fei. He's not famous, a security guard who once beat up an entire group of enemies using just one shot. An ashtray. Every man envied him because he was like a playboy. However, one day, in the morning, he was informed that he was getting married. The main character was satisfied with his former life. I didn't want to get married. He was young and had women. But his old man was persistent. The woman on whom he was supposed to be Yun Ding's daughter and his daughter, a famous beauty in the corporate world. Duan Fei refused because it went against the grain with his wishes. But the old man warned him that in the 7th group you cannot refuse. From the mission, Duan Fei received a dossier on the identity of the security guard, whose task was to in the security of the exit. He wasn't happy, but he couldn't go against the old man's words. That's it, and the greatest security guard in the world was born. His eyes fell on Yun Ding's daughter, and he understood. That's where the epic story of the city warrior begins and what he's capable of. Almost anything, since he was now her personal bodyguard. Volume 1 Chapter 1. Waking up next to an incredible beauty, the main character thought to start the morning with fast charging. But the girl was awake, and he didn't notice. By asking her if she was asleep, moving from the prone position, they embraced. The girl's grin changed from the tips of her lips to the tips of her lips. A needle appeared from his fingers and touched Duan Fei's back. He was alarmed because he had a secret that no one knew about. His Kai is weakest earlier in the morning. And the point is, the Mingmen on his waist is the only soft spot on his body, and only the old man could know about this. Duan Fei was once attacked by thousands of Eastern European special forces, who claimed to be invincible, but he easily killed them all with just a few seconds. Hundreds of gang members. Even when it was weakened after being poisoned, it was still able to beat 5 elite assassins to a pulp with just one shot. Ashtrays. But now he was defeated by a woman, while the main character was lying in a week. Well, the girl was getting dressed and mentioned that it was his reward for last night. She suggested making another appointment, if possible. She really liked it. Last night's Duan Fei performance. Throwing her tights at him, she offered him I went to sleep with that and left. Fei was not happy, but a man appeared in the doorway. The old man who came into the room right after the girl left. As soon as the old man pulled out a needle from the hero's back, he lit up with rage. He was angry and wanted to find out what it was. With a malicious grin, the old man informed Fei that this was a test of a new substance. After thinking about his momentary weakness, Fei thought for a moment and realized that everything had changed. He didn't win anyway, because the old man was his master. The master, with a smile on his face, asked how. It was the right girl for him. After all, he had specifically chosen her according to Duan's preferences. His plan was perfect. Fei viciously, but already calmed down, asked, "What kind of mission does he have this time?" The master snapped back that Fei was getting married. What shocked the main character, Fei started shouting that he was too young and that a crowd of girls is waiting for him, eager for his love. The master's request was not reasonable, so, according to Fei, he didn't understand how this could be called a mission. The master thought about it, listening to Fei's screams and rejections. The master called him the only candidate suitable for this mission, but Fei wanted to know more specifically. Still, why? The master explained to him that he would protect Yunding's daughter, Yun Zidong. Fei understood, because Yunding had been the founder of the Yun Group for at least 10 years. Being a business magnate, before starting his business empire, he was an experienced member of the Special Forces. Yunding, the main character's father, was nicknamed the Elite Troika in the Special Forces. When his term of service expired, he founded the group. Fei pondered. After all, when it comes to managing the 7th group, it is completely non-standard. Even though he hadn't met Yun Zidong for a long time, he still didn't care. Refuses the wizard's offer. But the master was insistent and again reminded that from the mission of the 7th group is impossible to refuse. But Fei was already flying in the clouds. He already had a plan on how to avoid the mission, because the 7th group didn't ever limit the freedom of your students. But the master brought him back from heaven to earth, mentioning a new one. The substance injected into Fei's body. This is a drug that is a kind of liquid, a beacon that has spread throughout the bloodstream and cannot be removed. It is clear that he will not escape the mission. But Fei still resisted. Then master, he took out a trump card from his sleeve and showed Fei the target to guard. I'm very surprised, because it was Yun Zidong. The unseemly ones immediately popped into his head. Thoughts. But the master warned him that he should behave like an elite. How? No matter how good it was, Fei was not happy with what was happening. He was forcibly forced to. These are missions. The old man planned everything perfectly. The task was personal, so you can choose your own. Fei couldn't drag in his subordinates. The master left the main character's room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Picking up his new assignment file, he snows. He was angry because the old man had tricked him again. What led to the birth of the Great Guard in the world? After collecting his thoughts, Fei went to a nightclub, where he warned a good friend of his who's leaving tomorrow. After asking where he was going, Fei, the main character, said that he is going to the city C, where his family organizes the wedding, and that he will also fulfill his mission. Grinning, his friend congratulated him, saying that he should have been kept in check long ago. But the only concern was whether Fei's new wife could handle the task. By naming the name of his future wife, the friend seemed to freeze. A glass flew to the floor, which turned into a mirror, into shards of glass. His acquaintance was intimately familiar with Yun Zidong, but he had already left it in the past. Fei nodded and downed the glass of liquid in one gulp. Exit. Vijay informed his friend that he would tell the others to behave themselves while he's gone. Having agreed, his friend also told him the news that he leaves and will also arrive in City C in a few days. Fei realized that he needed to. It won't be easy. After a month of working in security in the area of the villa of the City C, he saw her. Volume 1 Chapter 2. Walking onto the luxurious balcony, Fei couldn't believe that the famous beauty was sitting there. In front of him, she is also his wife. But even though they are husband and wife, they talked all day. A month only on the internet. He wasn't happy that she hadn't come to collect them. Marriage certificate. Fei's first time seeing her in person. He has met different women, but it is with her that he experiences no stress. Although Yun Zidong is the current one, the CEO of Yun Group, her husband is an ordinary security guard. She was washed, filled with no understanding of how her father could allow this. She thought he wanted to ruin her life. She had assumed that she could reign in Fei, but her ideas failed because it's just a useless piece of garbage. Sitting down on a chair, straight across from Yun Zidong, Fei greeted his wife and asked how she was doing. I wonder if she missed him. Sighing without response, she stared at Fei. Vane, the hero, having lit a cigarette, and without waiting for an answer, asked if she was shy, was with him nearby, because they have been communicating for more than a month, albeit via the internet. In Zhejiang, China. His nose still drew attention to him and angrily asked him to behave more appropriate. She was very disappointed with him. His behavior didn't seem to have changed in a long month. But Duanfei didn't think about it. His questioning gaze spoke of perplexed. He believed that everything was fine as it was, and there was no need for any changes. Realizing that he didn't have a drop of shame, she got down to business because she had something to do. Tell him. A joyful Duanfei asked without a second thought. Isn't she already here, ready for marriage? But that wasn't the case, and Yun Zedong stood up abruptly and exclaimed, "What's against it?" She wasn't happy that he kept thinking about it. Sitting down and, after a little thought, her emotions took over again, and she started screaming again. Duanfei has already. I didn't understand anything. She was very angry with him. When she had cooled down a little, she warned him about that my parents are coming next week. Duanfei was very surprised. The family was already standing at the airport of the city. In addition to the family, they had a bodyguard with them, a close family friend of Liu Zhai. Yun Zedong came to meet them, but my father was serious and he immediately noticed that his daughter had arrived alone, without Duanfei's bodyguard. After thinking that something's wrong, called out to my father and mother, but we didn't have time to react to what was happening. As the main character arrived by taxi, Yun Zedong was greatly surprised by this appearance. Volume 1 Chapter 3. After greeting Mr. and Mrs. Yun pleasantly, he waved to them. He hadn't seen them for a long time. I saw and understood that the flight was long and they were probably tired. He immediately decided to help. Mrs. Yun picked up her bag. She was grateful to him, but it's nothing to him. From the outside, Yun Zedong stared at this and couldn't believe it. Could it really be that person? Duanfei himself. Without paying attention to her, her mother came up to her. She wanted to know if everything was fine with her. She wondered if she'd forgotten them during the year she'd spent away from her family, because her eyes were so bright. Skavni, when she came back to her senses and grinned, she said that it wasn't like that and that everything was fine, at least, and she was still confused by Duanfei's behavior, because the person in front of her wasn't. He already looks like a scumbag. The nurse greeted Yun Zedong, which drew Duan's attention. Fairy, she asked if he was the brother-in-law her godmother had mentioned. After, when the girl introduced herself, her name was Yi Zhiking. Duanfei was pleased to meet you. They shook hands, but the girl gently began to flirt with her palm. The main character, slightly agitated, once again looking at her, he thought that maybe she was trying to kill him, seduce. If it wasn't because she had a crush on Duanfei, his interest wouldn't let him rest. While their thoughts were preoccupied with this question, a car pulled up to them and a man got out of it, and immediately called out to Shiking. He was not happy that the girl did not warn him about on your return, but Shiking waved her eyes away and asked what he was doing here. But the guy, I was insistent, he exclaimed, and it became clear that it was her fiancé who came to visit her. But the girl was not happy. She asked permission from her sister. Can Duanfei take her home instead of her betrothed? She sighed in incomprehension. Before the nurse could answer, Mr. Yun interrupted her. He told Duanfei to drive. Shiking was on his way home. Duanfei had no choice but to agree. But the guy, Shiking, was still bothering her about why she was so angry with him. The girl was so nauseous that she wanted Chen Feng to disappear from her sight in 30 seconds. Duanfei, he was agitated and did not understand what was going on. Once again calling out to the girl and only having time to. After saying her name, Shiking interrupted him, saying that there were 20 seconds left. By its name, it became clear to his eyes that he had no choice. He was not happy, but he still left in. He left as quickly as he arrived. Looking into the distance behind her departing husband, he called out to her, a security guard, but she asked him to go back without her because she still wants to ride on to the city. The guard understood, took his leave, and left. The girl got behind the wheel and called Duan. The ferries, driving at high speed through passing cars, I was thrilled and happy about it. Duanfei stared at her intently. What the girl was looking at. I paid attention and warned him that if he looked like that, then he would have to do it. Gouge out your eyes. Regaining his composure, he looked away. The car stopped, and the girl took it. Light a cigarette, began to ask philosophical questions. What do people live for? But the main character immediately gave his answer, because for him the meaning of life is making love. This greatly embarrassed the girl, driving her into a blush. Calling him a vulgar person, he did not. He denied it, but only supported her words with his consent. But the girl is not. It was a response she would have liked to hear, something less vulgar. But Duanfei was not to stop. He insisted on being right and didn't understand what was wrong with his answer. Because women live to sleep with men, and men with women. Exactly like this philosophy was followed by the main character. The girl wasn't happy. She didn't have much to say. nothing to do but throw insults. But he immediately put her in her place, because she, also not white and not fluffy, a girl with negative habits cannot be a good person. Sighing and smiling, the girl opened the door and left the room. Duan Feng drove out of the car, leaving behind a surprised Duan Feng. Volume 1 Chapter 4. Duan Feng jumped out of the car after the girl and shouted to her if she was normal. After all, they were on a roadway, in the middle of a highway that was dozens of miles away on a bridge, meters above the ground. But the girl was grinning back at him and mentioned that she wanted to become crazy, but unfortunately she can't do it. After walking further and reaching the middle of the highway, she began to just shout and rejoice, thereby paying attention to the passing people. Past people. So the day passed unnoticed and dusk began, the main character and Jiking. We went to a nightclub where the music was playing loudly. The girl's phone rang. There was a Mr. Uni who wanted to talk to Duan Feng. The girl's father asked him to keep an eye on his daughter so that nothing terrible would happen and warned that it won't be a big deal if they come back late. The protagonist agreed, though he didn't, I'm pretty sure, because his eyes were fixed on her as she entered the room. Taste of dancing. Took off my shoes and gave myself fully to the dance floor. But having come to his senses the main character, I also noticed other visitors, and it became clear that he wasn't the only one interested in the attractiveness of the girl and that would not create trouble. Wanted take the girl to another place, but it was not there. Taking her by the forearm, exclaimed. In a misunderstanding of what the main character was doing, Duan Fei realized she was drunk. He gathered his thoughts and suggested that she go home. But the girl abruptly, she responded to his suggestion by mentioning that he was nothing to her and that she was having a hard time with him. She's not going anywhere with him. At all these shouts and shouts, some people arrived in time. Guy, one of the crowd, asked to let the girl go because she said that she did not know the main character and that it's not proper to look for a girl like that. The guy offered his help and protection from the protagonist, making it clear that he is ready to harm him. But the girl didn't need to. She didn't know who it was or why she wanted to protect it. Taking Duan Feng's arm and wishing him good luck, they wanted to leave already. Duan Fei agreed with this, even though his thoughts were completely off the table. A friend. But the defender was not happy with this. It was not at all clear to him why they were doing this. They can just leave now. After asking the question about what they need, the main character has. His face changed, and he was serious. But the guy wasn't that simple, he said bitterly. I asked them if they were at the nightclub for the first time and if they were familiar with the rules. After face, the boy's face changed. His expression turned nasty and vulgar, and he pointed at the door. Attractiveness and emancipation of the girl. He made it clear that they wouldn't leave until the girl provides obscene services to him and his friends, and only after. After that, once they are satisfied, they will let them go. But the girl wasn't either. This, in one clear movement, hitting the offender below the belt, sent him in. She warned him that he wouldn't dare touch her, much less think about such things. The guy fell on his back and, being paralyzed by such a blow, angrily shouted that, kill her. But the girl again showed her character and flew up to him, continued, punch him in the crotch, shutting up his threats. People paying attention to it became even more, and Duan Fei took the situation into his own hands, grinning as he took the girl's hand and gave, understand that it's already enough, otherwise she'll kill the guy. The abuser's friends didn't even dare. They were afraid to walk, but they were worried about him and his crotch. Beaten and, all in tears, angry guy ordered to catch the girl and sell her to a brothel for her antics. Volume 1 Chapter 5. His friends were dragging an almost unconscious boy who had been badly beaten by Jiking. But one of them was not satisfied with such an end, and he threatened Duan Feng with death for the fact that, created by a girl with their boss. He abruptly grabbed the girl's arm, but Duan Fei was still there. Faster, and not having time to do anything else, flew away in one swing to the end of the podium. Duan Fei took a stance. These bandits started their attack. The battle was not equal, but then another gang arrived and told them that this wasn't their territory and they couldn't do that. Whatever you want. His pensive look made it clear that he understood everything at once, and that it was his fault. His eyes were fixed on the girl, because such an elegant woman, and for what would not come to the office, such a place. But then he turned his gaze to her guard, and the look in his eyes made it clear that he knew who it was. He didn't know exactly who it was, but his gut told him that he was. Scary man. The bodyguards were worried, as their boss changed in an instant. But Mr. Scar quieted their concerns and asked them to get rid of their hair immediately. These scammers. The bodyguards obeyed and began to clean up the trash, take it out. Someone else's gang for the club's territory, and no matter how much their boss apologizes and belittles Mr. Scar, the decision has already been made. Mr. Scar never let go of his icy gaze. Duan Feng, he couldn't even look directly at them. Duan Fei and Jiking left for the exit, and then they left the nightclub altogether. Mr. Scar let out a heavy sigh, and one of the others. The bodyguards asked if he knew who it was, to which the boss replied that his intuition. There is no time to let them down and they should not get involved with this person. The bodyguard also. They said that they don't understand how it happened because the guys they kicked out, always, they behaved decently and respectfully. At the same time, another man approached Mr. Scar. The bodyguard also made it clear that they should not have missed this person because the boss instructed, Mr. Scar has to keep an eye on this guy. But his fear was great. And though it usually was, Mr. Scar didn't call his boss, so this time he'll have to. Calling Mr. Vin Scar, I greeted him, asked him how he was doing, and mentioned that I'd seen a guy like him, but he didn't know what he was doing, which he ordered to keep an eye on, to which Mr. V asked if the girl was with him, to which Scar responded positively, briefly describing her appearance, mentioning the same thing. And I've never seen such beauties before. He responded to the description with understanding, told by Scar. Then he ordered them to cut off their right hands, and with their leader, do whatever they want. Then he hung up. The bodyguard and Mr. Scar, they exchanged glances. They went in the direction of the tied-up people from the other gang, and how would they not? Of course, they can't disobey their boss. Every bodyguard is like that. I understood. The boss of these bound guys was sorry and apologized, but it was clear that they just can't get out. V's boss was a bartender, a good acquaintance and friend of Du and Fei. There were a lot of women around him, and he was at the bar making cocktails for them expertly, showing how he shuffled them. The conditions for getting this best cocktail were just a night spent with him, and all the girls crowded around the bar. They cried out that they were ready to spend the night with him. But for our hero, this night was not so simple. Being behind the wheel of a car and talking on the phone with Stone, who told Du and Fei not to worry about those punks. They'll be taken care of, but the protagonist made it clear that he didn't need any help and that he was staying away from him. To-do list. Stone, with understanding and wishing you a good evening, and completed the call. With a sigh of relief, Du and Fei put the phone in the inner jacket pocket. Jiking was already asleep in the front seat. Volume 1 Chapter 6. Du and Fei stopped at the side of the road and got out of the car to get some fresh air. Then, as he leaned on the car, he thought about Jiking. He thought of her as an ordinary person, but he was already tired of her antics and wanted to head home. But she got out of the car. Jiking got out of the car and asked what Du and Fei did for a living, but there was no answer. Then he wanted to know what the girl thought of him. The answer was initially no. Pleasant, because she thought that he was a gigolo, a slacker and unworthy to be with her sister, but after spending some time with him, she changed her mind about him, which surprised me a little. The main character. The girl now thinks that he is not a simple person, but something more to her. I remember his cold gaze very much, even though no one noticed it, except for the guy with the scar. By asking him if she was right, there was no response, and Du and Fei was too far away. Excited, his mind was racing about getting what he wanted from Jiking Yin too. For a long time, he knew that she was Yun Zidong's godsister. But after collecting my thoughts, the hero mentioned that the girl had had too much to drink, suggested that the guy with the scar, he was in charge of the bar, and corrected, the main one was supposed to break up the fight. But the girl, I felt a lie in the words of the antagonist, pressing the whole chest of the main character, the girl. I assumed he was a mob boss or something. This scared Du and Fei greatly. He took the girl by the hand and went to the car, mentioned again that she was drunk and that he needed to take her home. On the way to the house, the girl pestered him in every possible way, eventually. As a result, she asked to put her shoulder up so that she could sleep on it. Obscene ones. His mind was still racing, but he didn't know where to go, so he asked her where she lives. The girl raised her head and whispered her address in her ear, and the main character sped up. The weather had evaporated, but they had already arrived. I met them. Jiking's bodyguard. The main character asked the girl to be taken by the nanny inside, at home, but the bodyguard informed me that the girl currently lives alone. Du and Fei. He was surprised, but he had no choice but to pick her up and carry her inside the house. He sighed heavily and carried her frail body down the stairs. He carried her into the room and I put him on the bed. He knew it was soaked through in the rain and he should take it off. Her clothes. He was very overexcited and didn't understand how he deserved it. Volume 1 Chapter 7. While undressing the girl, Du and Fei couldn't help but have vulgar thoughts. He didn't understand what he was doing, even though it was the right thing to do. He stripped her down to her underwear and covered her with a blanket, but he realized that it was also soaked in the sun. Through the blanket, without looking, he had to take off his underwear. It was as soft as marshmallows. But when he heard the girl's moan, he abruptly withdrew his hand, waved it away and said, he quickly left the room. He asked the guard to take care of her, and he didn't have to worry about her. It's time to go your own way. After leaving the villa grounds, by the light of the lanterns, he set off along the road. As he walked along the road, he couldn't help but think about what was happening. Today, he felt like he was dreaming. Two big men interrupted his thoughts, going in the opposite direction, straight to the meeting of the main character. But they weren't just passing people. They immediately apologized and said that it was just. They follow Siskin's orders. They took out their knives and attacked the protagonist. By dodging from their blows, without even taking his hands out of his pockets, he asked who sent them and whether it could be. Their customer is Cheng Feng. After looking at each other, the big guys realized that this guy wasn't simple and very good. Duan Fei knew that he had guessed right, because it could be seen from their reactions. He knew what Cheng Feng wanted from him. The main character smelled a faint smell of blood from them. I understood that these were not ordinary guys, but professional killers. He was impressed that Cheng Feng was able to hire them. And now one of them makes a lunge, holding a cold weapon in his hand. But the main character, with a light and accurate blow, knocked the knife out of the opponent's hands, and the second, I knocked him out of his standing position altogether. The second, looking at his friend, did not. He began to attack, to which the protagonist advised them to return and hand over to Chen Feng. That he doesn't hold a grudge against him. And he warned me that Duan Fei should never be seen again. Contact us. One of the big guys ran up to his friend and asked if he was okay, but there was no answer. I heard the guy start coughing up blood, and the main character turning his back to them. I retreated into my thoughts and moved on. He knew that something was wrong and he should stay away from all these troublemakers. Volume 1 Chapter 8. A car passed by those big men and stopped not far away from them. Jiking's husband came out of the car and asked what had happened, to which they replied that Duan Fei is a professional. This surprised him greatly, but he didn't have much time to think. Not far away, there was another silhouette that confirmed their words, calling Duan Fei a professional as well as calling them crap. After which he laughed. All of them scared me. The look in this unknown guy's eyes was frightening. And only the young master took all the money. He took his remaining courage in hand and asked who he was. Don't wait too long for a response. It seemed that this person was the one who would kill them all. And the young master's defense was taken care of. 2 battered goons. But the unknown guy baffled them by asking only one question. That similar taste of blood. And without hearing an answer in an instant, the throat of one of them was cut, saying that the answer was not correct. He followed to the watching big guy, not having uttered no words. His lifeless body also fell into non-existence. Scared young, the master, giving off tons of fear, asked who sent him, if it was Duan Fei. Grinning, the unknown man brought the bloody knife to his mouth and licked a blade. I asked Bloody Knife how he would like to die. From fear and powerlessness, I fell on my knees. He begged me not to kill him and tried to bribe the villain. I was ready to exceed his fee by 20 times. But his gaze and his intense silence led me to even more terrified. He fell into despair and started bowing down. He was already ready to go. Anything to survive. He was already ready to be his servant, to be his master. Loyal as a dog. But not famous grinned, howling a rhetorical question like a dog. After all, the young master was already like a dog. But no matter how groveling the young one is, master, his life was sealed, and with a light swing of the knife, I cut his throat. Unknown was pleased, although he did not understand how these weaklings had the courage. Attack Duan Fei. When Duan Fei arrived at the villa area in Sea City, he received a phone call. A good friend called Locust, who also arrived in City C and reported that I cleaned up after Duan Fei and warned him to be more careful in the future, because he was being followed. Others are still watching. After Duan's call, Fei thought about it. He realized that he wasn't up to it yet. The enemy also appreciated that there are not so many organizations that could attract attention. Locusts. Unknown. Standing with the girl, she was interested in whether this person is the same Locust with whom he wanted to meet. The guy agreed. This is exactly the person with which he wants to meet. But, unfortunately, the Locusts can't stand him. They hate him. But he warned Maggie not to think about the way the Locusts were treating him. Otherwise, it will not be flavored. But the girl was not happy with what the guy was doing. Such dirty work, for nothing, and just they have to put up with it. But it was a good old friend, that's why he helps him. After a moment's thought, he got into the car, and I realized that the city is changing. Volume 1 Chapter 9. Duan Fei became a pillar of support for the 8 military men who had already left their ranks. For 3 years, he became their mainstay. To date, of the 8, 5 are still alive. 3 died on missions abroad, but not one of their bodies was found. While leading his gang, Duan Fei took revenge for his friends abroad, and was even nicknamed the Grim Reaper. His squad was feared by everyone and even nicknamed the Hell Squad. However, the father, Duan Fei, forced him to leave the Hell Squad and even join the group. The squad was disbanded. Locust became a contract killer. Parrot continued to lead an organization of mercenaries known as Hell, who carry out missions wherever they go. There are conflicts. As for the wolf, no one has any information about it. Location. Vin, on the other hand, was so determined to defend your boss. As Locust rode down the highway with Migi, He asked what the purpose was. Maggie arrived in town, assuming that she was hired by Killer French. The girl agreed. Her mission was to kill the CEO. But since it is located in the city of C, she sees this assignment as a vacation. The general director was Yun Zedong. Locust was alarmed and asked Maggie to give up this assignment, which, perplexed, she asked what she and he needed it for. But he persisted. He made it clear that it wasn't worth going in there. It was a personal reason. Maggie had no idea that this woman was Duan Fei, but the Locust didn't know who was targeting her. Maggie didn't have a choice, and she mentioned that this assignment wasn't going to do her any harm. Benefits. They decided to act in the opposite direction and find out who else took up this task. Maggie asked for a plan of action, which the Locusts immediately responded to. He sentenced them to permanent residence in the city of C. He wasn't happy because who was this guy? A man who dared to attack Duan Fei's woman, but also thought that he was still be merciful to them all, because if there was a psycho who runs the organization, hell, all the mercenaries targeting Yun Zedong would be dead by now, especially the wolf. When Duan Fei returned to the Yun family's home, he met his wife's father from the doorway. I asked him why he was still awake, but the old man interrupted him and exclaimed loudly, so that he can tell him everything, without deceiving him, what's wrong with him. Duan Fei was confused. He didn't know what they knew. His gaze fell on Yun Zedong. From her appearance, it was clear that she was crying. She also noticed him. Duan Fei everything. I didn't understand anything yet. He couldn't think of anything better to do, so he poured the tea he offered to Mr. Yun, but he reacted negatively, asking him not to evade the question and explain what's going on with them. The main character still didn't understand anything. But as if his eyes didn't flicker, he didn't understand what the problem was. But he solved the exact question. Mr. Yun, he wanted to know when the newlyweds would have children and gave them a deadline that for a year, it will wait. Duan Fei was petrified by the unexpected question. But he didn't know what to say, having managed to really utter both words and words. Volume 1 Chapter 10. Realizing what he was talking about, the main character exhaled and walked with confidence, not looking at the screen, head of the family in the direction of the girl. Sitting down next to her, Duan Fei called out that he was home. Yun Zedong was surprised and looked at the person sitting next to her, who was squinting at her in disbelief. The protagonist. With a confused look, she wondered how he could touch her, but didn't. She let it show, so as not to look too awkward in front of her parents, even though she had come to terms with the way the main character was behaving. But she was still not satisfied with his snide attitude, the smile and where he touches the girl, pretending in front of her parents to make an impression. Mother insistently. She said that they had been married for more than a month and that it was time for them to think about children. But the family did not know that the newlyweds live in the place for only a week. Good for what? After thinking about it, the main character apologized and took all the blame on himself. It's not Sithun's fault that they haven't thought about children yet. This surprised my parents a lot. This led them into confusion. The girl became alert. She didn't understand either whether Duan Fei is really apologizing or just putting on a show. Because of their lack of understanding, the parents wanted to know what was going on, and as a result, they became thoughts creep in. Whether everything is fine with him, whether he is in order, maybe he is hiding some secret. It's turning gray or something's wrong with his body, they thought. Duan Fei wanted to start his own. An excuse, and only briefly. Without finishing, did they do something wrong with his body? Mother. I interrupted him and began to fill him up with disturbing questions about what is wrong. What is wrong with his body and whether this may be the reason that they still have not curled a child. But the protagonist pulled himself together and confidently shouted out that he wanted to divorce Yun Zedong. This message threw everyone into disbelief. They completely lost their meaning, even. The confused Yun Zedong reacted with surprise. She couldn't believe her ears. Was Duan Fei serious and finally agreed that he wanted to divorce her? She didn't understand why it was happening at this moment, after all the times he had rejected her. A request for divorce, because their marriage was meaningless, but now Duan Fei was ready to break the knot with her. As it turned out, Duan Fei didn't plan on it, because in the event of their divorce, the master would kill the main character. He said about a falling out, only because the girl would never agree to have a child with him. Displeased, but quickly approaching the table, the father of the family opposed the words of the chief, the hero. Duan Fei then asked him to calm down. The mother also held the main character. I mentioned that maybe he didn't have a divorce in mind and that he shouldn't be so worried. Not. After giving it a chance, Mr. Yun wanted to hear if it was true and threatened the main character to the hero, making it clear that it is no longer necessary to talk about divorce, otherwise everything may end. Deplorable. Duan Fei didn't answer, but stared at the girl's father and thought about the same thing. To calm him down, because in the event of a stroke, the main character's father would kill him. He understood that his task was to protect Yun Zedong, because the enemy could spoil anywhere. However, while it was easy to destroy it, the problem was different. The main character. I didn't understand why a handsome man like him couldn't have so much fun. An attractive girl. But he's on a mission and can't even touch her. He understood that because of this barrier, their relationship, sooner or later, will come to an end. Finally, Mr. Yun, with his serious and loud voice, brought the protagonist out of his trance of thought. I informed him that if he had any problems with his body or health, he would always may consult a doctor. He also clarified that now the world of technology and it will be able to help restore his masculinity. But if they still can't get it started, the child will always be able to organize assistance in the usual way and, as an option, withdraw it. A test tube baby. This greatly frightened and shocked Duanfei. Still in the big ones. Yan Zedong's words threw her off. She also didn't agree with the divorce. Duanfei, who was flushed and panicked, didn't understand anything. Volume 1 Chapter 11. The father agreed with the girl with confidence, but also warned Duanfei that if she looked down on him, he would help him teach her a lesson. These words confused the girl. Mr. Yun began lecturing the main character, telling him that it was for him, Duanfei's father is a cripple, and even though the rules apply, he should be responsible for his father's son. He had only a daughter. He suggested that he should be content with what he had, and it is his daughter, mentioning also that whoever his daughter is, even though she is a big shot in society, she must remain a loving wife of her husband, which in the case of, in fact, he could even raise his hand to put her back in her place. The magnificent speech scared everyone, most of all Yun Zedong's mother. Duanfei pondered Mr. Yun's words. He thought it was strange, after all. Who in their right mind would order a beating? My daughter. Yan Zedong became even more confused, but he didn't say anything, just closed his eyes. As he finished his tea, the head of the family turned his gaze back to himself, calling the main character he. I asked him if he knew why his company was called Hongding. Carefully, Duanfei looked at his wife's father as he listened and didn't say anything. Father 7 became to talk about where this came from. Duanfei's father's name is Duan Hong. And since the head of the family is a very good person, he is a very good person. 7 owed their lives to him. He combined their names, putting his own name behind it. A commitment to their family. He also said that their business is equal and that his father, the same owner as Mr. Yun. With understanding, Duanfei closed his eyes and stood up. Listen further. Father 7 made it clear that young people in their time, too, they take marriage and divorce lightly. He asked for a request that he doesn't have. No matter what happens to them in the future, as long as Yan Zedong is Duanfei's wife, she will to remain a member of his family. 7 Duan. I also asked them to be more attentive to each other because they are now a family. They must understand themselves and their feelings. To a friend, and retired to sleep in a place with the girl's mother. Duanfei was confused and, without understanding, he wagged his head as he looked at Mr. Yun leaving and at Yan Zedong, who was standing in front of him. I was very confused. Right before exiting the main hall, Mr. Yun asked for Po. Rather give them a grandchild. From such requests, the girl could not stand it and got up, but except as I couldn't say father. She had lost all hope, thinking that she might. Whether the father behaved like this to his daughter, the girl began to cry. Duanfei heaved a sigh of relief. Ignoring the girl, he was glad that this conversation was finally over. He tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and began to rest. But the girl was staring at him intently. The main character, confused, wondered if he really meant what he just said. So having nothing else to think of, the girl was going to go to bed, which is why I told my husband. Duanfei looked at her with a smile as he moved towards the exit. Pulling himself together, he confidently walked in her direction and with a light wave of his hand, closed the door. He stood in front of the girl, blocking her way. The girl turned around in confusion and I wanted to know what he was doing, to which the antagonist reacted calmly, letting her drop, that she no longer had any power over him. He told her that he would also like to rest, but already, together with her. The girl was confused by this. She was still not happy, but she knew that she wasn't sure what to do. If she wants to upset her parents, she just froze. She realized that Duanfei would behave, befitting her father's words, but the girl still gave him her own terms. I asked him to wait outside so that he could put the house in order, but Duanfei sat down on the chair and offered the girl is not embarrassed. He will just take a look at her while she is. Do your own thing. The girl was outraged by this, but the opponent she could not. By going to. She snapped the panoramic window shut. The main character was stunned by her. With humility, he watched her intently as she moved around the room, taking your own. However, the girl asked not to look at her at least at this moment. Duanfei didn't. He knew what the girl wanted to wear, that he couldn't even look at it. Having brought the underwear to the closet, she began to rummage there, but she was distracted by the main character, he. I noticed that the girl had dropped some of her clothes. Surprised, she glanced at him, But it was already too late. The protagonist took her clothes. She turned out to be a small nightgown. It was slightly transparent and provocative. He wanted to know if she was wearing such clothes, but the girl was baffled by her own embarrassment. Volume 1 Chapter 12. After exclaiming and snatching her clothes from Duanfei, Yun Zidong became even more embarrassed, so much so that I couldn't look into his eyes. She asked him not to go through her things again. She knew he'd seen it all before, but she couldn't help it, so defiant and outspoken. The simple outfit gave her a sense of calm and freedom to sleep, but she couldn't tell him that, because I thought he wouldn't believe her. But Duanfei didn't betray this meaning and said that he went to rest because he was very tired. He took off his shirt, thereby exposing his torso, and I went to the double bed. As he lay on the bed, he thought about what had happened to him. Such a girl under the mask of coldness and pride is still something. Duanfei was burning. The desire to take off her dress and see who she really is. He started to fantasize about her. In the robe he'd recently held in his hands, he knew it was too much. Never will, because the girl will not allow him to see such a thing, much less do it. After daydreaming, Duanfei fell asleep. The girl was surprised that he didn't do anything, but he just lay down and fell asleep. But it also calmed her down. He didn't feel awkward anymore. I still didn't believe they'd have to sleep in revenge after all. But fatigue was taking over and her head was no longer working. She had to worry about tomorrow, and tomorrow was her last day. There were a lot of things to do that were much more important than standing there and thinking about embarrassment. Awkwardness. Sitting down on the bed, she was still wondering how such a person could do such a thing. Fall asleep quickly. She turned off the lamp and lay down next to Duanfei, covering herself. Under the blanket, she turned her back and closed her eyes. But hearing some rustle, she was nervous that Duanfei might have woken up. She begged in her mind not to. It was, to her great regret, the main character only pretended to be asleep. He could not. Falling asleep because of her delicate scent. His thoughts filled with Yun Zidong in her nightgown. What? It haunted him. Duanfei, still awake, decided to check if Yun Zidong was still asleep. Having asked her and not hearing an answer, I thought that she was sleeping, so I decided to try my luck and take her by the hand, thinking that there will be nothing. Trying to find the girl's hand without looking under it. Under the blanket, he thought he found her hand, but it felt softer to the touch. Confused the main character. The girl was woken up and confused. She did not understand what happens. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling. But then her face changed and, turning red with anger, she shouted the main character's name and jumped out of bed. Covering herself with a blanket, she jumped out of bed. Duanfei was lying in bed in an unconscious state. There was a bruise on his cheek and foam coming out of his mouth. Waking up Duanfei, he moved down the hall, looking like he hadn't had much sleep. Going out to the kitchen, covering his bruise, he said good morning to the girl's parents and headed for the door. Before the girl woke up, Duanfei didn't want her to notice him leaving. Mr. Yun offered to sit down with them at the table. Duanfei obeyed the request without any choice. He sat down at the table. The girl's mother asked him not to pay attention to her betrothed. I handed the main character a cup of tea, which he took gratefully. But Mr. Yun noticed Duanfei's bruise and abruptly got up from the table, slammed the table, and asked, "What do you have?" He wanted to know if the newlyweds had quarreled again. Looking away, the protagonist said that there was nothing terrible, and that the bruise appeared as a result of that he slipped coming out of the tub. But the girl's father was insistent. He noticed that Duanfei had woken up and walked out of the living room again. Not out of the living room properly. Newlyweds Rooms. Volume 1 Chapter 13. Not a long, silent meeting at the dinner table was interrupted by the girl's mother asking. Her husband didn't put pressure on Duanfei. These actions scared the main character. Duanfei, he was really scared, but he tried not to let it show, because he knew that the person sitting across from him was the same person. This man is not just the father of his wife, but also an experienced scout. He could not look him in the eye, as Mr. Yun would have known immediately that something had happened between them. What the main character doesn't want to talk about. Without thinking twice, Mr. Yun made it clear that he didn't know what was going on with them, but he'd asked for the chief of staff to be in charge for a month. The hero who won Yun Zidong's heart. After finishing breakfast, Duanfei went to work. As he walked, he thought about what Mr. Yun had said. He didn't understand how to make his daughter fall in love with you within a month. After all, in his mind's eye, Yun Zidong was not as far away as the sky and the earth. He thought it was as cold as an iceberg and didn't understand that. Find out where to start. He understood that there was discord in their marriage and there was no love there. But he also couldn't stop wondering how such a young man could be left without a job. Satisfaction of women's love. He really didn't want to take this mission as he was going to retire. And now this love is being forced on him, which he doesn't need. Having arrived to the designated point where Duanfei himself was working, he went along the corridor. The people working there stood huddled together and discussed something. But when they saw the main character, they called out to him. They paid attention to his face and noticed a bruise, which they asked. The relevant question is about what happened. But without looking in confidently, the main character, he said that when he was sleeping with their shared CEO, she hit him. Crowd. She was indignant and reproached him in every possible way behind his back. But they did not understand anything. Duen-Fei was very tired and didn't want to do anything else, so he sat down on the windowsill and enjoyed himself. The morning sun. But his colleagues called him to the morning formation. When everything is ready, we lined up in a row. The captain came in, and no matter how no one tried to call the main character, he was already flying in the clouds. Everyone greeted Captain Kai. With his nose in the air, the captain didn't even look up. He paid attention to them because he thought they were nothing, just ordinary guards, which have no power whatsoever. But the captain noticed that one was missing. Looking around, he saw Duen-Fei and didn't understand why he wasn't Liu, but he sits on the windowsill and idles. This greatly angered Sai, and he moved to the front. In the main character's direction, he was about to pounce on him when suddenly, the angry vein on his cheek turned into a glorious and brilliant smile. He happily asked if he was doing well, not waiting for a response, but still drawing attention to himself. The captain said that today the directors will have a meeting with the headmasters, and they, as guards, will have to represent the image of the Yunding Tower. Duen-Fei's serious gaze fell on the captain as he spoke. The captain noticed on his cheek a patch. The captain was curious to know what had happened, and he knew that in these difficult circumstances, under the circumstances, he wouldn't do anything to him, but he really wanted someone to teach him a lesson. Duen-Fei calmly revealed the bruise on his face with a slight smile. Face formed by falling out of bed when he fell out of bed at night. The rector. An awkward moment of silence was interrupted by the captain's displeasure, and he shouted at the main character that he did not defame the name of the director and did not dare to do so. He speaks out more, but the protagonist did not stop, because he told the truth. So he sat down and began to be rude to the captain, telling him that he did not know how to say po. He told the captain that it was his wife. There's nothing not to say, but he lowered his hands, still alarmed and angry. He humbly informed Duen-Fei that his waiting for Qin's assistant. The captain suggested that maybe they want Duen. The ferry was located on the upper floors, but getting a taste of their power, sitting on the windowsill, Duen-Fei made it clear that he didn't want to go anywhere. Fear enveloped the captain. Increasingly, his helplessness was justified by the fact that he knew Duen-Fei was close friends of someone who works in the center of the organization and should not run around it. But he really wanted him to know his place, because even though the building is 20-story tall, it's not a big building. The difference between the top 5 floors and the ones below, to the great. Unfortunately, Duen-Fei didn't belong to the security department, so the captain had the right to. There was no authority over him. It was not in his power to do so. He was a man from Nezavisime Gazeta, the company, once again asking if he is serious in his words, that he is not. Go to the top floor, to which the main character suggested another candidate for this position. Raul, his colleague Fang, to which Fang reacted with great surprise. But the captain, he made it clear that he was in the wrong field of berries and that there was no place for him there. This place was only for Duen-Fei. The captain thought the ordinary guards were incompetent idiots. The captain didn't say anything. He could understand why Duen-Fei had been chosen, since Qin had never cared about the service, security. And if that was what was needed, someone more experienced should have been called in. An experienced one like the captain, but to his great regret, Duen-Fei was summoned, with which he couldn't agree to, but there was nothing else he could do, no matter how much he resisted. In desperation, the captain started down the corridor. He couldn't stop thinking about how girls in general can look at someone like Duen-Fei. The captain received malice. I dreamed of achieving justice and promised myself that someday I would definitely teach Duen-Fei a lesson. Volume 1 Chapter 14. Duen-Fei went down the corridor to the front. Fang was indignant at his behavior. He didn't know what to do. I understood what this person was doing, and I was not happy that he refused to do such a thing. Suggestions from such a great opportunity. But the main character's answer surprised me. Fanga, after all, in the protagonist's head there were only beautiful girls. He considered that work too boring, because he wouldn't be able to see so many ladies, saying to Duen-Fei that it should be more ambitious. Fang was still insisting on it. Fang went to work on the upper floors, because he has all the qualities that are suitable for this work. The main character was more serious than ever, but Fang didn't have any features like the main character, so Duen-Fei asked his friend to go, and a colleague to his workplace, otherwise he will not be able to avoid trouble. Duen-Fei, I went down the stairs. He found his job boring, but there was also a bright side. Naturally, it was the crowds of women passing by Duen-Fei. Most of the people, there were women working in this tower, which made Duen-Fei very happy. Coming up and leaning on his colleagues, he embarrassed them. They understood what this was leading to. Maine. The hero presented 2 fingers to his mouth and a clear, piercing whistle sounded. To this whistle, the girls turned around. They did not understand where this ringing was coming from, but having noticed, the protagonist seemed to have been given the joy of the sun. They looked slightly embarrassed, but happy, satisfied. Doonfei waved his hand at the girls' wake until the moment they left the room. A familiar car didn't pass behind him. He didn't get a good look at the car, but he didn't have time to see it. I was distracted by a message on my mobile phone. A girl he knew wrote to him, and she invited him to her home and offered to taste the main character's favorite tofu. Never did. After finishing his shift, Doonfei went on a date. Doonfei understood that without this protection from Yun Zedong, he wouldn't even be working in such a place. By throwing it back, head up, he looked up at the tower. It didn't look like a steel cage made of steel bars. He opened the car door and was about to get in when someone called him from behind. It was an attractive, young girl who recognized that whistle of his and praised it. The girl stood and looked at him, wondering if the chief was happy to see her. A hero. But Doonfei was very annoyed by this. Exhaling, he asked her what she was doing in the hospital. This place. The girl was much shorter than the protagonist. She silently approached him and stood up. Naomi hugged him. The embarrassed girl was very happy to see him because they had been together for a long time. We didn't see each other and she really missed him. But the exasperated Doonfei didn't. Comfortable. He was much older than this young girl. But that was the goal. Girls, she wanted to marry a manly old man. This role is just right. The main character came up. But Doonfei didn't understand what this girl was playing at. She put her hand on the waist of the main character and began to rapidly fall lower. This, very disturbing to the protagonist. He could no longer restrain himself if this was the case. Continued. He knew that she was really good at seducing men, but Doonfei was strong, and even though she had almost succeeded, she couldn't break him. He immediately clicked through. To the point, he knew that the girl needed something from him. As it turned out, she had. The race was scheduled for 16:30, and she needed his help. Chapter 1-0. The events take place in Chunnan High School for girls. This school is very famous. She is famous not only for her good education, but also for her excellent students. Ordinary people, boys, consider this place a paradise on earth. Last year, the school suddenly changed its main rule and began to recruit boys, but the students were not satisfied with this development, and they began to get rid of the guys in all possible ways. Since then, the school has become a paradise for girls and a hell for boys. However, ironically, another poor guy was transferred to this school. What is waiting for him? Hell or heaven? Chapter 1-1. Events take place in the city of Chunnan. The guy runs headlong. 2 guys are running after him. One of them is called Hong Kai-young. He asks his partner where the thief has gone. The other guy replies that the thief turned into an alley, so he suggests waiting for the others. His name is Feng Qin, and he is the main character. Hong Kai waves it off, saying that the 2 of them can handle it. The hero also notices that you need to be more careful because the thief may have a weapon. The thief stumbles into a dead end. He wants to climb over the fence, but it's too high. Feng asks the guy to return what he stole. The thief turns out to be an emo from the Forgotten Love Club. He replies that a couple of schoolboys won't be able to stop him, a member of the Forgotten Love family. The guy starts dancing, showing the real skills of an artist. He tries to intimidate his pursuers with this, but it looks too shabby to work. The latter is what the main character notices. Hong Kai is the first to break down. He prescribes savory bream to an unfinished artist, after which the latter falls to the ground, and then his comrades begin to kick him. The artist begs you to stop. Ian notices that he's soiled his new clothes. The hero calms him down, saying that it can be easily washed, and they need to go further to find the others. The comrade supports Fen's words. Then the hero notices around the corner a girl with white hair and the likeness of cat ears on her head. The girl is shaking all over, but still finds the strength to go out to the guys. A representative of the fair sex refers to the main character as a brother. She immediately asks if they're done yet. The girl's name is Dai Bai. She praises the guys for being quick on the job. The guys answer with sadness that they managed to catch only one, and the second was able to escape. The hero begins to communicate with the girl. They completely forget about the existence of the third person in their conversation. Feng asks the fairer sex where the 2 girls have gone. Xiu explains that she hid to see her little brother's feet with her own eyes. This sounds creepy to the guy, so he decides to change the subject, asking about where Xuanzin has gone. Dai Bai replies that she doesn't know exactly where the man is right now, but she assumes that he's probably hitting on some girl. The hero asks her guess again, after which they both see their friend talking to some young girl with pink hair. At the same time, Xuanzin is chatting with a beautiful girl. He reassures her, insisting that she shouldn't worry, because his people will soon return her back. The guy takes the victim's hand and gently moves closer to her, offering to go and have a drink somewhere before they get back. The girl blushes all over. This is how Xuanzin sees the scene. The hero together with his friends see this picture. They don't like it, so Fen asks the guy what he's doing here. After receiving no response from Xuanzin, they both start punishing him for being so impertinent. The guy apologizes for his outburst, begging for mercy. The girl whose bag was stolen is named Han Yuding. She is a student at Chunnan High School for Girls. She laughs nervously at the comical nature of the situation. The hero approaches her, handing her the stolen bag. The victim sincerely thanks the guys for helping her return the bag. She wants to invite them all to dinner. Fen just shrugs it off, saying that they didn't do anything special. He notices that it's getting late, so the girl should go home. Xuanzin can't believe what he's hearing. He does not want to just let the victim go, because he sees this as an ideal opportunity to meet a beautiful, slender, and rich girl. His eyes literally burn with desire, but the three of them don't share his enthusiasm. Dai Bai's eyes suddenly light up. She claims to have written a short story about little brother Feng's feet. She invites the guys to listen, but they don't want to do it at all. Hung Kai also recalls that he also participated in this. The girl begins her performance, and the Trinity begins to pray for the end of it. One of them asks to kill him, another prays for an end, and the third claims that he can't take it anymore. My friends understand that it's time to get out of here. The first one escapes Xuanzin. He explains his actions by saying that he forgot to turn off the iron, so he needs to hurry because the whole hut may burn down. Hung Kai runs off in the opposite direction, saying that he remembered an important thing. His girlfriend is cheating on him right now. The hero is also going to run, but the aura of the girl makes him stop in mid-sentence. When Dai Bai turns around and sees her little brother, she literally melts with happiness. She throws herself at him with a hug, declaring that only he can appreciate her talent. The guy knows he's in serious trouble. Fen tries to gently get rid of the annoying girl, finding a good reason, but someone starts calling him sharply. He is very happy about it inside. The hero picks up the phone and starts a conversation with his mother. The guy gets straight to the point, determined to find out what happened. The voice on the phone announces that they are in trouble, so Feng Qingyu needs to hurry home. Young Dai Bai's eyes are filled with tears from all this. The hero hangs up the phone, then tells the girl that he needs to go home. She grabs him by the elbow, begging him to stay. The guy once again repeats that he needs to run, and then breaks out of the grip of the fair sex, going home. On the way, he says goodbye to her, and Dai Bai declares that he is a real fool. There are only 4 people in the hero's family. Mom, Dad, him and his little sister. They are not particularly rich and especially not famous, but they have a quiet and happy life. Feng Qin jumps over a small fence, already approaching his house. The guy puts the key in the lock and turns it, opening the door. He enters the room, announcing to all his relatives that he has returned. His parents are sitting on the couch in the living room, waiting for him. From their faces, it becomes clear that something out of the ordinary has clearly happened, so the hero immediately tries to clarify the situation by asking a question about the state of affairs. The father puts his hand on his son's shoulder, asking for forgiveness. He announces that even though he has just turned 18, now he will have to take care of his mother and sister. These words unsettle the hero. He's trying to figure out what it all means. Fen's eyes fill with tears. He realizes that the situation is terrible. He hugs his father, then begins to ask him not to despair. He reminds them that medicine has now made great strides, so they can cure his cancer. A man gives a savory bream to his son, sending him to the floor. A blood clot flies out of the hero's mouth. It turns out that the father is healthy as a bull. An adult looks at his child, who has recently entered adulthood. His mind is racing with thoughts of how his son could have thought he was dying. And besides, he's not stupid enough to refuse treatment. Feng Qin rises to his feet, clutching at the bruised spot. He looks at his father with distaste, asking why he hit him. The man answers the question with a question, clarifying why he decided to bury his father alive. The hero takes his hand away from the cheek where his father's hand was left. It finally dawns on him that his father isn't sick. This makes him very angry, so he wants to know what's going on. The man only insults his son, calling him a jerk. The mother intervenes in the conversation, who decides to clarify the present state of affairs. It turns out that 10 years ago, the hero's father took out a loan of 10 yuan and forgot to return it. Because of this, he currently owes the bank 1 million yuan. The woman's words simply kill the hero, who is amazed at the sum he heard. He doesn't understand why the interest rates are so high, so he asks his father where he got the loan, assuming that he got it from the bank at the bus stop. The father makes it clear that in order to pay off his debts, he decided to go to Afghanistan to buy coconuts. He knows it's a good job to make money, but it's a very dangerous job, so he asks his son to look after his mother and sister while he's away. The hero absolutely does not like this, because it is deadly dangerous, so he decides to clarify whether there is any other option to pay off his debts. A grin appears on the man's face, which does not bode well. Feng Qin has his father's hand on his shoulder. The man claims that he knew that he could rely on his son. The mother puts her hand on the guy's other shoulder, and the hero gets a bad feeling. Realizing that now it is impossible to step back, the hero decides to find out what he should do. My father immediately replies that all he needs to do is transfer to Chunnan Senior Girls' School. Feng asks where he should transfer to, and then he immediately explains how this will help his father pay off his debts. When the boy understands the meaning of his parents' words, he screams out the name of this school in horror, knowing full well that a real hell awaits him on Earth. Chapter 1-2. The guy decides to clarify everything that is happening. So he clarifies how his transfer to Chunnan will help with the payment of the debt. The mother explains that the current headmistress of the school was her classmate. According to her, if Feng Qin studied there, he would receive a very good scholarship. The father also adds that if his son agrees to the transfer, they will also accept land for free. The woman sums up, from which it becomes clear that they will not only be able to get rid of debt, but also allow Lan to get a good education for free. The hero's father approves of this decision. Parents start dancing with joy, because Chunnan Senior Girls' School is an elite educational institution. When the guy finishes his studies, he will become a director in some company, and then find a beautiful and rich wife. Then they'll all be so happy together. The hero thinks to himself that if Lan will study in such an elite institution, then she will really be able to get a good education. He's starting to realize that this isn't such a bad idea. My father snaps his mouth shut. Tears are streaming down his cheeks, and he declares that they have no right to force their son to do such a thing. If he refuses, he will go to Afghanistan to buy coconuts. Tears also appear in the woman's eyes. After such a scene, Feng Qin still agrees to this proposal. The man rejoices at what he heard from his son, stating that he knew that he would not let him down. The hero is trying to comprehend what is happening. The father gets down to business, saying that the headmistress asked the guy to come to her tomorrow morning. The boy turns to his father in confusion, trying to figure out how she could have known he would agree. Then the father, showing a thumbs up, asks his son not to forget the suitcase in which they have already packed his things. This completely shocks the hero, who is clearly not ready for such a thing. Feng Qin finally realizes that he is being evicted from his home. He goes to his room for the last time, remembering that he has to go to the headmistress tomorrow morning. He notes that everything is happening too fast, which is why he does not have time to comprehend everything. In the room, he sees a blue suitcase. The hero swears a little, realizing that the parents really did not lie about this issue. He sits down in a chair, turns on the desk lamp, and then begins to remember everything he knows about Chunnan High School for Girls. 5 months ago, the hero passed by this school. The weather was overcast and it was raining. The guy was walking under an umbrella so as not to get wet. He didn't bother anyone until someone hit the fence bars, startling him badly. This person turned out to be a schoolboy with pink hair who asked for help. He was unwrapped by a girl with red hair, after which, having prescribed a savory bream, she demanded to shut up. She smiled at the hero who happened to witness all this, then dragged the guy by the scruff of the neck back into the building. FJ and Kin, on the other hand, watched the scene in horror, not understanding what it was. 4 months ago, the hero found a similar picture. It was evening then. The leaves had fallen over the sidewalk, and he was moving next to the same fence. This time it was the blonde who asked for help, begging to be released, because he didn't want to die. The guy was grabbed from behind by a woman's hand, and then hit the fence. The blonde only noted that the guy tried to escape after looking at their president. The hero is startled to realize that this is another poor guy. It happened again 3 months ago. A brown-haired boy was trying to climb over the huge gate of Chunnan High School, shouting that he would live. A rope wrapped around his neck from behind. She took a sharp drag on her cigarette, then broke her neck. He fell to the sidewalk right in front of the hero, who did not understand what was going on there at all. It should be noted that in all 3 cases there are exaggerations. Feng Qin doesn't particularly like such prospects. He is saddened by the fact that he will have to spend a whole year in such a place. Then he remembers that he forgot to do something. He needed to tell Lan everything. He goes to his sister's room. He knocks several times on the door, which has a sign with her name in the form of a pink heart. My sister opens the door, asking me what my brother needs. The hero informs that they are both transferring to Chunnan High School for Girls. Lan replies that she already knows about this, because her parents told her. Lan asks the guy not to call her sister at school because she doesn't want anything to do with the killer. A member of the fair sex slams the door. The hero realizes that his sister is still mad at him, so he decides that he should leave. As Feng Qin moves away from the door, Lan opens it, watching his brother leave. Chapter 1-3. 4 girls with crazy eyes stand against the red sky. One of them claims to be hungry. She's already eaten 300 guys, but she wants more. A representative of the fair sex is interested in who will be the first 300, after which she looks at the hero, specifying that he may be the one. Feng Qin opens his eyes and screams in terror. He jerks into a sitting position, trying to regain his composure. After a few moments, he realizes that it was just a dream, although the guy notes that the dream was very scary. He wipes beads of sweat from his brow, realizing that this was some kind of hell, not a dream. A parent's voice from behind the door calls the hero, reminding him that it's time for him to get ready. The guy just says that he remembers everything. After a while, the guy is already standing at the entrance to the school. He is met by security guards at the huge gate, and he is amazed at the scale of this elite educational institution. Men at the entrance wish the hero good luck, advising him to be careful. Two of them point out that Feng Qin is so young. They hope that he has lived a good life, however short. The hero is amazed at this attitude towards himself. It's like he's being escorted to the death penalty. He makes a mental note that he hasn't done anything wrong yet, so he doesn't know why they're treating him like this. Feng Qin climbs the stairs to the headmaster's office. When he reaches the door, he catches his breath, swearing at the number of floors. He notes that in the event of an earthquake, the survival rate here will be 0. He knocks on the door of the principal's office, and a few seconds later a woman's voice calls out for him to enter. The guy opens the door, immediately apologizing for bothering him. The hero examines the director's office. There's a picture of Scansy on the wall. There's a coat rack in the corner and a closet next to it. A little further away from him is a chair. Feng Qin notices that it's cozy. At the table sits a girl in a chair, which is turned back to the guy. She claims that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl in the chair turned to the guy. She was dressed in formal attire, a red jacket, a red skirt, and a white blouse. The headmistress looked very young. She couldn't have been more than 30 years old. Blonde hair, honey-colored eyes, rounded features, and a slender figure. She greeted Feng Qin with a bright smile. Her name is Lai Sun, and she is the principal of Chunnan High School for Girls. The hero blushed at the girl's words. Steam came out of his ears, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Lai Song approached the guy while he was still in his thoughts. Feng sat on the chair, not flying in the clouds until the headmistress put her hands on his shoulders. The guy tried to find out what was going on. The girl hugged the hero, pressing him into her boobs. This made the boy blush to the tips of his ears. After that, she pulled away, stating the guy has grown a lot. Fen's nose started to bleed from the girl's excessive attention, but he quickly recovered, trying to figure out what she was doing. The headmistress notices that the other person has probably forgotten the fact that he used to always hug her when they met. The guy recalls what just happened, asking if it's true. The blonde gives a more detailed explanation that then he said his first word, calling her mom. A light bulb lights up above Fen's head, after which he gives out that he now remembers everything, and then assures the interlocutor that this never happened. This makes Li Sun feel embarrassed at the awkwardness of the moment. The headmistress tries to justify her behavior by saying that she noticed how much the guy was agitated, so the aunt decided to distract him. Feng notes that the word distract is not appropriate here. For him, it's more appropriate that the girl tried to seduce him. Li Sun decides to ignore these words. She hands him the paper, telling him it's time to get down to business. She explains that she gave the guy a non-disclosure agreement. The hero repeats the name of the document in bewilderment, not understanding at all why he should sign such a thing. Chapter 1-4. Li Sun reveals that they have several school rules that need to be followed. In addition, she notes that there are things that should not go beyond the school. The hero begins to study the document, and the headmistress asks him to pay special attention to the first 2 rules. The first rule is that you can't use force against girls, and the second refers to relationships that cannot be started in the walls of school. The blonde asks the new student to focus their attention on the second rule. She explains that they don't recruit boys to set up a harem in the school, but, unfortunately, all the previous boys were transferred to this institution only for this. Feng understands perfectly well, but he can't accept the first rule. His pride is hurt by the fact that he will not be able to use physical force, because it is difficult to accept that you will be beaten by everyone who is not lazy. Li Sun asks the other person to calm down, saying that if you use physical force in self-defense, then this is another matter. Feng Qin quickly gets his emotions under control, realizing that no one can bully him now. He is interested in why the girls' school started recruiting boys. The reason for recruiting boys to a girls' school is very simple. It is narrated by the headmistress. Students at their school spend their days surrounded by other girls, so they are completely unable to communicate with boys. Li Sun adds that because of this, the fair-sex students at the school began to think that all guys are goats, and their inability to communicate with them only increased the effect. It was because of this that they accepted quite a few guys last year, but all of them were motivated by the desire to enter into relationships with the opposite sex. In the end, this only worsened the already deplorable situation. So this year they are going to accept a limited number of boys, but with good intentions. The headmistress clasps her hands in a pleading gesture, saying that she has high hopes for Feng Qin. Li Sun asks her boyfriend to help her change the way her students think about boys. The The blonde puts her hands on the hero's shoulders. The latter is in complete shock from what is happening. The girl declares that the fate of the school is in his hands, so he must promise that he will try. Feng says he'll do his best. After hearing what she wanted, Li Sun claims that she knew that she could rely on a guy. She asks him to take his things to the dorm, making a reservation that it is not far from the school. When the hero wants to leave the headmistress's office, the blonde decides to tell him something else important. She asks him not to approach the old abandoned building because it is a restricted area. The girl wants the guy better, so he should not look for adventures on the 5th point. Walking around the school grounds, Feng Qin realizes that it is very huge. After a while, he gets to a huge building that is a men's dormitory. At the moment, there are 0 students there. The hero moves into the dorm. He gets room number 201. He goes up to the 2nd floor and opens the door to room 201. He is amazed at what he sees. Before his eyes is a huge room with several paintings, 2 armchairs, a pair of windows, 1 small table for drinking tea, and 1 kitchen table with a white vase of flowers on it. After a while, the guy finishes unpacking his things. He wipes the sweat from his face and exhales, noting that it was very tiring. Feng Qin looks out the window and sees that the weather outside is bright and sunny. He feels like taking a walk. After leaving the territory of the men's hostel, the hero goes for a walk. He admires the sights that appear before his eyes. He notes that everything in this school is very beautiful. He doesn't even want to think about how much it all cost. After a while, Feng Qin walks out to the water's edge. He is amazed that they even made an artificial lake. Then his eyes fall on the grass. He notices that she's wearing a neatly folded female school uniform with a katana on top of it. A few moments later, a brunette in just her underwear emerges from the water. The hero's eyes sparkle with what he sees. The girl notices the guy. Their eyes touch for a moment, and then they both flush red with embarrassment. They understand that they are in a very awkward situation. Both start screaming in panic, and the fair sex turns around, squatting down and covering all their intimate areas. She asks in fear what the guy is doing here. Chapter 1-5. The hero begins to sharply justify himself. He apologizes, claiming that he was just passing by, and then claims that he didn't see anything. He even clarifies that he definitely didn't see her in a white bathing suit. He apologizes again for bothering me. He invites her to leave without quarreling, noting that he has innocent eyes, so he does not lie. A representative of the fair sex all red comes out of the water to him. She picks up her katana and starts chasing the hero. The guy also offers her to get dressed first, realizing that the situation is out of control, and you will not be able to escape just like that. Feng Qin decides to go for a dirty trick. He stops abruptly, pointing a finger somewhere to the side and declaring that there is a UFO. The brunette is not lost for a second. Interest gets the better of her, and she looks in the direction indicated, and when she finds nothing there and turns her head back, the guy is already gone. She realizes that the boy has deceived her. The girl understands that she missed the impudent man. The guy saw her in a bathing suit. She is very ashamed of this, so she decides that the next time they meet, she will kill the brazen pervert. Feng Qin stops after what time? Beads of sweat run down his face. He realizes that he has come off, but he had to get into trouble during a simple walk. Although, remembering what he had to see, the hero notes that he is not a bit upset. The guy quickly throws his fantasies aside, deciding that the time is not needed for this. The hero realizes that the time has come to meet Xuan Xin and Hong Kai Yang. He walks over to Long Yung's cafe, where his friends are already waiting for him. Xuan immediately jumps up to him, forcing the conversation. The guy notices that Feng is a real hero. He even started to think that he wasn't coming back, so it should be celebrated. The Lovelace starts counting from 1 to 3, and then asks to smile. The camera takes a picture in which the hero is at a loss, and Xuan smiles brightly. The blonde notices that the hero will turn out very well in the photo, after which he makes a small blot that Xuan, of course, turned out better, but Feng Qin is also not bad. Xuan Xin notes that he can add a filter to sour the face of the interlocutor. He decides to find out the hero's opinions on this issue. Feng, on the other hand, is very annoyed by his friend's greeting. He grabs him by the shoulders, declaring that he will kill him. The hero says that he is already fed up with such jokes of Zion, so if he dies, he will take the guy with him. Go on for a while. Friends calm down. The hero tells what happened to him in a short time. After that, Xuan notices that he has 2 pieces of news for a friend. Since one is good and the other is bad, he asks the hero to choose which one to start with. Feng asks you to start with a good one. A happy smile appears on the face of the comrade, which causes the hero to be apprehensive because he does not understand why Xuan is happy. The blonde says that the hero was lucky with the class. Feng Qin asks for a little more details. Xuan explains that he was in class 1, where only stunning beauties study. The hero's eyes widen, but not in surprise. It's just that it's not good news at all, but rather neutral, so he decides to move on to the bad news. Shuan says that all these girls are like roses with thorns. After this, Feng asks his friend to express himself more clearly. It turns out that last year, 300 brave guys transferred to this school, and a third of them got into Class 1, but none of them ever returned. When the other guys found out about it, they tried to escape, but they still met the same fate. Among the class, there are several girls who were nicknamed the Four Witches. One has light blue eyes and pink hair. She wears a short-sleeve shirt and a tie. The other has dark blue hair. Her bangs cover her right eye. She also dresses in a school uniform, but prefers to wear a thin windbreaker on top of it. Her eyes are lavender in color. She is presented in a sleeveless blouse that bears her thin shoulders. The last girl has light blue hair and green eyes. Unlike the other witches, she has short hair and wears sportswear. Feng Qin mentally understands that the situation will be very difficult. The hero notices to himself that with these 4 girls you need to be careful. At this time, Shuan decides to tell one more important detail, assuring that he has not yet spoken. He says that you need to be careful with other girls, too, because they have more than 100 ways to get rid of guys. This news causes a storm of indignation in the hero. He shouts nervously at his friend, because it's hard for him to believe what they're saying about school. He doesn't understand why girls are involved in destroying guys, because he believes that they should spend time on homework or lessons. On the other hand, the main character seriously thinks about the words of his friend, because if everything that Shuan said is true, then his affairs are very bad. He sweats nervously, realizing that there was no point in lying to his friend. The realization that he can't sit back comes quickly enough. Feng Qin understands that inaction will lead to sad consequences for him, so he decides to come up with a plan for how he should proceed. Chapter 1-6. The phone lying on the nightstand abruptly starts ringing. It sets the alarm for 6 in the morning. Feng Qin quickly jumps up from the bed. He immediately gets to his feet, noting that it's time for him to get up. He realizes that today will be the day when everything starts. A familiar voice from the other side of the door shouts for the guy to get up, hinting that if he doesn't, he'll be late on the first day. The brunette responds to these words, stating that you know everything. After that, he notes to himself that a very epic moment was ruined for him. He lets out a calming breath, then repeats his words about how his hell is going to start today. 10 minutes later, Feng Qin is transformed beyond recognition. He puts on a wig, which has a generally blonde hair color, but the tips of the curls have the following colors: orange, light green, and purple. He also wears a bugoha suit. On the face, the hero applies purple shadows, foundation, and a little purple lip gloss. The guy notes that he is a real handsome man. Feng Qin thinks that his plan is a win-win, because no girl would want to get involved with such a guy. Walking down the street, the guy still cannot get used to the new attributes of his appearance. He notes that because of the wig, he can't see anything. As he approaches Chunnan High School for Girls, several expensive cars stop nearby. Seeing that the students themselves drive such expensive cars, the hero understands that very rich people study here. In his mind's eye, he thinks about how strange it is that they don't come by helicopter yet. At this moment, as if despite his thoughts, a strong gust of wind rises, and a red helicopter begins to land from the sky. Then Feng Qin almost gets an electric shock, because he is horrified to realize that someone is actually arriving at the school by helicopter. The guy makes a hand gesture to his face, very much feeling the fact that he was not at ease. Seeing expensive cars and a helicopter, he begins to feel like a real homeless person. Feng Qin quickly regains his composure, realizing that he might be late for class if he didn't hurry to class. Then he hears a woman's voice from the side, which requires no one to run. The hero looks closer and sees a girl in a school uniform with a katana in her hands. She has long black hair and expressive dark eyes, and wears a disciplinary committee armband on her shoulder. Feng Qin realizes that this is the same girl he met at the lake recently. The hero does not like it at all, because everything looks like some kind of joke. The guy hides behind a pillar, trying not to show himself to the girl. He notices that a representative of the fair sex is a member of the disciplinary committee. Feng Qin tries to figure out what to do, because if she recognizes him, he will definitely be a dead man. The hero goes back, assuming that there must be another way to school. He stops abruptly, realizing that he doesn't have much time. Feng Qin carefully looks at the fence, realizing that in principle, he can climb over the wall. The guy quickly makes his way to the Chunnan High School grounds without anyone seeing him. He presses himself against the wall, letting out a sigh of calm and noticing that now he needs to find a homeroom teacher. The hero quickly finds the right door, then knocks on it and enters with words of apology for the trouble. In the room is a girl with black hair, which is tied in a single bun on her head. Until she was disturbed, she went about her business at the computer. In order not to waste time, Feng Qin tells her that he is a new student in her class. At the same time, he introduces himself and respectfully addresses the interlocutor as Miss Tan. After a quick glance at the new student, the girl remembers that Miss Lai Sung warned her about the transfer of a new student. She stands up from her seat, asking Fen Kin to follow him. She's going to walk him to class. The hero trails behind Miss Tan. As he walks down the corridor, he hears two female students talking. One of them says that the guy is new to school. Her friend also notices that the hero looks quite strange. Fen Kin is fast enough. It gets to the class marked Odin. When the boy enters the classroom with the homeroom teacher, there is absolute silence. Miss Tan asks the class to pay attention to themselves. The hero is standing at the board at this time. The girl introduces the new student, showing her hopes that the female students will make friends with him. At this point, Fen Kin decides to act according to his plan. He gives a crazy look, confidently introducing himself and saying that his favorite hobby is a good fight. But the guy doesn't get the reaction he planned. Representatives of the fair sex are more surprised than frightened by his words. This confuses him. Realizing that he is about to fail, Fen Kin puts on the most angry face possible, stating that he hates it when someone comes closer to him than half a meter, and the last one who broke this rule is still collecting money for treatment. At the same time, it becomes clear from the hero's face that he is asking everyone present a question about whether he is expressing himself clearly. The reaction of the students again breaks all sound logic. They start saying that he is a real man, and someone thinks he is very cool. This causes dissonance in a guy who doesn't understand what he's doing wrong. Fen Kin continues to make a vicious face, horrified by what is happening. He doesn't understand what's wrong with these girls, because, according to his logic, they should have been scared. Chapter 1-7. After listening to the new student's speech to the end, Miss Tan nervously asks him to sit at an empty table next to Han Yu-ding. There is absolute silence as Fen Kin walks over to his seat and sits down. In his mind's eye, however, he notices that he feels somewhat awkward. The guy wonders what he should do. Then he remembers his first priority, which is to find the 4 witches. They decide to introduce all 4 witches to us. The first witch is called Moya Zhao. This is a girl with red hair and deep burgundy eyes. She has a haircut in the form of a square on her head, as well as small cans, which are almost invisible. The second witch is Wai Wei Tong. She has pink hair that hangs down to her waist, expressive blue eyes that can easily drown, and very large pineapples under her neck, the size of which can be envied by many. The first 2 witches watch the hero with interest. The third witch is called Tong Fei Lu. She has short blue hair and green eyes. She is very dissatisfied with the appearance of the opposite sex in their class, which can be read on her face. The size of her bumps is not inferior to the size of Wai Wai Tong. The last witch is a girl with dark blue hair. She doesn't pay any attention to what's going on around her, completely focusing her attention on the console in her hands. The right side of her face is framed by bangs. Unlike the other students, she wears a thin windbreaker with long sleeves over her school clothes. Her name is Sai Oksu Nangong. Looking around at his surroundings, the hero realizes that all his classmates are really real beauties, but he decides not to lose his vigilance and be very careful with them. He turns his gaze to the woman next to him. He greets her, then notes that she seems familiar to him, so he asks if they haven't met anywhere else before. Han Yu-ding is greatly startled by the other person's words. She panics and says that they haven't seen each other anywhere, and that the other person has confused her with someone else. The representative of the beautiful with pink hair begins to tremble all over under the guy's gaze. There's an awkward silence. At this time, in the student council office, the girls are discussing the fact that a new boy has been transferred to their school. A girl with yellow eyes and blonde hair is sitting at the table. In her hand is a glass of some liquid. She rocks it like it's wine. This is Lin Sun. She is the president of the student council. The blonde notes that it is true that a new boy was transferred to the school because her mother did it. Meanwhile, the brunette, who became the first girl that the hero met at school, thinks about the words of the head of the student council. It seems strange to her, the fact that the guy was transferred personally by the headmistress, so the girl is interested in him. Suddenly, the girl is handed the guy's personal files. The brunette begins to remember the appearance of the pervert who caught him at the lake, and the new one, after which she realizes with horror that they are the same person. A member of the fair sex who handed over Fen Kin's documents notices the reaction of her friend, hurrying to find out if she knows this guy. The brunette starts babbling about the fact that she doesn't know him, but he just seemed familiar to her, after which she adds for greater persuasiveness that she doesn't know any guy at all. Lin Sun notices that since there is a boy in their school now, they should get rid of him. The 2 girls who were standing nearby and heard this disagree. One doubts this, because it has a chance that the boy will be normal. Another notes the important fact that the guy was transferred personally by the headmistress, so if you try to remove him, it's better not to do it openly. The student council president has to agree with these arguments. The blonde suggests just watching the newcomer from the side, because there is a possibility that they will not even have to interfere, because he got into class 1, in which he will have to face 4 witches. Friends approve of this decision, calling Lin Yusong a genius. The student council president tries to hide his embarrassment by saying that the female students can go. Lin Yasun and the green-haired girl remain in the room. The headmistress's daughter clarifies what the girl needs. And the headmistress, in turn, notices that I know perfectly well that she is allergic to alcohol, so she does not need to pretend that she has wine in her glass and not grape juice. These words anger the blonde, who claims that she just likes to drink grape juice from a glass. Chapter 1-8. The homeroom teacher tells the students that the first thing she needs is for someone to help her bring textbooks to the entire class. Since there is only one male representative in the class, she politely addresses Feng Qin with this request. The hero is surprised by this, so he still decides to help, realizing that he has already been given the first assignment. Miss Tongfei suggests that Feng Ke can help the newcomer. The blonde refuses, saying that she doesn't feel well today. In fact, she was being glared at menacingly by the pink-haired neighbor who volunteered to help Feng Qin the next moment, assuring her that she would go along with him. Seeing the unusual state of the girl with pink hair, the guy assumes that she is being bullied. Outside in the corridor, Feng Qin starts a conversation with Han Yuding. He reminds the fairer sex that they met a few days ago. He tells her that he helped return the bag to her. The interlocutor nods to indicate that she remembers, then thanks the hero again for this and suggests that we talk later. The hero has no choice but to accept this offer. Feng Qin ponders the situation to himself. He understands that it would be strange if a guy who has just been transferred to a school where they hate guys starts talking to one of their classmates. The hero exhales heavily, realizing that it will be very difficult for him to communicate with girls. Noting that it has become boring, the hero decides to sit on the phone. Opening the notifications, he sees the Qiuzhang news, which says that a 1,000-year-old golden Buddha statue was found, and when it was opened, an unknown spirit got out. After reading this notice, Feng Qin thinks to himself that this is some strange news. During a break, Han Yuding approaches the guy. She turns abruptly to either side, feeling very shy as she does so. Realizing that no one is around, she apologizes. This behavior of the fair sex strikes the hero, so he rushes to find out what she is apologizing for. The pink-haired girl explains that she apologized for not wanting to talk to him before. She begins to mumble something, trying to find a more or less common reason, but the hero decides to take everything into his own hands. He assures that he understands everything perfectly, so the interlocutor should not worry about this. In addition, he claims that he does not resent her at all for this. Feng Qin suggests pretending in front of everyone that they don't know each other, but in fact, they will be friends. The guy makes allowances for the fact that all this will be with the consent of the interlocutor. Han Yuding says she doesn't mind. At the same time, 4 witches gather in the hallway of the school. Moya Zhao notices that the newcomer seems to be wary of them. Tongfei Lu speculates that the reason for this may be that today is only the first day of his arrival at school. After that, she decides to ask her friend Xiaoxu Nangong for her opinion, but Nangong Xiaoxu doesn't say anything. Chapter 1-9. The friend repeats the question again, wanting to know the opinion of the friend, and the friend, in turn, lays out the cards on the desk. She pulls out one of them thoughtfully, then gets nervous because she doesn't quite understand what it all means. Unexpectedly, the 4th witch says that they should leave this guy alone and let him finish this year in peace. This puts the other 3 witches in a stupor, while Nangong Xiaoxu herself leaves her friends. Moya Zhao is surprised by Nangong's behavior. She doesn't understand what happened to her, noting the fact that she's never seen her like this. Wei Wei Tong assumes that their friend has guessed something unusual on her cards. A member of the fair sex with pink hair asks an important question, whether they will listen to the advice of Nangut or not. Moya confidently declares that this will not happen, because it will mean that all their hard work last year was for nothing. Tongfei Lu suggests that they continue their work as planned, only trying to be more careful. Both friends agree with these words in unison. That's when Lu wonders what's so special about this guy. After the hero returns to the classroom, a girl with red hair approaches him. This is Moya Zhao. She thanks a classmate for helping their teacher with their textbooks. Feng Qin, on the other hand, maintains an outward calm, claiming that there is nothing special about it. Inwardly, he curses, not knowing what the hell she wants from him. Then the interlocutor hands him a bottle of water, saying that he probably wants to drink. The hero thanks the girl for the water, stating that he will drink it later. Mentally, however, he knows that he will not do this. He also wonders if the girls really think he's so stupid or not. He puts the bottle back in his desk. Zhao, seeing this, is unhappy with this development, but she quickly says goodbye to the guy. She smiles at him, telling him that they'll see each other later. At the same time, the blonde says that she doesn't feel well, so she asks Han Yuding to wash the windows for her. The girl agrees, but her face shows that she is nervous. Her hands are shaking, and the blonde yawns, glad that class is finally over. Feng Qin makes a mental note that he thinks the blonde is doing just fine. Chapter 1-10. The hero stays after school to help her friend with window cleaning. Han Yu-ding shyly thanks him for this, and the guy only says that the girl should let him know if she needs help again. From these words, the fair sex representative bows her head, embarrassed and blushing, but still squeezes out the words of acceptance. Feng Qin returns to his room. He takes off his clothes with a heavy sigh. The hero wants to take a bath after a hard day of school. At this time, a brunette with a katana, who is a member of the disciplinary committee, bursts into his room. She declares that the hero is a dirty pervert and is ready to tear him to shreds, claiming that she has been looking for him for a long time. A representative of the fair sex first turns white, and then is filled with red paint from what she saw. She went into the guy's room while he was changing. Feng Qin appears in front of a brunette in her underwear. He turns half sideways to face her. The girl sees a raised torso and a slightly thin body. It is clear that the hero was going to take off his underpants. The brunette's eyes widen. She starts to mumble something, but no more or less adequate word leaves her mouth. The brunette closes her eyes with a cry that the guy has completely lost his shame. Feng Qin, on the other hand, is amazed that each of their meetings ends like this. The entire red girl is unable to control her actions, so when the hero asks her to stop shouting, she ignores him. This encourages the guy to take action. He takes off, and when he gets close enough, he puts his hand over the intruder's mouth. Slightly miscalculating the speed, the hero knocks the girl down. They freeze for a moment. The realization that the guy is only in one pair of shorts on it comes to the brunette not immediately. Feng Qin asks the girl to keep her voice down. He has a displeased face, and the representative of the fair sex herself blushes all over, unable to utter a word. Seeing that the brunette does not listen to him, the hero asks her to be silent again, slightly hinting that if someone sees them in this form, it will be very bad. The girl, when the guy's palm leaves her lips, starts shouting, which gives him 3 seconds to remove his hands from her, after which, without waiting for any answer, she hits the guy's sensitive crotch with her foot. This is a very hard hit. My testicles break. There is a deathly silence. The hero holds back a cry of pain, then grabs his underpants, bending over the floors and falling exhausted to the floor. As Feng Qin struggles to recover, the brunette climbs to her feet. She is still confused by what is happening, and insults to the hero fall from her lips. She calls him a pervert, a psycho, a preoccupied, a freak, a jerk, and a nutcase. Chapter 1-11. Shivering, the hero rises to his feet. In his mind, he curses being dealt such a heavy blow. The girl continues to hit him, but this time it's a mental taka. The brunette calls him a freak, a brute, and a geek. Taking the blow on himself, the guy shouts back that this is his room. A retaliatory blow forces the fair sex to come to her senses. She recalls that the guy started it all, because he first spied her swimming in the lake. Feng Qin makes an uncomprehending expression, then declares that this is a public place and he was just passing by it. The hero goes on a counterattack, claiming that the girl swam in the lake, desecrating a public place. It hits the brunette in the heart. She starts to get angry. Her fingers curl into fists. She tries to find at least some excuse for her action, but in the end, not finding anything better, she decides to challenge the guy to a duel. The guy asks again about what the interlocutor said. His eyes widen, and then he reminds me that the Qing dynasty has long since destroyed a person, and now it's a new era. The brunette stands her ground, declaring that she will not let the guy go just like that, because he humiliated her twice. To this, Feng Qin replies understandingly that he did indeed see her naked. However, just now, the girl carried out her revenge. In his head, he equates broken eggs with a feast for the eyes. This confuses the brunette. She demands that the other person get dressed. At the same time, she blushes all over. The hero, realizing that he is still in his underwear, blushes red, stating that he would have already done this if the girl had been silent. He starts to pull on his shirt. Heavy breathing, a representative of the fair sex leaves the room. Before closing the door, she tells him that she will be waiting for him at 12 o'clock in the evening in the training hall, and if the guy has to, then she asks not to blame her for what will happen to him later. After these words, the brunette closes the door and leaves. The hero grabs his head, not understanding at all what is happening. The rest of the day passes quickly and unnoticed. The hero goes to the meeting point. He's very nervous. This time, he decides not to wear a wig or makeup. Approaching a small 2-story building with a light on, the guy realizes that the meeting place should be here. The full moon had already risen in the sky. The guy enters a dojo that already has him in it. A brunette is waiting. In her hands is a katana, and she says that she thought that he would not come. The brunette clarifies what would have happened if he hadn't come. A representative of the fair sex takes a stand, stating that tomorrow the interlocutor will drown in Tokyo Bay. Feng Qin yawns, claiming that he wants to go to bed early, so he asks his opponent to finish quickly. An evil aura appears around the girl, and she says that the guy should not worry, because he will lie in bed for a month, starting tomorrow. The hero, without any interest, says that he is very, very scared. After such an attitude, the brunette loses her temper, noting that the interlocutor asked for it. She sits up, taking a stance from some style, then abruptly breaks off in the direction of the guy. The brunette with a furious cry breaks down on the hero, intending to teach him a lesson for all the bullying that he did to her. The guy also gracefully dodges the attack of a representative of the fair sex, after which he turns out to be behind her to conduct an easy attack. The girl doesn't understand what's going on. Feng Qin tries to take the katana from his opponent. Once behind her, he grabs the handle right through the girl, who is horrified by the guy's speed. The brunette continues to resist, not allowing her to take away her weapon so easily. Then the hero makes a very passionate exhalation in her ear. This causes the girl to turn around and lose control out of embarrassment. This is exactly what the guy needed, who immediately takes control of the katana. The brunette lets go of his opponent, causing her to land on the floor. The guy crouches down next to her, claiming that he won this duel, so he demands that the girl does not bother him again. After these words, Feng starts to leave, but the brunette says that she is not finished yet. At the same time, she is all confused by this development of events. Feng glances over his shoulder, saying that if this happens again, he won't joke with the girl anymore. This introduces the fair sex into a stupor. She just got to her feet, catching the other's gaze, which read the seriousness of intentions. The girl falls back to the floor. She is angry because of her weakness. Her teeth start to grind, and the guy just notes that she should watch herself. Feng Qin returns to his apartment, where he immediately plops down on a sofa with 2 pillows. He notes to himself that the new semester begins with a thrill. The hero lies down on the bed, thinking that the brunette will bother him again, because finally she confidently told him that next time she can beat him. Then the other side of the girl appeared before Feng. She was absolutely weak and defenseless when she made such confident speeches. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and she was depressed. Her cry was like a cry of despair. Wrapping himself in the blanket, the guy notices that he has a bad feeling, but he puts it out of his mind, considering it a trifle, because now it's time to go to bed. Morning comes. The guy gets dressed for school. This time, he decides to come without makeup or a wig. As he gets dressed, the hero notes that it's time to go back to school. The hero comes out of his room and sees that knife marks have appeared on his door. It scares him. He recalls the existence of 4 witches in the class, so he assumes that this is just the beginning of all the troubles. Feng senses something is wrong, knowing that today will be an unusual day. Problems appear out of nowhere. The hero buries his face in his desk, swearing to himself that he forgot to eat breakfast. Time passes slowly. At 10 o'clock he feels hungry, and at 12 he begins to starve to death. It's almost noon. The guy goes to the dining room, where there are already people. He looks down at the food, and then stars light up in his eyes. He notes that the food looks amazing. Feng Qin picks up a tray of food, then starts to find a place to eat. In the dining room there are only 4 tables, each of which is designed for 4 people. The hero notices that. He was lucky, because one of the tables is free, so he decides to sit down at it, so as not to disturb anyone. There's an awkward silence. All representatives of the fair sex begin to look askance at the guy. The hero also has questions about why the air froze. He doesn't like everyone looking at him. Then a voice from behind asks if the guy knows this is his place. The brunette enters the dining room and says the last words. She has green eyes, and she looks calmly at the troublemaker. Chapter 1-13. Fen's eyes start to spin. He notes that this girl is a real beauty. The brunette also asks if the guy is finished. The hero also apologizes, assuring that he is sorry. After that, the representative of the fair sex demands that the guy leave and not touch the lunch without her. Feng Qin replies that he will just change the place. The brunette claims in response that all the seats are around her, so he can't sit anywhere. This begins to make the hero very angry, who is dissatisfied with what is happening. The hero decides to act boldly and decisively. He gets up from his seat and approaches the impudent girl. He asks her what would happen if he sat at the same table with her. Then he asks her if she will kick him out. Other girls start burying the new boy because he dared to stand up to choose Ioyi. The brunette herself notices that Feng Qin is a very interesting boy. The guy sits down with his tray of food at the same table with a dangerous representative of the fair sex. He decides that he will just ignore her so that he can finish his meal quickly and leave this troublesome place. But he is shocked by what is happening around him. The other students, instead of eating, start chatting among themselves, focusing all their attention on their table. The guy doesn't understand that this is so. Fenya's jaw is ready to say hello to Paul, because the brunette has brought a bunch of different delicacies. He's amazed that she's going to eat it all by herself. The brunette immediately starts eating, picking up a knife and fork. After finishing the food, the hero decides to just leave. In his mind's eye, he remembers the look the girl gave him. He begins to assume that it is not simple, because of which he may have problems. In the corridor, the hero runs into a friend with pink words. They don't exchange words, but she pushes a small note into his hand, then abruptly runs away. This surprises the guy a little. After entering the classroom, Feng Qin sits down at his desk, thinking about what happened. He's surprised that it's all so mysterious, and Han Yu Ding is making him worry. The guy unfolds a note with a number written on it. He draws a parallel in his head with the fact that he is a real spy. When the lessons are over, the hero returns to the dorm, where he immediately dials a number on pieces of paper. He immediately tries to find out why Han Yu Ding is acting so mysterious. In response, the girl shouts that the guy has big problems. The guy asks what the problem is. The friend also explains that today the hero offended a girl who has a very impressive family. The guy also says that a friend should not get into his head, because he is already offended. He asks her to have a good rest. After saying this, Feng Qin hangs up the phone. He doesn't believe that the girl is really strong. To him, she's a crazy kid with a silver spoon or a gangster lady. The guy notes that he is very angry. Besides, he doesn't understand that she can do it. He suggests that perhaps castrate. At this time, a person from around the corner throws a can of gas into the room. Feng Qin falls to the floor, panting. He can't move, and in his mind's eye, he notes that he's a good actor, so someone should save him. Chapter 1-14. The hero has a very bad headache. Feng Qin doesn't understand why his bed is so hard. Then he abruptly realizes that he hasn't been sleeping. Then the guy tries to understand why he feels so weak. He knows it smells fried. He tries to force his eyes open. Then a man's voice from the side starts to wake him up. Feng Qin opens his eyes. The first thing he sees is a chandelier made up of 3 identical squares hanging separately from each other. The brunette tries to look around, asking who is calling him. Then a voice from the side catches his attention. A kid with glasses and a smug smile on his round face looks at him. The hero is surprised by this development of events, trying to immediately find out who it is. The guy starts swearing, trying to get out. He was strapped to the bed very tightly. He doesn't understand what's going on. He doesn't believe that anyone has such a good binding skill. The fat man asks the hero to calm down while calling him a boy. He explains that they received a message that he tried to harass the girl. Upon hearing this, Feng Qin demands that the person who claimed it meet him face to face. The interlocutor claims that their lady does not have time for this, so the fat man is going to deal with the guy himself. The hero immediately asks what the other person wants to do. He already assumes that Chu Zio-yi is involved. The man pulls out a knife, quoting the old saying that eroticism brings disaster, so you need to castrate to fix it once and for all. The fat man claims that he just wants to help his patient get out of trouble and become a good person. Feng Qin is getting very nervous at these words. He doesn't want to believe what he's hearing, so he shouts out that the other person is joking. Here the peasant takes the guy by the leg, starting to pull towards him. It turns out that the hero has chains on his feet that restrict his movements. Feng Qin also demands that the other person stop, but he is not going to give any concessions to his victim. He pulls him to him, starting to pull his black hands towards the guy. Obscene curses fly from the hero's lips. He really fears for his life. Someone starts knocking on the door of the room. The bespectacled man is not happy that someone interferes with him, so he asks who's there. After that, the door starts pounding more aggressively. The fat guy repeats his question, adding to it that it starts to annoy him. He demands that the intruder is already there so that he can safely castrate this boy. The man approaches the door, but the girl knocks it out with a heavy kick. This is the same girl that the hero recently pointed out to her place. She also carries a wooden katana. She wears a black short skirt and a white short-sleeved t-shirt that shows off her flat tummy. The door slams into the fat man's face, shattering his glasses. A member of the fair sex enters the room, finding a doctor knocked out and a guy who is tied to the bed, and his pants are half pulled down. The brunette freezes from shock for a couple of moments, and the hero does not believe in his luck. The girl, seeing all this picture, is amazed that Feng Qin is tied up. She is in a hurry to find out why this is so, but the hero at this time begins to think about the worst outcome for himself. To himself, he reflects on the fact that trouble does not come alone, so in his thoughts he asks 2 logical questions. The first is why the girl came again. The second one sounds like a suggestion that she might kill him while he's tied up. Despite his worst thoughts, the brunette bends over the belt on his waist, which holds him back, trying to free the guy. She says she can't untie it. Feng Qin falls out of reality, not understanding what is happening. The fight lover grabs the guy by the wrists with both hands, claiming that she will pull him out. She asks you to trust her. The hero, being impressed, holds out both hands to her. The brunette gets up from behind and starts pulling, trying to just pull the guy out of the belt. Feng Qin starts shouting that his hands are not the right thing to do. Radishes. You can see that he's in a lot of pain. The brunette still manages to save the guy. The hero exhales heavily, noting that he was saved. They both push their backs against the bed. There's an awkward silence. They both look at each other. Gathering his courage, Feng Qin still thanks the girl for her help. Clearing his throat in his fist, the guy decides to find out what the brunette wanted. A member of the fair sex also admits that she was careless last time, but this time she will definitely kill him. These words unsettle the hero. He marvels at what he's heard, wondering if he can just give up. He also emphasizes that the girl is very persistent. Chapter 1-15. The brunette perceives the silence in response as accepting a challenge, so she offers to go to the training room. The hero begins to sweat, realizing that he does not want to play with death. She slumps to the floor. Feng Qin is shaking all over as he lies on the floor. He's sweating profusely as he realizes that he still has the freak's drugs in him. The girl sees that the guy is all tense. He reaches out to her, asking if she wants to hit him. She also emphasizes that this is disrespectful to the fight. The guy's head snaps to the floor. This makes the brunette's eyes widen, and she rushes to check if everything is all right with the guy. Feng Qin abruptly gets to his feet. He is still dripping with cold sweat, but he changes his style, becoming a righteous swordsman. He assures me that he is fine, and that he is ready to die in battle by the sword of the interlocutor. The wooden katana of the fairer sex plunges into the floor. The brunette also says that noble people do not fish in non-calm waters. The guy is secretly glad that he doesn't have to fight. The girl walks out the door, noting that if the guy is still not feeling well, then he should go to the first aid station. At the same time, the brunette pours red paint from embarrassment. He closes the door and sends me on my way. As she walks down the street, the dual lover wonders if Feng is all right. She also wonders who the fat guy was. At the same time, Feng Qin thinks about what a genius he is. He remembers the girl's worried face, admitting that she is very cute. At the same time, the guy sits down on the bed. The phone starts ringing. Feng Qin quickly approaches him. He understands that the director is calling. This confuses him. He takes a couple sips of juice from his straw, wondering why she's calling him. The hero still picks up the phone, starting a conversation. He asks Miss Song what happened. The woman asks a rather strange question, which is a little annoying for the guy. She clarifies if she can call him if she doesn't have anything. The guy repeats the question word for word, not really understanding what it's all about. The blonde, taking this as consent, declares that then she will not stand on ceremony. After that, she hangs up. Fen's pupils widen. He doesn't understand what it was just now, or what the headmistress meant. The hero suspects that he has agreed to something global. The guy doesn't understand what happened, so he decides to ask the headmistress about it. He dials her number, asking her to tell him what she's talking about, but just then there's a knock on the door. He goes barefoot to open the door for a new guest. The hero goes to the door, then pulls the handle, opening the door halfway. A girl with blonde hair is standing outside the door. Chapter 1-16. Feng Qin blinks his eyes in embarrassment for a few seconds, after which he starts to panic, not understanding what's going on at all. The director stands in the doorway and greets him. The hero staggers back, asking what she's doing here, but the small suitcase behind her gives us a strange hint. The woman replies that she came to see the guy. The brunette doesn't really believe this, so he immediately asks if she has some deceptive task for him. The blonde assures that this is not a difficult task, but the hero does not allow the interlocutor to finish, stating that he refuses to do so. The director doesn't say anything. She goes to the guy's apartment. Sitting down on a comfortable chair, the director explains the situation. It turns out that their school is going to hold a walkout, and each class decided where they should go. The blackboard also allows them to go to the same place to cut costs, but Tong Fei Lu in their class doesn't agree. The woman asks the guy to try to convince her. The brunette repeats that he has already given up on it. After processing the information a little, Feng Qin still decides to clarify why, in the opinion of the interlocutor, the girl should listen to him because she did not hit him in the past. The headmistress smiles rapaciously at this. The blonde declares that it's time for the guy to show his charm. She invites him to become a prince. The woman imagines the other person completely naked with a shiny body and a rose between her lips. The brunette also notes that the style of the Prince of Women is very creepy. Privately, he doesn't know what's going on. The hero declares that he politely refuses to do so. At the same time, he makes a serious face, thinking that he is an honest person who will not betray his body. The interlocutor only laughs at this, stating that they will go to the beach, where the girls will be in swimsuits. Hearing this, the guy's face changes. Feng Qin is already picturing all of her classmates wearing nothing but swimsuits. This causes his nose to bleed. He flies off to the seventh heaven with happiness. The director at this point notices another reason why this is beneficial to the guy. It turns out that if the trip goes out of budget, then their stipend will drop. Feng Qin abruptly jumps to his feet, realizing that he has no other choice. After all, he went to this school in the first place because of a scholarship. The guy declares that he will do it reluctantly and not even for viewing swimsuits. The blonde notes that this is perfect. She asks the guy to convince the girl before the weekend on it. After that, the headmistress declares that she will go on business for a few days. She asks that the interlocutor does not miss her. The hero begins to worry about this. He mentally understands that Tong Fei never talked if fighting worked. The brunette realizes that the girl always resorts to violence, so he thinks about just having a duel with her. At the same time, in the women's bathroom, girls communicate with each other while taking a shower. Moya Zhao asks her friend if she has heard about Feng Qin escaping Chu Ziyou's revenge. Chapter 1-17. Three witches throw towels over themselves, starting a conversation. Wei Wei Tong notices that the newcomer even destroyed the staff sent by his friend. Tong Fei Lu also claims that he didn't drink Moya's drink either, noting that this time the guy was very wary. Moya Zhao offers to meet him in a secret place and just strangle him. Tong Fei Lu doesn't quite understand how her friend is going to do this. At the same time, she continues to take a shower. Moya Zhao gets up from her seat and sneaks up behind the girl. She abruptly grabs Tong Fei Lu's pineapples with both hands, stating that she needs to use this to strangle him. Moya Zhao asks you to trust her, and then the blue-haired girl can do it. After a few moments, the first witch detaches herself from her friend, because the latter has given her a good punch on the head. Wei Wei Tong also decides to intervene in the conversation. She notices that Qin is very alert, so it might not work on him if they take the initiative, so she suggests waiting until the cat jumps on its own. Moya agrees to this while Tong Fei Lu tries to recover from her friend's abuse. She's breathing hard, blushing as she does so. The next day arrives. The hero opens the door and enters class 1-2. The classroom is very noisy. 4 witches are sitting together. 2 of them are standing together, and 2 of them are sitting. 3 of them smile, but the 4th witch, who advised her friends not to go to the guy, calmly continues to play the console. Feng Qin takes a chair and sits down in front of one of them. He asks if he can talk to her about STN. Tong Fei Lu answers what he wants. The guy politely asks the girl to go for a walk with. The main group is near the beach. At this request, Moya Zhao and Wei Wei Tong approach him from both sides from behind. They cringe at this. The classmate replies that this is not his business at all. After that, 2 witches step on someone's feet. It turns out that they stepped on the feet of Tong Fei Lu, who immediately tries to understand why they did it. But when she sees that her friends make expressive eyes in unison, she freezes for a few moments, not quite understanding what it's all about. It dawns on her quickly. Tong Fei Lu agrees to this proposal, and the hero already begins to talk about how if she does not agree, then he can. However, the meaning of the interlocutor's words reaches him. He asks her again, puzzled, what she said. Chapter 1-18. The guy inundates the student with a number of questions. He doesn't understand why she agreed to this so strongly, so he asks again if she agrees. Tong Fei Lu also repeats that she has already agreed, so now the interlocutor needs to get away from her, because he has already stopped talking. She waves him off with a wave of her hand. The brunette, still in shock, decides to leave. Feng Qin mentally begins to reason why she agreed to do so. He understands that the answer was given too sharply, so there is a high probability that this is a conspiracy. He abruptly cuts off such thoughts, considering that swimsuits are the key right now. Meanwhile, Tong Fei Lu demands information from her friend about what she's up to. Moya Zhao doesn't quite understand why the guy invited her to the beach. In response, the witch points her finger at her friend, stating that all this is because he does not want anything good for the girls. Moya clenches her fist, claiming that's what she meant. Catching her wave, Fei suggests exploring an ancient tomb that may be full of monsters. 3 friends are frightened by this proposal, stating that the girl should stop imagining terrible scenes in her head and start thinking like a girl. Moya Zhao tries to push away the thought of being chased by a ghost. She understands that the perception of her friend is upside down. Then Wei Wei Tong notices the fact that the guy is really up to something bad. Then it won't be easy for them to get to him. Fei finally gets the message that her friends were trying to convey. The 3 witches begin to grin predatorily, realizing that they have unraveled the plans of the ugly boy. Nanggong Xiaoxu, looking at her friends, doesn't say anything. She just sighs heavily, realizing that they didn't listen to her. The bell rings for the lesson, but the hero still decides to dial the director to inform him that he has finished everything. When he talks about it, the blonde is amazed at the speed with which he did it, so she clarifies whether the interlocutor is lying. The guy also says that he overcame great difficulties to convince Tong Fei. He emphasizes that it was hard for him, so he asks the woman to give him another bonus. At the same time, Song is lying in the bathroom completely naked. She assures the other person that they will receive a bonus when she returns. After putting down the phone, Feng Qin starts to think about what kind of bonus he will get. He is confident that at least a good hot pot meal is provided for him. From his reverie about the future, the boy is pulled out by the sound of the door opening, which did it right in front of his nose. He goes inside, greeting those inside and noting that the door is unlocked. He takes a step into the room and sees the brunette changing clothes. Her skirt is slightly lowered, so that her shorts are visible, and only her bra is on top, which she is trying to take off. It turns out to be Chu Zio-yi. The girl turns her surprised gaze to the guest. The hero is struck by lightning. She freezes, becoming a stone statue. He's definitely in good shape now. Chapter 1-19. Feng Qin doesn't understand why Chu Zio-yi is here. This is becoming a very unpleasant coincidence. On the face of the girl keeps absolute poffagism to what is happening. She stares at him for a few seconds, not even bothering to cover up. The hero covers his face with his hand, not knowing what to do. The brunette understands that he is in deep trouble, because the last time she almost killed him, castrated it. She wonders nervously what he should do. The representative of the fair sex also puts her hand in the bag, starting to dig in it. The hero grits his teeth, realizing that you can't just calmly wait for your death, so he decides to do something. Feng Qin takes a deep breath. A lot of thoughts are running through his head. He finds a solution by telling himself not to despair and assuring himself that this is a matter of life and death. The guy abruptly pulls out his phone and starts taking pictures on it at maximum speed. After finishing an unplanned photo shoot, the guy says that if the girl does not want these photos to get on the network, then she should listen to him. Inwardly, Feng Qin is already happy, calling himself a genius, because he believes that as long as he has these photos of the interlocutor, she will not bother him. On the face of the interlocutor is still a mask of absolute indifference. She finally pulls something out of her bag. It's a grenade. A representative of the fair sex calmly pulled the pin and threw a grenade. A dangerous object rolled across the floor, flying next to the hero. The dark-haired man closed his eyes, realizing that his situation was very bad. Oh braced himself for death, but when nothing happened 5 seconds later, he decided to take a look around. The guy was surprised to realize that it was a fake. Chu Zio-yi hurried to explain that it was a micro-anti-tank grenade that erased the data of any civilian electronic device within a 2-meter radius. After that, the girl offered to check the phone to the interlocutor. When he tried to turn on the phone, he realized that it had stopped working altogether. The representative of the fair sex also stated the fact that his photos were erased. After that, Feng Qin broke out in a cold sweat from the realization that he had nothing else. The girl didn't stop there. She pointed to a working camera in the corner and said that she had recorded a guy breaking into the women's locker room and taking photos to threaten her. This news finally finished off the hero, who was clearly not ready for such a thing. Chu Zio-yi decided to clarify what the dark-haired man would do now, because if she gave it to the police, then he would definitely go to jail. Feng Qin gathers his thoughts, realizing that he has no other choice. Of all the things, it can only do this. He's going to use a secret skill. The hero falls to his knees, bowing his head to the floor and begging Milady to spare him. Chu Zio-yi grins, suggesting that the guy do something unusual. From her face, it becomes clear that you should not expect something adequate. A representative of the fair sex, without hesitation, stretches her stocking's leg to the guy, offering to lick it. Chapter 1-20. The guy sticks out his tongue, intending to comply with the girl's request, but a handsome guy with blonde hair and a black suit walks into the locker room. He says it's time for Milady to go to class. At the same time, he makes a bow, not paying any attention to the hero. Chu Zio-yi looks at her subordinate, who is humbly waiting for her, and then looks at the guy on his knees, who is making eyes at her, literally begging for mercy. Chu Zio-yi decides to spare Feng. She is about to go change, so she informs him that he can go now. The hero flies up on the spot, declaring that he is already leaving. While the guy has not yet left, the fair sex representative rises from her seat, noticing that in the future Feng will not say no if she needs him. The brunette can only accept these words. Running out of the women's locker room, the guy exhales heavily, trying to catch his breath. He realizes that he is seriously hit, because Chu Zio-yi seems to have stuck an arrow in him. The guy doesn't know what to do, already assuming he's finished. Then he abruptly corrects himself that he would have been finished if it hadn't been for that butler. A logical question pops into his head. Why would he suddenly decide to help him? At the same time, Chu Zio-yi notes that Lawrence didn't show up earlier, so as not to stop the newcomer, and waited until she did something, and then helped him leave. A representative of the fair sex says that it was very insidious. The butler is doubtful that it was even a little insidious. The word really in his performance introduces the girl into dissonance. The hero wonders how Chu Zio-yi is going to pursue him. The guy thinks she's really a killer lady. The sharp sound of the message scares the hero. He jumps up and down, then picks up his phone to read the message. Tong Fei Lu also reports that 2MRW will be running for 7 days and 7 nights. She advises him to go to bed early today, because she will be waiting for him at 5:45 in the morning at the gate, from where 2 Mr. W will start. MRW, Morale, Recreation and Welfare. Feng also swears about why it's so early. He doubts that this is a picnic, because it's more like military training. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, Tong Fei Lu says that the message for Qin was sent 15 milliseconds earlier, and now the Y show starts. Tan also says that you should not worry, because this is a pure virgin boy. Lu doesn't understand how his girlfriend knows he's clean. She assumes he's an animal. This makes Wai laugh. The other two witches are just watching from the sidelines. Tun notes that her friends are too vigilant because they always think that boys are animals. Wai herself believes that Feng Qin is close to girls because he is used to it, not because he is good at it. She also assumes that he has a sister. From all this, she deduces that once she is on top of him, he will surely be seduced. Chapter 1-21. Dawn is coming. The hero moves to the collection point. He yawns. It shows that he didn't get enough sleep. The brunette notes that he was very worried, which is why he did not sleep well. He's very sleepy right now, and his brain is still thinking about how that girl is going to torture him. He is afraid of her, imagining her as a succubus with 2 horns on her head. At the same time, there are gusts of evil wind, which gives the hero the impression that someone is standing behind him. Feng Qin tries to push such thoughts away. He decides that he needs to hurry, so it's best not to slow down on the way to the gate. When he reaches them, he notices that the place is still empty. A mysterious silence envelops the gate, which is disconcerting. It's 5:45. This finally surprises the guy who doesn't understand what's going on and where everyone is. He begins to fear that he is too late, so his brain figures out what to do now. The hero thinks about waiting a little longer, but the sound of falling from behind attracts his attention. Feng Qin turns around and sees the building from which the sound was heard. He walks up to it. Finding that the door is not closed, he decides to enter, immediately asking who is there. There's no answer, and Thun is lying on the field among the basketballs. She fell down so that her underwear is visible to anyone entering. The hero greets, deciding to find out if everything is all right with her. The student does not show that she has woken up. The guy notices that it's Wai Wei Tong. He is very embarrassed when he sees her panties under her skirt. Feng Qin extends his hand to the girl, but she doesn't accept it. Then he grabs her by the shoulder to sit her down. The witch also reports that her leg hurts. This makes the other person even more perplexed. The hero sees that the girl really has a lump on her leg. He decides to take a representative of the fair sex to the first aid station and informs her about it. He grabs her by the hips, pulling her onto her back. The guy is a little embarrassed, but still starts to move forward. Feng Qin feels that the girl is pressing her whole body against him, which makes him feel her pineapples, which are a decent size. He is very embarrassed by this, but continues to carry the girl on himself. Tun decides to strike up a conversation. She very gently whispers words of gratitude in the hero's ear, causing him to start burning with embarrassment. This gives him the creeps, but he declares that everything is fine, and then rushes to change the subject, asking why it fell in the warehouse. Wai Wei also says that she went to the warehouse to get a picnic napkin and accidentally touched the basket. Feng Qin refers a representative of the fair sex to medical center. She sits her down on a bench, noting that when the nurse comes, he will give her some salve and everything will be fine. Tun claims that the nurse won't be here today, so she has to meet them at the beach. Hearing this, the brunette wonders what to do then. Wai Wei holds out a leg to the other person, asking them to do something for her. At the same time, she makes the most innocent face in the world. Chapter 1-22. The guy still agrees to this. He asks her to hold on, considering it painful. Tun puts his hands together, noting the other's concern. The hero applies ointment to the damaged area, and then declares that it is good now, so he advises the girl to have a good rest before meeting with the others. He keeps a feigned calm as he prepares to leave. Feng Qin resolutely leaves the infirmary, although it can be seen that it is very difficult for him. Tun falls on her side with a heavy exhalation, and when the guy leaves, she asks her friends to come out. Tong Fei Lu starts the conversation. She's amazed that the new guy really didn't do anything to her friend. It can be seen that the girl really wants to catch him and beat him on the spot. Tun also notes that if it was so easy with him, then she would not have to interfere. Tong Fei Lu decides to clarify what her friend thinks about this. Wai also claims that Feng will get suspicious if she just approaches him, so she needs a good reason to do so. Moya Zhao notices that the last time she gave him water for no reason, he was on guard, but today he helped Wai. The girl thinks that the newcomer will not suspect her if she turns to him. Tong Fei Lu also knows that this is a real insidious trap. The fourth witch is very dissatisfied with the behavior of her friends, but she is silent, not expressing her opinion. The brunette returns to the street to the gate, noticing that everyone is finally gathered. He notices a girl in the crowd who likes dueling. He can see that she's upset about something. The class gets on the school bus. The four witches are traveling together. Moya Zhao clarifies whether they forged seats on the plane. Tong Fei Lu answers in the affirmative, then asks Moyu to keep an eye on Han Yuding so that Wai can sit down next to Qin in peace. Tun also notes that the friends should prepare a scene during the trip. She asks them to make it so that they can complete them, which this time will be held at the airport. The class arrives at Chun'an Pinggao Airport. In it, all students pass a customs check and then go to the plane. Everything is going according to the plan of the four witches. Tun sits down with the hero who immediately asks how her leg is. The representative of the fair sex assures that everything is in order, after which she once again thanks the guy for his help. Wai leans over Feng Qin's ear, beginning to whisper that she was very pleased when he applied the ointment. At the same time, she breathes very seductively in his ear. The brunette blushes red with embarrassment, and his head starts nodding at this. The representative of the fair sex laughs at this. It becomes clear that the main character will be very difficult to survive this trip.